Yuner, from today on, you must live well with Changsheng. Listen to your husband, understand. Changsheng, Yuner is my granddaughter. I'm placing her in your hands now. Don't disappoint me. The fourth elder spoke while looking between Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun. Though she was already in her 70s or 80s, she didn't look old at all. She wore an elegant dark green dress. Her hair was neatly arranged and held in place by a green jade hairpin. Her face was smooth and full, like a refined noblewoman in her 30s or 40s. Only when you looked closely could you see a few strands of white at her temples and fine lines at the corners of her almond-shaped eyes. But instead of making her seem aged, those details only gave her a mature, dignified charm. "Grandmother, please rest assured," Lu Changsheng said solemnly. "Changsheng will take good care of Yuner and won't let her suffer any grievance." Even if this marriage had started as an arrangement, they were already husband and wife now. Since the bond had been formed, he would treat it seriously and carry his responsibilities properly. Lu Miaoyun also replied in a soft voice, "Grandmother, please don't worry." "Good. Very good." The fourth elder smiled, then took their hands and placed them together. "Then work hard and let grandmother hold great-grandchildren soon." Her expression was gentle, her voice warm, but the authority built from years in a high position still slipped naturally into her words. Lu Miaoyun's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Lu Changsheng, however, answered plainly, "Yes, grandmother. Changsheng will work hard." He meant it. He also hoped Lu Miaoyun would become pregnant soon. The fourth elder's tone remained kind as she continued, "Changsheng, Niaoga told me you never received formal instruction in talisman making, and you figured it out on your own. On the last day of every month, I hold a talisman making class. Come and attend. And if you have questions, whether about talismans or cultivation, you can come to me directly." She spoke like a caring elder, but behind that warmth was her true role in the Lu family. As the person overseeing the family's talisman line, she not only crafted talismans herself, she also trained the younger generation, trying to raise new talisman makers. A family never complained about having more specialists, whether formation masters, alchemists, refiners, or talisman makers. The more, the better. But these paths depended heavily on talent, and the threshold was high. In the entire Lu family, she had only successfully trained Lu Miaoga. She had even tried teaching Lu Miaoyun, but Miaoyun simply lacked the aptitude. Otherwise, she would have cultivated her personally. This match with Lu Changsheng, however, was different. As long as Lu Changsheng married into the family, she could guide him carefully and, with time, possibly add a second-tier talisman maker to the Lu family's strength. "Thank you, grandmother," Lu Changsheng said at once, clasping his hands respectfully, unable to hide his excitement. He knew what it meant. The fourth elder was a first-tier talisman master and had reached the 9th stage of qi refining. With her guidance, cultivation questions would become far easier to handle. And as for talisman making, even if he didn't truly need instruction, having her teach him would give him the perfect cover to improve quickly later. Otherwise, even after becoming a mid-grade talisman maker, reaching high grade would take 3 to 5 years by normal standards. That was too slow. With the fourth elder as a shield, he could speed up when it mattered. "There's no need to be so formal," the fourth elder said, smiling. "I'm Miaoyun's grandmother, and from today on, I'm your grandmother too. If you run into trouble, or face something you can't solve, come to me. Grandmother still has some influence in the Lu family." "Yes, grandmother," Lu Changsheng replied with a sincere smile. Even though he could sense the intent to win him over, the warmth in her words still made him feel a genuine closeness. Then Lu Changsheng hesitated only a moment before speaking again. "Grandmother, Changsheng has something to ask." "What is it?" The fourth elder's expression stayed gentle. "Changsheng has a close friend named Li Feiyu. He came with me to the Lu family to become a son-in-law. But he's not like me. He only wants to cultivate. Right now, he's forced to bear the burden of producing 50 children. So I wanted to ask if you could exempt him from that requirement, or at least reduce the number." Lu Changsheng didn't forget Li Feiyu's situation. He had originally planned to bring it up with Patriarch Lu Yuanding, but after the matter involving Lu Miaohuan, it felt awkward for him to approach directly. Now that the chance was here, he took it. The fourth elder fell silent for a moment, thinking, "This kind of rule isn't really something I should interfere with. But since you asked, I'll see what I can do." To her, it wasn't a difficult matter. If she was willing, it was just a few words. And because the request came from Lu Changsheng, it became even easier. His value within the family had already risen. Granting a small favor like this would make him feel more tied to the Lu family, more willing to stand with them. And honestly, the request wasn't unreasonable. If anything, it made the fourth elder view him more positively. In the cultivation world, loyalty and emotional bonds were sometimes treated as weaknesses, but from the Lu family's perspective, it was exactly the kind of trait they wanted in someone connected to them. After a pause, she spoke clearly. "Since you asked, Changsheng, I will release your friendly Feiyu from the original contract. All requirements about children will be removed." Then her voice cooled slightly, carrying quiet authority. "But rules are rules. Our Lu family does not support idlers. Once the requirement is waived, Li Feiyu will no longer receive any benefits or allowances from the family. He may stay here, but he must contribute in some way. If he cannot accept that, then he must leave the Lu family." Gentle words, firm terms. Kindness with a clear line drawn. "Thank you, grandmother," Lu Changsheng said, standing and bowing deeply. "I'll speak with him and give you his answer." To Lu Changsheng, the arrangement was more than fair. He already understood the Lu family's situation. Even with spirit vein lands and businesses, they weren't endlessly wealthy. Many collateral members on Qingju Mountain had to work refining materials, tending bamboo groves, or harvesting green spirit bamboo just to earn spirit stones. In a family like that, keeping someone idle was impossible. Letting Li Feiyu walk away from the original contract without compensation was already extremely generous. Under the original agreement, failing to produce 50 children within 20 years meant paying triple resources and serving the Lu family for 10 years. This new option was far lighter. "All right," the fourth elder said with a smile. "Tell me his decision, and I'll speak to the patriarch." After that, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun stayed and chatted with her for a while longer before taking their leave. As they went, the fourth elder personally had several boxes of pastries and spiritual fruits sent with them, making Lu Changsheng feel like he'd just visited family during the new year. After leaving the fourth elder's residence, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun headed to the fifth elder's place to buy spiritual wine. Lu Changsheng also wanted to confirm something. The nuptial wine they drank the night before had been surprisingly good, and he suspected it might have come from the fifth elder's hands as well. The moment the fifth elder saw them, his face lit up with enthusiasm. He didn't just sell them wine, he treated it like an occasion. "Changsheng, this is the jade bamboo wine you asked about." He brought out a bottle and introduced it proudly. "It's brewed from our Lu family's jade spirit bamboo. It nourishes the body and helps ease fatigue. This one is green pear wine, made from green pear fruit. Similar effects, but the taste is a bit more astringent. Try it. And this is white jade 100 flowers wine." He lifted another jar. White jade spirit rice, plus dozens of flower fruits. It nourishes the body, calms the mind, and the aftertaste is sweet and lingering. He kept going one after another. Ancient millet wine, brewed from ancient millet spirit rice. All of them were first-grade spiritual wines, divided into low, mid, and high grades depending on ingredient quality and aging time. Wine brewing wasn't like alchemy. Ingredients mattered, of course, but time was the real cost. Even average materials, if stored in a place rich with spiritual energy, would slowly absorb it. Over time, the wine would warm, ferment, and grow denser with spiritual essence, naturally raising its quality. Lu Changsheng sampled a few. In the end, two stood out most to him: jade bamboo wine, clean and refreshing, and white jade 100 flowers wine, rich and mellow. He asked Lu Miaoyun what she preferred. Her taste wasn't far from his, and she leaned toward the white jade 100 flowers wine as well. So Lu Changsheng made his decision. 10 bottles of jade bamboo wine, he said, and 10 jars of white jade 100 flowers wine. Then he asked the question he'd been holding back. Fifth elder, the wine from last night. Was that also yours? The fifth elder laughed. So you noticed. That was Tiger Wolf Great Nourishment wine, he explained. A little now and then is good for the body and cultivation. But drink too much and it becomes harmful instead. 1 cup every 10 days is plenty. Lu Changsheng immediately decided to take a bottle of that as well. Not for casual drinking, but to nourish his wife and concubines when needed. The prices were straightforward. Jade bamboo wine, 2 spirit stones per bottle. White jade 100 flowers wine, 3 spirit stones per jar. Tiger Wolf Great Nourishment wine, 5 spirit stones per bottle. Total, 55 spirit stones. But the fifth elder waved his hand generously and knocked off 5. With the purchase done, Lu Changsheng didn't linger. He left with Lu Miaoyan, then asked her to return first while he went to Qingzhou Mountain Manor to deal with something important. He needed to speak to Li Feiyu about the matter from earlier. The moment Lu Changsheng stepped into Qingzhou Mountain Manor, he started getting greetings from every side. Brother Changsheng. Brother-in-law. Brother Changsheng. Did you come here for something? Compared to before, the attitude was completely different. Now that Lu Changsheng was a mid-grade talisman maker and had married Lu Miaoyan, no one dared to look down on him. In the Lu family, identity mattered, and he was clearly one of them now. Even those who didn't like him wouldn't be foolish enough to show it. And Lu Changsheng himself was easy to get along with. He didn't throw his weight around or offend people, so most were happy to build goodwill with a talisman maker. He didn't know many of them personally, but he still smiled, nodded, and exchanged a few polite words as he walked by. When he reached Li Feiyu's residence, he knocked. One of Li Feiyu's wives opened the door. Seeing Lu Changsheng, she immediately understood why he was here. She invited him into the living room, served tea, and went to call Li Feiyu. Not long after, Li Feiyu walked in. Changsheng, why are you here? Lu Changsheng grinned. What, I can't visit you without a reason? Li Feiyu snorted, amused. Stop. You didn't come all this way just to joke with me. Lu Changsheng laughed softly, then grew a bit more serious. I came because I have something to discuss. Li Feiyu sat down. Say it. Lu Changsheng lifted his teacup and said calmly, It's about your requirement to have 50 children in 20 years. The change in Li Feiyu was immediate. His shoulders tightened. His eyes sharpened. Surprise, hope, anxiety, all flashed across his face as he stared at Lu Changsheng like he was afraid the words might vanish if he blinked. He had said before that he didn't want to trouble Lu Changsheng, but reality didn't care about pride. Over the years, the Lu family had started pressuring him more and more. Because he was an immortal seedling, they wanted results. Uncle Fu had gone easy on him because of Lu Changsheng, but even so, the topic had been raised again and again. Under that pressure, Li Feiyu already had 5 children, and 2 more were on the way. Lu Changsheng didn't speak immediately. He watched Li Feiyu's expression for a moment, took another slow sip of tea, and only then said, I didn't speak to the patriarch. Li Feiyu froze. Then Lu Changsheng chuckled. Relax. I spoke to the 4th elder. She agreed. He didn't drag it out. He laid out the 4th elder's conditions clearly. The childbearing requirement would be removed entirely. But once it was removed, Li Feiyu would no longer receive benefits or allowances from the Lu family. He could stay, but he had to contribute. If he refused, he would have to leave. Li Feiyu's eyes brightened as if a weight had been ripped off his chest. Good, good, that's great. He drew a deep breath, then looked at Lu Changsheng with real sincerity. Changsheng, thank you. Seriously. There's no need for that between us, Lu Changsheng said, waving it off. So, what's your decision? Stay or leave. Lu Changsheng had always treated Li Feiyu like a brother. Helping him wasn't a favor, it was natural. Li Feiyu was quiet for a moment, then said slowly, I'll stay. The children may belong to the Lu family by rule, but they're still my kids, and they're still small. I can't just walk away. I'll work for the Lu family for now. Maybe later, when they're older and I've reached the mid-stages of qi refining, I'll reconsider. Lu Changsheng nodded. It was a sensible choice. At Li Feiyu's current cultivation level, going out alone as a rogue cultivator would be harsh. Staying under the Lu family shelter, at least for now, was the safer path. Then Lu Changsheng leaned back and joked, 7 kids already. Who knows, maybe one of them will end up with spirit roots. Maybe they'll be the one guiding you someday. Li Feiyu laughed and shook his head. I'm not hoping for that. People outside talk about cultivation like it's a dream. Once you're actually on the road, you realize it's not as beautiful as it sounds. If I could choose, I'd rather none of them have spirit roots. Let them live peacefully in the mundane world. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. That's not what I expected to hear from you. He still remembered the Li Feiyu from before, the man who gave up being the young leader of the Crimson Whale Gang just for a chance at immortality. Back then, Li Feiyu had said, life is a dream of less than 100 years. If there's a chance at immortality, I can't miss it. Now, hearing him wish his children could avoid cultivation entirely, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel the shift. It wasn't just Li Feiyu's situation that had changed. It was his heart.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
I don't regret it at all, but sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. Li Feiyu shook his head slightly and said with some emotion, people always grow. Having been with the Lu family for over 4 years, he had his rough edges smoothed out and was no longer as full of vigor as before. Lu Changsheng fell silent for a moment upon hearing these words. He remembered his past self. When he graduated, he was full of passion and drive, but a few years later, he gradually started to give up. Li Feiyu's situation was even more severe. In the mortal world, he was the young master of the Crimson Whale Gang and a top expert at 18 years old. It's not an exaggeration to say he was a prodigy. But upon entering the cultivation world and becoming the Lu family's son-in-law, although he stepped onto the path of cultivation, his life revolved around having children, and he saw almost no hope in his cultivation journey. How could such a life maintain its initial passion and sharpness? Lu Changsheng stood up and patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, saying, Feiyu, I always remember the words you said at the beginning. When you chose to join the Lu family, you said, life is but a dream, lasting only a century. Upon encountering a fate with immortals, it must not be missed. You and I are lucky enough to have the spirit root. We can walk on the path of immortality and see scenery that ordinary people can't see. We are already luckier than 99% of people in the world. We must press on boldly and strive forward fearlessly to live up to the great gifts bestowed by the heavens. The path to seeking immortals may be difficult and perilous, but it is merely a landscape along the journey of life. Stay true to your original intentions, forge ahead, and maintain consistency. Even if you fail, you will not regret it. Or else, possessing the fate with immortals and the spirit root, yet giving up on yourself and quitting halfway, ultimately leading a mediocre life, would you be content with that? Lu Changsheng looked at Li Feiyu and spoke up. He didn't want to see his once vigorous and single-minded friend in the pursuit of immortality have his sharp edges smoothed down by this kind of life, lose his initial spirit, and ultimately lead a mediocre life. Moreover, these words were not only for Li Feiyu to hear, but also for himself. He always outwardly appeared to lack ambition, desiring nothing more than a stable life. In reality, from the moment he awakened memories of his past life and learned about the existence of immortals in this world, he felt an endless yearning to cultivate immortality. There's no particular reason for it. Immortals are what they are, and if there are immortals, one must seek them out. There's no reason required, there's no need for one. However, he has a system by his side, allowing him to see hope and fill himself with optimism for his future. Li Feiyu was shocked to hear Lu Changsheng's words. He never expected that his friend, who had always shown no great ambition and only desired many wives, children, and grandchildren, would say something so profound and impactful. Yet he knew that Lu Changsheng was comforting and encouraging him. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered that during a gathering 3 years prior, Han Lin mentioned that Lu Changsheng had once ranked first in the Blue Cloud Sect's fourth assessment, the heart-questioning platform. The heart-questioning platform tested a person's Tao heart, the state of mind, and determination in seeking immortality. Lu Changsheng achieving first place made it impossible for him to truly lack ambition and give up seeking immortality. Of course, Changsheng knows he has a 9th-grade spirit root and has no way on the immortal path in this life, so he is seeking immortality in a different way. By marrying and having children, he extends his quest for immortality through his descendants. Li Feiyu thought to himself. At that moment, he felt as if his mind was opened up. If someone truly lacked ambition and was merely obsessed with women and procreation, how could he, shortly after joining the Lu family, sell the flying sword he acquired, spending all his spirit stones on learning talisman making? And within just 4.5 years, he went from being a son-in-law to becoming a medium-grade talisman maker and marrying the granddaughter of a Lu family elder. This is clearly not something that someone lacking ambition and preoccupied with women could achieve. If his good friend could do so well, how could he allow himself to fall behind? Looking at Lu Changsheng, his gaze gradually became firm as he spoke. Content? Of course, I am not content. Changsheng, you are right. Seeking immortality is difficult. We are fortunate to encounter this fate with immortals. How could we give up easily? Ordinary people seek fame, wealth, power, and beautiful companions, but we pursue becoming immortals and living forever. How could that be simple or easy? Precisely because of this, we must strive even harder and have a heart that dares to try even when the outcome is uncertain. Life is but a dream lasting only a century. Since we've encountered fate with immortals, how could we live out our lives in mediocrity? Thank you, Changsheng. Li Feiyu spoke with a newfound vigor in his eyes, and a sharp flame burned within him. Why thank me? I just don't want to see you lose your sharp edges and become dull before you even truly step into the cultivation world, Lu Changsheng said. He didn't have many friends in this world, and if he were to count them, the only one was the person in front of him, Li Feiyu. He hoped that Li Feiyu would be able to go further along the path of cultivation in the future. How could I, Li Feiyu, be defeated so easily? Now that I'm no longer bound by a paper contract, once my child is older and I break through to the mid-chi refining stage, I'll venture out and truly experience the world of cultivation. Otherwise, if I continue like this, I'm afraid I really will lose my sharp edges and become dull. If I end up as a pile of bones one day, I may need your help to take care of my wives and children, Li Feiyu said with a carefree smile. He was born in a Jianghu gang, and he was very open-minded about his own life and death, but he just couldn't let go of the people around him. Don't be in such a hurry to make a flag, Lu Changsheng said with a slight twitch of his mouth. What do you mean by making a flag? Li Feiyu asked. Nothing much. If anything happens, I'll take care of your wives and children. Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Li Feiyu didn't pay much attention to these words, and the two continued to catch up. Since Lu Changsheng had moved to Qingzhou Valley, the two of them hadn't had as many opportunities to chat. Lu Changsheng took out a bottle of jade bamboo wine he had just bought from the fifth elder, and he and Li Feiyu shared the bottle. After sharing a drink, Lu Changsheng didn't stay for long and soon left to go back to the fourth elder's residence to relay Li Feiyu's situation. The fourth elder handled the matter efficiently and resolved Li Feiyu's situation the next day, freeing him from the contract he had signed with the Lu family. Under Uncle Fu's arrangement, Li Feiyu chose to become a spirit butcher because he had trained in martial arts and swordsmanship. A spirit butcher is similar to a secular butcher, but involves processing demonic beasts' corpses by skinning, deboning, extracting marrow, and retrieving cores. Many demonic beasts require intricate processing after being hunted, otherwise, the materials can be wasted or damaged. In such cases, skilled spirit butchers are called upon to handle the dissection and collection of materials. Since Li Feiyu decided to become a spirit butcher, the Lu family naturally assigned an experienced mentor to guide him. If Li Feiyu were a bit more skilled, he would have liked to join the Lu family's patrol and hunting teams to hunt demonic beasts. Seeing Li Feiyu free himself from fathering more children and begin learning a trade, Lu Changsheng felt at ease. This was the most he could do to help him. At the border between Qingzhou and Jizhou in Jiang country, there was a precipitous, jagged landscape filled with thick, heavy fog, with bottomless cliffs. The eerie winds howled through the gorge, and gray mist blanketed the area, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The blood-red lake in the center had already dried up, leaving only a massive blood cocoon and a pile of bones. The blood cocoon pulsed with a faint glow, resembling a quietly beating heart, breathing rhythmically in an eerie manner. At this moment, the blood cocoon emitted a dull heartbeat sound, like the beating of a giant drum, causing the entire valley to tremble. A moment later, a figure of an old man and a young man appeared in midair. The young man wore a loose black robe, his head of jet black hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. He was exceptionally handsome, with a captivating appearance, exuding an aura of an ageless, otherworldly ancient presence that didn't seem to belong to his age. No wonder it's a heavenly demon spirit root. It merged with the demon lord's blood so quickly, completing the baptism. The young man looked at the blood cocoon and chuckled softly, exuding a strange charisma. "Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations." The old man immediately bowed and congratulated. The young man chuckled softly and raised his hand, pointing gently at the blood cocoon. At once, the blood cocoon began to crack and shatter, turning into fragments of blood-red light, revealing the man wrapped inside. The man appeared to be around 20 years old, with refined and handsome features. His skin was fair and delicate, but a crescent-shaped blood-red lotus mark faintly appeared on his brow, giving him an indescribable aura of malevolence. He slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. His gaze was different from that of ordinary people, with dark, deep blood-red pupils that seemed to pierce the soul. "Where am I? I remember. I think I encountered mountain bandits, then jumped off a cliff." Lu Changsheng seemed to awaken from a dream, his blood-red eyes filled with confusion as he rubbed his brow. But the next moment, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his palms had become as white as jade, his nails were sharp and scarlet. What is this?" Then he saw the surrounding pile of bones and was further startled, shocked beyond belief. Before he could express his astonishment, a young man came to him and laughed loudly. "Today, you will become my disciple." Jiang country, Qizhou, Zhoushan Prefecture. A young boy, a young man, and an old man appeared out of thin air in a desolate, dilapidated, overgrown courtyard. "Is this my home? What happened to my home?" The young man looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him, frowning slightly. It was clear that this courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time. Lu Changsheng looked around the situation in front of him and couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. He quickly made a circle around the courtyard and then ran to the gate, confirming that this was indeed his home. How could my parents move? They were fine. Even if they moved, it wouldn't make sense for them to abandon this house. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself quietly, but his heart was filled with a sharp pain that caused his body to tremble. His dark red eyes glowed with a blood-red light, like half-dried blood. He fought against the sharp pain in his heart and ran to the main street, asking passers-by about what had happened to the Chu family. However, when the people on the street saw his dark red eyes, they reacted like frightened rabbits, their faces changing drastically as they fled in fear. Finally, a vendor, trembling in fear, spoke. "The Chu family suffered some misfortune a year ago, and the entire family was killed. I've heard that the case has not been solved even now." When he heard these words, it was as if a thunderbolt struck Lu Changsheng. His mind felt like it had exploded. His legs buckled, and he half-kneeled on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. No. That's impossible. It can't be true." He muttered in disbelief, his mind filled with images of his kind and loving parents, his sweet and innocent sister. He could not believe that his parents, sister, Uncle Sue, and aunt were all dead. But now the truth was in front of him, and he could not find any reason to explain it away. Chu Chang'e let out a long howl, his eyes splitting and shedding 2 lines of blood tears, full of grief. His expression was one of painful ferocity. The blood-red lotus mark on his brow intensified as strands of blood-red energy surged within him, causing a blood-red phantom of a 3-headed, 6-armed figure to appear behind him. Most shockingly, his black hair turned white at a visibly fast pace. As expected of a heavenly demon spirit root, he hasn't even begun training, and yet the demon lord's blood has already awakened the demon blood within him. The young man observed Chu Chang'e's state and smiled lightly. Patriarch, he might think we are responsible for this and harbor resentment? The old man asked cautiously. So what if he holds resentment? Resentment fuels motivation. Given this young man's potential, with dedicated cultivation, in at most a century, he can achieve the heavenly demon body. What I want is for him to attain the heavenly demon body as quickly as possible and master it to perfection. The young man spoke calmly, his face always showing a faint smile. At that moment, Chu Chang'e suddenly stood up from his kneeling position on the ground, panting heavily, breathing heavily, and trembling all over as he clenched his fists and walked out into the courtyard. With a ferocious expression and blood-red eyes, he glared at the young man and old man and shouted, "Did you do this? Impudent!" The old man rebuked him immediately, exuding a sense of authority that made Chu Chang'e feel like he was carrying a heavy burden and struggling to breathe. The young man waved his hand dismissively and spoke to Chu Chang'e. "Today, your master will teach you the first lesson. Never act impulsively. You must think thrice before taking action. What is the point of impulsively questioning me like this? What if I did it? What if I didn't? Your behavior is foolish. Aside from your own incompetence and rage, it will only bring you trouble, and you will end up losing your life for no reason, achieving nothing. Remember, in this world, only your own strength is eternal. You possess the heavenly demon spirit root and have been baptized with the demon lord's blood. You are a peerless talent in practicing the demonic path. What you should do now is endure, focus on cultivation, and once you have the strength, then investigate the truth and avenge your family. However, since it's your first offense, your master will forgive it." The young man spoke in a calm tone. "Now that you've seen your home, let's go." After the young man finished speaking, the 3 of them transformed into a beam of divine light and disappeared from the courtyard. Qingdu Valley. In an estate. When you are in a hurry, mind your own business. When encountering injustice, think about self-reliance. When the enemy stands, the first move is yours. Choose harmony over conflict. The root of disaster lies in personal desires. Accept your fate and then cultivate yourself. Lu Changsheng was holding a wooden tablet, teaching Lu Pinyin, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Wuyo the classic 3-character scripture. "Husband, it's time to eat." "What are you teaching them?" At this moment, Lu Miaoyan came over to call Lu Changsheng to dinner. The kids are around 3 or 4 years old now, so I made up some things for them to read as an introduction to learning. Lu Changsheng stood up with a smile, calling a group of young children inside to eat. Lu Miaoyan knew that although her husband came from a humble background, he was very studious and often read books. So, it was normal for him to create some introductory phrases for the children to read. However, the sentences he created sounded a bit unusual to her. She didn't dwell on it much, her bright face showing a sweet smile. She said, "For an introduction to learning, there is a Bailu mountain villa in Qingdu Mountain, where scholars from the secular world have been invited. Husband, you can send Pinyin and the others there for learning. My husband is usually busy with other matters, so you can leave these things to me." Lu Miaoyan spoke up. "Maybe when they're a bit older, I'll send them all together next year." Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. The Bailu mountain villa is inside Qingdu Mountain, so it's not far away, so his wife and concubines can pick up and drop off the children every day. After all, he doesn't have much time to teach these children, and he might not teach them very well himself. Lu Changsheng doesn't have many high expectations for these children. As long as they grow up safely and don't cause trouble for him, that's enough. He's not like most parents who hope their children will become outstanding individuals. He doesn't have high expectations, as the system allows him to know which of his children have spirit roots. Among this group of children, only 2 have spirit roots. The other children do not, so they will go into the secular world. With him as their father, these children will already be better off than most ordinary people when they enter the secular world. Further effort can only take them so far. Of course, he does have some requirements. He plans to have the children learn martial arts for strength and achieve martial arts mastery. Then, they can start families and establish a martial arts family in the secular world, extending the Lu family line. To be honest, with him as their father, achieving these goals isn't too difficult. As for his 2 children with spirit root, Lu Changsheng doesn't have many demands for them either. After all, the quality of their spirit roots was already set. He knows very well how difficult it is to pursue cultivation with such a spirit root. And Lu Changsheng doesn't want his children to push themselves too hard or endure too much hardship. He believes that moderation is enough. After all, one can't rush the process. The Lu family doesn't seek immediate success, but instead focuses on a long-term future. Lu Changxing didn't think too much about it and went to the dining hall to eat with Lu Miaoyun and the children. There was a large revolving round table in the middle of the dining room, allowing the whole family to sit together. Of course, the children were too young to sit at the table now, but when they grew older or if he had more wives and concubines, the table would no longer be enough to accommodate them all. Husband, this jade bamboo rice has been cooked with spiritual fire for 3 hours by little Qing. Try it and see how it tastes. Once Lu Changxing was seated at the head of the table, Lu Miaoyun brought over a small wooden bucket made of jade spirit bamboo and served him a bowl of rice. Each grain of rice in the bowl was fresh green, exquisite, and translucent like agate jade, exuding a bamboo fragrance that was captivating and mouth-watering. Lu Changxing took a bite and found it left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. After taking a couple more bites, he commented, as expected of first-tier spirit rice, "The taste is truly exceptional. You all should try it as well," Lu Changxing said to his wives and concubines. This jade bamboo rice had just been delivered by the Lu family the day before. It was part of the benefits Lu family offered him for becoming a medium-grade talisman master. After his promotion, his basic benefits did not change much. In addition to the usual 10 spirit stones, 30 pounds of spirit rice, and a bottle of yellow dragon elixir per month, he now received an additional 20 pounds of the Lu family's specialty, jade bamboo rice, each month. Jade bamboo rice had each grain as vibrant as jade. It not only contained rich spiritual energy and tasted sweet and fragrant, but eating it long-term could also nourish the body, cleanse impurities, and purify the flesh. Ordinary grains and vegetables would leave impurities in the body. This is why cultivators usually ate spirit rice. Compared to regular spirit rice, jade bamboo rice was of a higher grade, classified as first-tier spirit rice. Even for the Lu family, the annual production was quite limited. Only the elders and special guest elders received a certain quota each month. With Lu Changxing's promotion to medium-grade talisman master and his marriage to Lu Miaoyun, the Lu family provided him with 20 pounds of jade bamboo rice each month. In addition to the jade bamboo rice reward, there was another change. By completing the Lu family's assigned talisman-making tasks each month, he could earn an additional bonus of spirit stones. Before, there were no bonuses for completing the tasks. The bonus was not a lot, just 10 spirit stones, but it was a fair amount. If he could exceed the required tasks and produce additional talismans, the Lu family would purchase them at market price, which was an indirect improvement in his treatment and a motivating factor. Lu Changxing had no objections to these changes and thought they were satisfactory. After all, the Lu family had given him Lu Miaoyun as his wife and a servant girl as part of her dowry, which was also a form of reward. After spending several days together, Lu Changxing had grown quite fond of Lu Miaoyun, his young wife. Although she had the typical disposition of a young girl, she was sweet and sensible. She didn't carry herself with an entitled demeanor and quickly integrated with his current wives and concubines, getting along harmoniously and showing qualities of a great wife. Lu Changsheng was very pleased with this. As the saying goes, a beautiful face is not as valuable as a clever mind, and a virtuous wife will support your ambition to soar to the heavens. For Lu Changsheng at this point, their appearance and physique were not his primary concerns. An above-average appearance was sufficient, but the quality of their spiritual roots and moral character were the main factors. "Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband." Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, his wives and concubines began eating. However, there wasn't much jade bamboo rice, only a small wooden bucket was cooked. After Lu Changsheng took a large bowl, the others could only share a small portion for a taste. At this time, Little Qing brought over a tray with the remaining dishes and placed them on the table. Being Lu Miaoyun's maid, her skills involved spiritual planting and cooking. Although she was not a spiritual chef, her culinary skills were excellent, on par with top chefs in the mortal world. So, after following Lu Miaoyun, she took on the role of a little chef in the household. "There's still room, Little Qing. You can sit down and eat too," said Lu Changsheng. "I don't have so many rules here." Little Qing looked at Lu Changsheng with her clear big eyes, showing a sweet smile on her face, and responded crisply, "This servant isn't hungry." "Little Qing, when husband asks you to sit down, you should sit down," Lu Miaoyun said. Lu Miaoyun, who was beside him, knew her husband did not care much for formality or excessive rituals. She stood up and took Little Qing's arm, seating her beside her. "Thank you, young master," Little Qing responded crisply, and then served herself a bowl of rice and ate it in small bites. Time flew by, and more than a month had passed. With the daily nourishment from jade bamboo rice and spiritual wine, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel his physical condition improving significantly. However, there was still no progress in the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Unfortunately, that was the nature of a genuine level body tempering technique. Though powerful, the threshold for training is really high. It's very difficult to get started, and it has extremely high physical requirements. Lu Changsheng's body had not been weakened by indulgence, which was already an achievement. Thus, he had a long way to go to improve his physical foundation. To cultivate the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, he had to gradually nourish his body over time. At his current pace, he estimated it would take at least 2 or 3 years to achieve even a basic understanding of the technique. Unless, of course, he obtained a magical artifact through a system lottery as he previously hoped. He could then integrate it into his body, using the refinement technique, and use it to nourish himself. However, this possibility seemed far off. Recently, his 21st child was just born. To attempt the lottery, he would need to father 9 more children. Even after reaching a total of 30 children, there was no guarantee the system would reward him with a gift. Regardless of whether the system would provide anything, Lu Changsheng remained focused on his primary goal, fathering children. After over a month of effort, Lu Miaoyun successfully conceived. Although female cultivators often experience a depletion of spiritual energy during pregnancy, which can hinder their cultivation, the high-ranking members of the Lu family were delighted with the news. To them, the more children the couple had, the more stable the marriage would be, further solidifying Lu Changsheng's ties to the Lu family. Lu Changsheng was also very pleased. Given that Lu Miaoyun had a 7th-grade spirit root, there was a high probability that their children would inherit a spirit root as well. In particular, considering the precedent set by Chu Zhenjin, he was eagerly looking forward to the child in Lu Miaoyun's womb. Following Lu Miaoyun's pregnancy, Patriarch Lu Yuanding and the 4 elders provided her with nourishing supplements. In the world of cultivation, there is a mystical belief that if the mother has a healthy environment and receives adequate nourishment and spiritual energy during pregnancy, the child is more likely to possess a spirit root of higher quality. While the veracity of this belief was difficult to confirm, Lu Changsheng, having the means, was willing to accept this mystical concept and take advantage of it. He used some of his spirit stones to ensure his wives and children had access to spirit rice and spiritual vegetables daily. Previously, the 30 pounds of spirit rice he received monthly from the Lu family was far from enough for the entire family. It was primarily allocated to him, and his wives and children only got to enjoy spirit rice and spiritual vegetables occasionally. However, with the recent improvements in the Lu family's benefits, the steady income from selling talismans through Hongyi, and the gains from Nyoto Mountain, Lu Changsheng could now allocate his resources to improve his wives' and children's diet. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a letter. It was from Hongyi, reporting that his scent agents had learned some news in Zhoushan Prefecture. A strange man had appeared at the Chu family estate. Based on the investigation, there was a high likelihood that this man was Chu Chang'e. Someone had recognized Chu Chang'e by appearance at the time, and the fact that the man appeared inside the Chu family estate and asked about what had happened with the Chu family made it almost certain that this man was indeed Chu Chang'e. However, something was off, as Chu Chang'e had once been known for his refined, scholarly appearance, but now he seemed to have become sinister and demonic. His eyes were a deep red, like those of a monster. Hongyi wrote in the letter that Chu Chang'e vanished after his appearance, leaving no further information. Hongyi suspected that Chu Chang'e might have also started cultivating, but his path was that of the demonic, urging Lu Changsheng to be cautious. Demonic path. After reading the letter, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. As far as he knew, the Jiang country's cultivation world was dominated by the Heavenly Sword sect, with several immortal sects, cultivation families, and immortal cities all aligned with the righteous path. There were no known demonic forces in the Jiang country. Occasionally, there might be some rogue cultivators who had obtained demonic inheritances. Lu Changsheng did not expect his brother-in-law to have gone down the demonic path. I wonder if my brother-in-law will come looking for Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Changsheng pondered this. He was not particularly concerned about his brother-in-law finding his way to Qingzhou Mountain. After all, his conscience was clear, so he had nothing to fear. He had not only saved Chu Zhenjin, but they also shared mutual affection. How could his brother-in-law cause him trouble? Even if Chu Chang'e did not know the whole truth and came to confront him, he would need the ability to find him first. In Lu Changsheng's opinion, Chu Zhenjin had an 8th grade spirit root. Even if her brother also had a spirit root, it was unlikely to be particularly exceptional. Moreover, in Jiang country, demonic cultivators were treated as outcasts, and no one would risk openly pursuing Lu Changsheng. Sigh, it seems my brother-in-law is also a tragic figure, he thought. He pursued the path of cultivation, but followed the demonic path. He returned home only to find his family wiped out. Lu Changsheng sighed and shook his head. He had a somewhat favorable impression of his brother-in-law, even though they had never met. Chu Zhenjin had told him many stories about her childhood, and she often mentioned her brother. According to Chu Zhenjin, her brother was always studying and had a serious demeanor. He loved to lecture her and discuss complex principles, but he was not entirely rigid. He cared deeply for his sister, often helping her out when she made mistakes and covering for her in front of their parents. I won't tell Zhenjin about this for now, so as not to worry her. If, in the future, I have the ability and the chance to help my brother-in-law, I will consider doing so, provided he is still alive. But as for now, it's not something I can do much about. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, deciding not to dwell too much on the matter. After all, he was only a low-level cultivator at the 3rd stage of qi refining, simply trying to get by on Qingzhou Mountain. He didn't have the capacity to assist his brother-in-law at the moment, so there was no need to worry about it. Shortly after, he replied to Hongyi, telling him not to inquire about Chu Chang'e's news anymore. Otherwise, getting involved with the demon cultivator will be a problem. Half a month later. Husband, I've completed the process of guiding qi into my body and have become a cultivator. On this day, Chu Zhenjin, wearing a golden hairpin and a pink and white dress, approached Lu Changsheng with joy and excitement. After more than a year at Qingzhou Mountain, the baby fat on her face had disappeared, and her youthful innocence had matured. Her figure had become more voluptuous. Her pure and lovely face now had a touch of charm and grace of a married woman and mother. My dear Zhenjin has broken through the 1st stage of qi refining. Lu Changsheng was very happy to hear this news. With spirit roots, Lu Changsheng naturally hoped that his wives would also embark on the path of cultivation and accompany him for a longer time. Even if they didn't become a help in the future, at least cultivation would benefit their bodies in various ways. The reason why Chu Zhenjin only broke through the first level of qi refinement now was because she had previously been pregnant, nursing her baby, and recovering her body, which delayed her cultivation. Otherwise, with the second-level spirit vein in Qingzhou Valley, even without cultivation resources, she would have broken through the first stage of qi refining long ago. Looking at his charming young wife, whose every expression was full of allure, Lu Changsheng embraced her and said, "To celebrate my dear Zhenjin becoming a cultivator, let me reward you properly." Even though she was already a mother, Chu Zhenjin's shy nature had not changed. Upon hearing this, her heart fluttered with embarrassment, her cheeks flushed crimson. Before she could say anything, she felt warm lips on hers, and then her body softened. Soon, she was almost clinging to Lu Changsheng. After a while, she reluctantly parted her lips. "Husband, let's go back to the room. It's all right, we're in our own home, and there's no one here." Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Then, amidst Chu Zhenjin's stuttering and the rustling sound, the courtyard, in the midst of autumn, gained a hint of spring. In the following days, Lu Changsheng devoted most of his energy to Chu Zhenjin. Now that Chu Zhenjin had broken through the first stage of qi refining and had rested for half a year since the last childbirth, he naturally had to take good care of her and prepare for the second child. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. At the end of each month, it was the day when the fourth elder taught talisman making. On this day, after breakfast, Lu Changsheng went to the residence of the fourth elder. Since he had been there before, he didn't need anyone to show him the way. Walking through the corridor, Lu Changsheng arrived at a quiet courtyard. The walls of the courtyard were surrounded by emerald green bamboo, and in the middle stood a small pavilion with 5 tables and chairs placed beside it. At this moment, there was a stunning figure standing tall beside the pavilion. Her face was beautiful, her eyes clear as water, wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing her slender waist and round hips, contrasting with her white attire. Despite her simple white dress and embroidered shoes, her graceful figure and elegant temperament exuded a unique charm, giving off an ethereal and otherworldly aura. The gentle breeze brushed by, carrying with it strands of sunlight that fell upon the woman's white dress, giving her an aura of sanctity, as if she were adorned with a layer of holy golden radiance, making her appear more sacred and noble. Seeing her standing there so gracefully, like a character stepped out of a painting, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but show a hint of amazement in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because he had awakened memories, and the first immortal he saw in the cultivation world was Lu Miaoga, which led to him harboring a special sentiment towards her. Before, when he saw Lu Miaoga, due to the gap in their status and identity, Lu Changsheng had thoughts about her but didn't feel much. Now, with the confidence given by the system and the elevation of the Lu family status, Lu Miaoga in front of him was no longer so unattainable. As a result, when he saw Lu Miaoga, he couldn't help but have some thoughts that he hadn't had before, and he wanted to indulge in the idea of pressing this seemingly ethereal fairy down and enjoying her freely. Sigh, it's no wonder many people, once they have wealth and power, become morally corrupt. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He had only recently married his wife, Lu Miaoyun, and now he was having inappropriate thoughts about his wife's cousin. "Miss Lu," Lu Changsheng greeted Lu Miaoga without much thought. As the talisman master of the Lu family, Lu Miaoga would often come to learn talisman making from the fourth elders on this day every month. Since the other Lu family juniors who came to learn talisman making were all apprentices, the fourth elders divided the teaching into 2 batches. In the morning, it was Lu Miaoga and Lu Changsheng, and in the afternoon, it was the other Lu family juniors. Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoga greeted Lu Changsheng with a faint smile when she saw him. Her smile was shallow, like a snow lotus on the Tianshan Mountains, just blooming and then retracting, returning to its otherworldly and elegant appearance. This made Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think to himself that the two sisters were quite alike in this aspect. They both didn't like to smile, but when they did, they were very attractive. He didn't go up to talk to her or anything like that. Even though he had thoughts about Lu Miaoga in his heart, he couldn't just go pursue her. One reason was that his identity and situation weren't suitable for pursuing her, and another reason was that girls weren't pursued, they were attracted. Lu Changsheng sat down at the nearby table, waiting for the fourth elder to come over. Not long after, the fourth elder arrived at the courtyard. Her black hair with silver threads was elegantly tied up, and she was wearing a green-brown dress. She looked like a dignified and graceful lady. Grandmother. Aunt. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoga immediately bowed respectfully to the fourth elder. No need for formalities, please have a seat. The fourth elder waved her hand with a gentle and kind expression. Then she looked at two of them and said, Changsheng, Miaoga, show me the talismans you've been practicing recently. Upon hearing this, both of them took out their talisman crafting tools and began drawing talismans. Lu Changsheng was still drawing the fire cloud talisman he had revealed earlier. After all, when he first revealed himself as a first-tier medium-grade talisman master, his success rate was only 1 or 2 out of 10, so he naturally needed more practice. The fourth elder glanced at the two people drawing the talisman and was a little surprised when she saw Lu Changsheng drawing the fire cloud talisman one stroke at a time and with a steady wrist. Then, under the gaze of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng successfully completed the fire cloud talisman. Changsheng, you should have a success rate of about 60 to 70% when drawing the fire cloud talisman now, right? After watching Lu Changsheng draw the fire cloud talisman, the fourth elder showed a hint of surprise on her face and praised him. Lu Miaoga, who was drawing talismans next to them, heard this and couldn't help but tremble, causing the talisman she was drawing to fail. Then, she looked at Lu Changsheng with astonishment. Her face, as fair as snow, showed a look of surprise. She knew that Lu Changsheng had become a first-tier medium-grade talisman master 2 months ago. In just 2 months, he had increased the success rate of a first-tier medium-grade fire cloud talisman to 60 to 70%. His talent in talisman crafting was simply terrifying. She couldn't help but think back to 3 years ago when Lu Changsheng became a talisman crafting apprentice and she accompanied Uncle Fu to assess Lu Changsheng. At that time, she could already tell that Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman crafting was higher than her own. But she never imagined that Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman crafting would be even higher than she had imagined, and by such a large margin. Without anyone's guidance, in just over 3 years, he became a medium-grade talisman master. Now, under the guidance of the fourth elder, the fire cloud talisman, which originally had a success rate of only 20%, had increased to 60 to 70% in just 1 month. This progress was simply terrifying. Even though she had always been calm and had already started trying to draw high-level talismans to challenge herself to become a high-level talisman master, at this moment, in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and frustration. She pursed her lips, suppressed the feeling of loss and frustration in her heart, and took out another piece of talisman paper to draw talismans. Thanks to grandmother's guidance last time, I have been practicing hard at home during this period, which is why I have this success rate now. Lu Changsheng nodded. He was unaware that his actions had left Lu Miaoga feeling frustrated. The display of talent with the fire cloud talisman this time was something he had planned beforehand. It was part of his strategy. Under the guise of guidance and instruction from the fourth elder, he accelerated the revelation of his talent in talisman crafting. Very good, very good. Grandmother can see that there isn't much of a problem with your fire cloud talisman. It's just that during the transition, the delineation of the talisman lines is not yet smooth enough. But in this regard, as long as you practice more in your spare time, you'll become more proficient. The fourth elder praised Lu Changsheng repeatedly upon hearing his words. She continued towards Lu Changsheng, so today, I'll teach you how to draw the Windwalk Talisman. The Windwalk Talisman, like the Fire Cloud Talisman, is a first-tier medium-grade talisman. In terms of difficulty, it might be a bit higher than the Fire Cloud Talisman. Thank you, grandmother, Lu Changsheng said respectfully. He didn't care what talismans he learned or practiced. He completely followed the arrangements of the fourth elder. On one hand, it was because he didn't mind, and on the other hand, it was also one of the conditions of the Lu family's contract. He had to follow the arrangements of the Lu family to learn and practice the corresponding talismans. The Windwalk Talisman is different from the Fire Cloud Talisman. It emphasizes the concept of softness, not only in the strokes, but also in the output of spiritual power, conveying a sense of roundness. And a crucial aspect of the Windwalk Talisman is that, during each appearance of a turn, the stroke should be smooth, and the output of spiritual power should be continuous. The fourth elder explained the key points of the Windwalk Talisman to Lu Changsheng. Then, she drew a Windwalk Talisman on the spot, allowing Lu Changsheng to sense the fluctuations of spiritual power on it and draw the talisman lines accordingly. Yes, grandmother. Lu Changsheng nodded, picking up a stack of white paper from the side of the table and familiarizing himself with the drawing of the talisman lines on it. Generally, when drawing new talismans, it's customary to first familiarize oneself with the drawing of the talisman lines on white paper before attempting to craft the talismans on talisman paper. If one were to start practicing with talisman paper right away, it would essentially be a waste, as failure would be inevitable at this stage. Of course, Lu Changsheng was an exception to this rule. But in front of the fourth elder, he naturally maintained the appearance of a diligent learner. Later, the fourth elder looked at Lu Miaoge, who was still making talismans, and saw her fail again. Knowing that Lu Miaoge was still unfamiliar with the talisman she was trying to draw, she spoke up to explain the key points. Miaoge, the golden light shield talisman emphasizes firmness as the main aspect and softness as the auxiliary. The strokes should be soft yet firm, and the spiritual power output should be strong. When you make the first stroke, both the stroke and the spiritual power should be as strong as iron wrapped in cotton. When the talisman line turns at the first bend, you should focus more on restraint, while the spiritual power should have a release intent. After the ninth bend, the spiritual power needs to be continuously released. Talisman crafting becomes more difficult and complex as the grade of the talisman increases. There are strict rules for every stroke and every movement. There are many subtleties in the technique of drawing, such as strength and forcefulness, the interplay of firmness and softness, and the balance between them. It's very complicated. The golden light shield talisman that Lu Miaoge was trying to draw is a first-tier high-grade talisman, very complex, and it's a significant step up from medium-grade talismans. Yes, fourth aunt. Lu Miaoge nodded in response, her delicate face showing a focused expression as she continued to bend over and draw the talisman. But halfway through the drawing, smoke emerged from the talisman paper again, indicating another failure. Miaoge, you applied too much force in delineating the talisman lines, causing a clash with the spiritual power, hence the failure. Here, feel the strength of my spiritual power. The fourth elder pointed out the mistake aloud and then held Lu Miaoge's hand, slowly drawing the golden light shield talisman. Lu Changsheng also glanced over in their direction. He could tell that the fourth elder was indeed skilled in talisman crafting. At least, she was very familiar with the golden light shield talisman. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to guide someone in drawing the talisman in this manner. Miaoge, try again with this feeling. The fourth elder said after guiding Lu Miaoge to draw the golden light shield talisman. Yes, auntie. Lu Miaoge nodded gently and tried to draw the talisman again. However, she failed again halfway through the process. Seeing this scene, the fourth elder didn't say much. She simply encouraged, "It's okay, just practice more and get familiar with it." For a talisman master, this was very normal. If success came too easily, then becoming a talisman master wouldn't be as challenging. After a while, the fourth elder saw that Lu Changsheng was almost familiar with drawing the Windwalk talisman. She turned to him and said, "Come, Changsheng, let's see you draw the Windwalk talisman." "Yes, grandmother," Lu Changsheng responded and began to draw the Windwalk talisman. However, he also failed when he was about 1/5 of the way through. He was a genius, but not to the point of being abnormal. If he succeeded after just 1 or 2 attempts, it would be too astonishing and could lead to problems. Your hand is steady and your strokes are stable, but your spiritual power was a bit rushed just now. At this step, your hand should have some looseness, and the spiritual power should gently wrap around the strokes. Here, feel the strength of my spiritual power. After watching Lu Changsheng finish drawing, the fourth elder spoke and then also approached him, holding his hand and guiding him slowly through each stroke of the Windwalk talisman. Although there's the saying men and women shouldn't touch each other, Lu Changsheng was seen as a junior in the eyes of the fourth elder, practically their grandson-in-law, so they naturally didn't care about such things. During this process, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel the strength and flow of spiritual power coming from the touch of the fourth elder hands. At this step, your hand should be loose, and the spiritual power should wrap around the strokes with a bit of bounce. Your wrist should lightly tremble and then complete it in one go. Give it another try. The fourth elder spoke kindly to Lu Changsheng and then released his hand. Okay, grandmother. Lu Changsheng nodded, but instead of starting to draw immediately, he took out a gourd from his storage bag and took a sip of the wine inside before continuing to draw. Inside was the white jade 100 flowers wine, which could restore spiritual power and calm the mind, which was helpful for his talisman crafting. He naturally didn't need the wine to calm his mind, but he did need it to help restore his spiritual power. The fourth elder didn't say anything about this either. She knew that Lu Changsheng was only at the 3rd stage of Qi cultivation and couldn't draw many first-tier medium-grade talismans without relying on spiritual wine to replenish his spiritual power. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the 4th elder, Lu Changsheng failed when he was about 1/4 of the way through. Your spiritual power hasn't wrapped around the strokes and gathered at one point. Try again a few more times, the 4th elder commented after watching. So, under the guidance of the 4th elder, the morning passed. During this morning, neither Lu Changsheng nor Lu Miaoge succeeded in drawing new talismans. However, they had grasped the essentials of these talismans, and the next step was to go back and become more familiar with them and practice more. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chu Zhenjin, who had been receiving special attention from Lu Changsheng, came to him and said, "Husband, it seems like I'm pregnant." Pregnant? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was immediately delighted and leaned his head against Chu Zhenjin's stomach. At this moment, there were no fetal movements yet. However, as a cultivator, Lu Changsheng could faintly perceive the new life incubating in her belly. Yes, you're indeed pregnant. Come here, Zhenjin, let your husband give you a kiss. Seeing Chu Zhenjin pregnant, Lu Changsheng's mood improved instantly. He caressed his beautiful wife's cheek and fiercely kissed her tender lips. There were other sisters in the courtyard who couldn't help but giggle when they saw the scene, making Chu Zhenjin, who was being kissed, blush deeply. Feeling a little embarrassed, she gave her husband a playful punch, her delicate face blushing like a ripe peach, full of shyness. But this touch of girlish shyness combined perfectly with Chu Zhenjin's identity as a wife and mother, appearing both innocent and tempting. Seeing his wife like this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of desire, almost wanting to take care of his little wife on the spot. However, seeing how happy his husband was, Chu Zhenjin, with her blushing face, also showed a happy and contented smile. Now that both Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin were pregnant, Lu Changsheng was in a very good mood, feeling that life was becoming more and more hopeful. He was looking forward to the birth of the children of his 2 beloved wives. He also remembered that he still had 2 concubines who had not yet been pregnant, as well as a maid with spirit root. But now that Lu Miaoyun had only been pregnant for a month, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with the maid. After all, if the maid and his own mistress became pregnant at about the same time, it wouldn't be good. There would be some competition for favor. Although Lu Changsheng himself didn't mind, he still had to be careful since he was in the Lu family. Therefore, he planned to focus on his 2 concubines next. Lu Changsheng was also curious about these 2 concubines. If they became pregnant, would the hair and eye colors of the children follow him or his 2 wives? In the blink of an eye, It was the end of the month again, time for the fourth elder to guide them in talisman crafting. When the fourth elder checked the progress of Lu Myoga and Lu Changsheng's talismans, Lu Changsheng directly took out a Windwalk talisman and said to the fourth elder, "Grandmother, I successfully drew the Windwalk talisman yesterday." "What? You managed to draw the Windwalk talisman?" Upon hearing this, the fourth elder was first stunned. Then, looking at the Windwalk talisman in Lu Changsheng's hand, her face was filled with delight. She hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to successfully draw the Windwalk talisman in just 1 month. It's worth noting that the most difficult part of talisman crafting is the first step, going from 0 to 1. Once you succeed in the first step, the subsequent steps are relatively much simpler. Beside him, Lu Myoga, upon hearing this, also looked at Lu Changsheng with utter amazement. In the past 2 months, she hadn't made much progress with the Golden Light Barrier talisman she was practicing, despite it being a high-grade talisman. When she was at a similar stage to Lu Changsheng, learning a talisman of the same level, it took her almost 3 months to succeed. But now, Lu Changsheng had successfully drawn the Windwalk talisman in just 1 month. Lu Myoga bit her lip lightly, feeling a bit struck. She already had considerable talent in talisman crafting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the only talismanist among the Lu family juniors. Moreover, she was far ahead and was aiming to break through to the first-tier high-grade talisman master. The fourth elder had also told her that she had great talent in talisman crafting and had the potential to become a second-tier talisman master in the future. But at this moment, her once proud talisman crafting talent was completely overshadowed by Lu Changsheng. She could already see the day when she would be surpassed by Lu Changsheng. The fourth elder took the Windwalk talisman from Lu Changsheng's hand and carefully examined it, feeling the strokes and the flow of spiritual power on it. "You have no problem drawing the lines of the talisman. You are very stable in holding the pen and drawing the talisman, showing exceptional talent. However, in terms of spiritual power, this talisman still lacks a lot of refinement and stability. There are obvious issues with the spiritual points in the stroke, which could easily lead to failure if not careful." And the fourth elder critiqued Lu Changsheng's talisman in detail, pointing out where the problems were. Then she said, "Come, Changsheng, draw another Windwalk talisman for me to see." "Yes, grandmother." Lu Changsheng heard this and took out another piece of talisman paper, beginning to draw the talisman again. However, before he could finish half of it, the talisman emitted green smoke, indicating failure. At this point, you must tightly wrap the spiritual power around the pen stroke, but after the turning point appears, you should immediately release it with a bounce. The fourth elder spoke up, signaling Lu Changsheng to continue. However, Lu Changsheng failed again. He had just started yesterday, so his success rate in talisman crafting should be at most 10%, so he couldn't expect too much from himself. Under the guidance of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng failed 2 more times. Seeing this, the fourth elder didn't say anything. She just comforted him. "It's okay, you're a little nervous, and you've just started. You just need to get more familiar with it. Come, let grandmother guide you again." Then, she held Lu Changsheng's hand and guided him through drawing the Windwalk talisman once more. "Thank you, grandmother. Changsheng will work hard and not disappoint you," Lu Changsheng said to the fourth elder. "You're a good child. Your performance has already satisfied grandmother. I believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely become a second-tier talisman master in the future." The fourth elder spoke kindly. She was very satisfied with Lu Changsheng as her son-in-law. Not only did he have exceptional talent in talisman crafting, but he was also stable in character and treated her granddaughter well. The only downside was that he had too many wives and children. He spent too much time on marrying wives and having children. In her opinion, if Lu Changsheng could focus all his energy on talisman crafting and concentrate on the path of talismans, he would be able to go further in the future. "Oh right, Changsheng, you've been in the qi refining 3rd stage for a while now, haven't you?" Fourth elder suddenly turned to Lu Changsheng and asked. "Yes, grandmother, I reached the peak of the qi refining 3rd stage 8 months ago. But you also know about my spirit root. It's only a 9th grade spirit root." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had reached the peak of the qi refining third stage 8 months ago. During this time, he had never slackened in his cultivation, but he had never felt the bottleneck loosen. With a low-grade spirit root, every bottleneck was a hurdle. If you need it, grandmother can apply for a breakthrough pill for you within the family, the fourth elder said, contemplating slightly. The advancement from the qi refining third stage to the qi refining fourth stage, transitioning from the early to the middle stage of qi refining, was a hurdle. The worse the spirit root aptitude, the harder it was to break through. In such situations, besides relying on time, breakthrough pills could also be used to overcome bottlenecks. Thank you, grandmother, but I still want to try to break through on my own, Lu Changsheng politely declined. Although he was troubled by this bottleneck, he wasn't in a rush to rely on pills for help. The reason was simple. If he used a breakthrough pill to break through from the qi refining third stage to the qi refining fourth stage, the difficulty would increase when he tried to break through from the qi refining sixth stage to the qi refining seventh stage. If he used another breakthrough pill to break through from the qi refining sixth stage to the qi refining seventh stage, the difficulty of reaching foundation establishment would increase even more. Using some auxiliary pills like the yellow dragon pill occasionally would be fine, without much side effects. However, using a breakthrough pill to stimulate potential for advancement would have some impact. For most people, if they didn't consider foundation establishment, using breakthrough pills wouldn't have much of an impact. But Lu Changsheng was focused on the future, not the present. Lu Changsheng, not feeling rushed to break through, still preferred to attempt it on his own as much as possible. He planned to rely on pills for assistance only if he truly couldn't break through. Hearing Lu Changsheng's refusal, the fourth elder was slightly surprised but quickly smiled and praised him, saying, "Well, that's ambitious of you. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, feel free to come to me." Nearby, Lu Miaoga's eyes showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. After all, breakthrough pills like the one the fourth elder offered Lu Changsheng were extremely precious. A breakthrough pill for advancing to the mid-stage of qi refining could cost hundreds of spirit stones and was very rare, requiring contributions to the Lu family to exchange for it. Now, the fourth elder proposed to apply for one for Lu Changsheng, and he refused, expressing his intention to rely on himself for the breakthrough. With a 9th-grade spirit root, breaking through bottlenecks was no easy task. However, Lu Miaoga didn't say anything about it. She just added a few more impressions of Lu Changsheng in her mind. She felt that he was quite different from the image she had previously known. Later, the fourth elder talked to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoga about some knowledge of crafting talismans before letting them leave. "The way Miss just looked at me seemed a little different from usual," Lu Changsheng commented, watching Lu Miaoga's graceful figure as they left the elder's residence, raising his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he didn't believe that the young lady had developed feelings for him. Could it be that my recent display of talent in crafting talismans has affected her? He wondered suddenly. If that's the case, then this young lady isn't as aloof and indifferent as she appears on the surface. No one is truly immune to worldly desires. Everyone has emotions. Just like the second Miss back then, she appeared cold and noble on the outside, but her true character was not like that. With a light chuckle, Lu Changsheng didn't think too much about it and headed home. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 22nd child was born. Like most children, this one didn't possess a spirit root. By now, Lu Changsheng had grown accustomed to the disappointment of his children not having spirit roots. He no longer held any expectations. If a child did have a spirit root, he would consider it a pleasant surprise. However, surprises have a way of arriving suddenly and unexpectedly. A month later, when Lu Changsheng's 23rd child was born, he felt a strange and inexplicable palpitation throughout his entire being. It was the palpitation of the child possessing a spirit root. This sensation overwhelmed him with an indescribable and mysterious feeling, causing Lu Changsheng to have a premonition. His own spirit root had advanced. With the enhancement from this child's spirit root, his own spirit root had ascended from a 9th-grade spirit root to an 8th-grade spirit root. At that moment, a notification sound from the system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 3 descendants with spirit roots, gaining 1 lottery draw opportunity. Excellent. The surge of excitement from the advancement of his spirit root and the notification from the system filled Lu Changsheng with immense joy and excitement. He hadn't expected that this child would possess a spirit root, let alone elevate his own spirit root to the 8th grade. Moreover, the system rewarded him with a windfall. These 2 unexpected surprises, happening simultaneously, overwhelmed him with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Husband, what's wrong with you? His wives and concubines beside him couldn't comprehend why Lu Changsheng suddenly showed such joy. Lu Changsheng also realized he had become somewhat overly excited. It's just that I've finally figured out a problem with a talisman that has been bothering me for a while, so I'm feeling happy and excited for a moment. Lu Changsheng smiled and explained. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. When several wives and concubines heard this, they also smiled and congratulated him without suspicion or further thought. What's there to congratulate? The Lu family has added another child. That's the real joy. Lu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Internally, he couldn't help but remind himself that he needed to cultivate a more composed mindset to remain calm even in the face of great changes. Otherwise, if situations like this became more frequent, it would be easy for others to detect something amiss. He walked into the delivery room and immediately saw the midwife holding a swaddled bundle. Congratulations, sir, it's a girl, the midwife said to Lu Changsheng. A girl? A girl is fine too, after all. The first 2 were boys, Lu Changsheng replied casually. He didn't have strong feelings about having sons or daughters. He took the child from the midwife's hands. Perhaps because he was a cultivator, practicing the immortal posture technique, combined with the improved conditions of the child's mother during pregnancy, the child looked much better than a typical newborn, without the usual wrinkles. Even though Lu Changsheng was pleased to know that this child had a spirit root, he didn't show any special excitement or differentiation at this moment. After looking at the child for a while, Lu Changsheng left and went to his study. With this child's birth, the system rewards indicate a different level of achievement for the number of spirit root children compared to the total number of my children. This is normal. Spirit root children are obviously on a higher difficulty level. I wonder what the numbers will be like in the future, 5? Or maybe 10? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Thinking too much about these things would only lead to expectations, which could easily result in disappointment. It's better to go with the flow. After all, even if the system didn't come with a reward, he would still have had this child. Immediately, Lu Changsheng began the part he had been looking forward to the most. System, I want to draw. A light red virtual lottery board appeared. I wonder what I'll get this time. I hope it's a magic treasure. Looking at the lottery board in front of him, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath. Due to the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, he had high expectations for magic treasures. He wanted to see if the system could directly provide him with one for practicing the technique. After all, while techniques could produce all sorts of effects, as long as a magic treasure was adequate, it could be used for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Let's begin the draw. With a thought, golden light began to spin on the light red roulette wheel. After 5 seconds, the roulette wheel came to a stop. Under Lu Changsheng's nervous and expectant gaze, the golden light stopped at other. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the goo insect, peach blossom goo. The reward has been deposited in the system space. The host can check it at any time. A butterfly pattern resembling 2 peach blossoms emerged from the roulette wheel, accompanied by a notification sound from the system. A goo insect, peach blossom goo. Lu Changsheng frowned upon seeing the reward. Not getting the technique or magic treasure he wanted didn't disappoint Lu Changsheng too much. After all, he had been disappointed many times before. He knew that with lottery draws, things wouldn't always go as he wished. The future was long, and there would be plenty of opportunities for draws. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually draw the rewards he desired. He looked at the peach blossom goo in the system space. Goo insect, peach blossom goo. Quality, heavenly spirit goo. Description: a miraculous goo insect created by the goo cultivator, peach blossom immortal. It can improve the host's skin, enhance their charm, create an extremely attractive appearance to the opposite sex, and boost the host's romantic luck. Lu Changsheng didn't know much about goo insects. He was aware that within the various arts of cultivation, there were factions similar to beast taming, such as poison, corpse refining, and ghost cultivation. He hadn't explored these aspects in detail. However, due to his trust in the system and the 3 words, heavenly spirit goo, and the description of its effects, he felt that this peach blossom goo was extraordinary. It must be a top-grade goo insect. First, the immortal posture technique, and now the peach blossom goo? Does this mean I'm destined to rely on my appearance in the future? Lu Changsheng clicked his tongue. Having experienced the changes brought about by the immortal posture technique, he was quite looking forward to the effects of the peach blossom goo. After all, he had become quite handsome after practicing the immortal posture technique for more than 3 years. Now, with the peach blossom goo, wouldn't he become the dream of countless immortal maidens in the future? Especially since the enhancement of the peach blossom goo was aimed at the opposite sex. Not only did it enhance charm, but it also boosted romantic luck. Handsome looks and good romantic luck, it was a surefire combination. It was like a tailor-made assassin for gathering wives and concubines in the future. Romantic luck. Romantic luck also falls under the category of luck, although it's a bit mysterious in the cultivation world. Most books only mention that some people are born with great luck, able to turn bad luck into good, and even stumble upon treasures effortlessly, making remarkable progress on the path of cultivation. Although this peach blossom goo can improve a person's luck, it can enhance their romantic luck. I wonder if with this peach blossom goo, I'll have continuous romantic encounters in the future on my path of cultivation. I should look for more information about luck and goo insects later. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he liked to read various books, he only had a superficial understanding of luck and goo insects. Now that he had obtained this peach blossom goo, he decided to learn more about these topics in the future. Without further thought, Lu Changsheng used his mind to extract the peach blossom goo from the system space. As Lu Changsheng extracted the peach blossom goo, a butterfly with wings resembling 2 pink and white peach petals appeared before him out of thin air. The peach blossom goo was only the size of a thumb, emitting a faint pink light, sparkling and delicate. Holding it in his hand, it felt soft and smooth, as if he were holding 2 peach petals, without much weight. Fragrant peach blossom scent emanated from it, refreshing his senses. Lu Changsheng looked at the peach blossom goo in his hand and could clearly feel a strange and intimate connection with it, just like when he obtained the 9 netherworld hound before. There was no need to tame or subdue it by any means. The system helped with that directly. Additionally, through the system, he learned that to control and master this type of goo insect, he needed to refine it. The refining process was simple. First, feed it with a drop of essence and blood, and then gradually refine the goo insect with the power of spiritual consciousness. Knowing the basic usage of the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate. He squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertip and fed it to the peach blossom goo. The goo had a sesame-sized mouthpiece, which slowly licked up the blood. After a moment, the peach blossom goo finished consuming the blood. Lu Changsheng then enveloped the peach blossom goo with his spiritual power, invading its body and will to refine it. For many goo cultivators, refining goo insects was a very dangerous task. Although goo insects lacked intelligence, they were living beings with instinctive will to survive. Faced with the refining process of cultivators, they would naturally resist instinctively. Some fierce and domineering goo insects might even counterattack the refiner. However, since Lu Changsheng obtained this peach blossom goo from a lottery draw via the system, there was already a subtle connection between them, so this wasn't an issue. Under his spiritual power, the peach blossom goo not only didn't resist at all, but also actively cooperated, allowing Lu Changsheng's spiritual power to enter its body and refine it. This saved Lu Changsheng from the need to suppress the peach blossom goo's will with his own mental strength. An hour later, Lu Changsheng sighed as he looked at the partially translucent peach blossom goo in his hand. It wasn't because he had finished refining it, but rather because his spiritual power was exhausted, and he needed to rest and recover. If it weren't for obtaining this peach blossom goo from the system lottery draw, with my current cultivation level, I wouldn't have been able to refine it, let alone succeed in refining it. I might even have been counterattacked, and my own self would be injured. Lu Changsheng shook his head, unable to hide his admiration. During this hour, he had fully exerted his spiritual power to refine the peach blossom goo. As a result, his spiritual power was depleted, and he hadn't even refined 1/10 of the peach blossom goo. It was worth noting that this was with the peach blossom goo fully cooperating the entire time. If the peach blossom goo had resisted even slightly, he would have faced difficulties in refining it. However, this also indicates that this peach blossom goo is even more extraordinary, far beyond what an ordinary qi refining stage cultivator can handle, Lu Changsheng mused. Only someone like me, who relies on the system, can obtain things far beyond their own stage. Now that I've recovered my spiritual power, I'll see what changes have occurred since my spirit root advanced to the 8th grade. Lu Changsheng began to meditate and cultivate, regaining his spiritual strength and observing the changes that had occurred since his spirit root had advanced from the 9th to the 8th level. An hour passed, and Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. After the meditation and cultivation just now, he realized that there hadn't been a significant increase in his cultivation speed since his spirit root had advanced from the 9th grade to the 8th grade. It had only increased by about 10%. The cultivation speed with an 8th grade spirit root is roughly 30% faster than with a 9th grade spirit root, Lu Changsheng concluded. Considering the boosts from Little 7 and Little 17 earlier, my spirit root was already close to the 8th grade, Lu Changsheng murmured to himself. So, with the addition of this daughter's boost, even though my spirit root advanced from the 9th grade to the 8th grade, the actual improvement isn't significant. The increase in cultivation speed of about 10% also indicates that this child's spirit root is probably a low-grade spirit root, similar to Little 17's spirit root, which is probably a 7th or 8th grade spirit root. Lu Changsheng continued his thoughts. He didn't feel any sense of loss. After all, whether it was a 9th grade spirit root or an 8th grade spirit root, they were both low-grade spirit roots, and the difference between them wasn't too great. Therefore, advancing from a 9th grade spirit root to an 8th grade spirit root wouldn't lead to any significant qualitative changes. However, for Lu Changsheng, the advancement from a 9th grade spirit root to an 8th grade spirit root was still a milestone. At least he had taken the first step in advancing his spirit root. In the future, as more and more children with spirit roots came along, his spirit root would eventually advance step by step, from a low-grade spirit root to a medium-grade or high-grade one. Perhaps even to the legendary Earth spirit root or Heaven spirit root. Spirit root not only affects cultivation speed, but also affects cultivation bottlenecks, Lu Changsheng pondered. I wonder how much help advancing from a 9th grade spirit root to an 8th grade spirit root will be in breaking through the bottleneck of advancing from the 3rd stage of qi, refining to the 4th stage. Besides influencing cultivation speed, the grade of spirit root also affects the bottlenecks in cultivation. The better the spirit root, the weaker the bottlenecks. Lu Changsheng had read in books before that for spirit roots of the caliber of Earth spirit root or Heaven spirit root, there was no concept of bottlenecks from qi refining all the way to the foundation establishment stage. Under the prospect of smooth cultivation all the way to the future, Lu Changsheng could potentially break through to the core formation stage and condense a high-grade golden core. Without dwelling further on these distant prospects, Lu Changsheng rose from his study and made his way to the training room to continue his cultivation and restore his spiritual power. The next day, Lu Changsheng visited the library at the Qingyu Mountain Estate, searching for books on luck and gu cultivation. However, he found that there were no books on luck within the Lu family, and the information on gu cultivation was also scarce. He only came across a few brief introductions to gu insects in an ancient text. For instance, gu insects were classified into 6 levels: ordinary gu, spirit gu, mystic spirit gu, earth spirit gu, heavenly spirit gu, and immortal gu. The higher-level gu insects, like immortal gu, were legendary entities akin to true spirit bloodlines among demonic beasts and were exceedingly rare. Even earth spirit goo and heavenly spirit goo belonged to the realm of legend, being extremely rare. This insight gave Lu Changsheng a rough understanding of the preciousness of the peach blossom goo, which was likely comparable to the 9 netherworld hound with its celestial bloodline. Goo insects would undergo continuous transformations as they matured, progressing from low to high levels such as first transformation, second transformation, third transformation, fourth transformation, fifth transformation, and so forth. Corresponding to stages in a cultivator's qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, and divine transformation stage. The peach blossom goo that Lu Changsheng had obtained naturally belonged to the first transformation. In the following days, in addition to his daily meditation and cultivation, as well as crafting talismans, Lu Changsheng made time to refine the peach blossom goo. He hoped to complete its refinement as soon as possible to see its specific effects. After all, he was quite eager for any improvements it might bring to his own condition and his fortune in love. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng finally completed the refinement of the peach blossom goo. At that moment, he felt a strange connection to the peach blossom goo, as if it had become a part of his own body. Simultaneously, he gained a detailed understanding of the peach blossom goo. Peach blossom goo fed on fortune and thrived on the flourishing of romantic opportunities around its host. As the host's romantic fortune increased, the peach blossom goo grew faster. Each transformation of the peach blossom goo would enhance the host's romantic fortune even further. However, the growth and transformation of the peach blossom goo would be limited by the cultivation level of its master. If the master had not reached the foundation establishment stage, the peach blossom goo would not be able to advance to the second transformation, regardless of how much romantic fortune it absorbed. Currently, the peach blossom goo had 3 effects. The first 2 effects were as previously described by the system. They subtly improved the host's physique, making their skin radiant and their aura exceptional, thus increasing their attractiveness to the opposite sex. At the same time, it enhanced the host's romantic fortune, though this effect was intangible and could not be directly observed. The third effect of the peach blossom goo was an active one. By activating the peach blossom goo, it could release a fragrance known as the 5 elements peach blossom mist. This fragrance had a bewitching effect on both humans and animals, influencing them in various ways depending on the strength of the goo insect. As the peach blossom goo was currently at the first transformation stage, the potency of this 5 elements peach blossom mist was roughly equivalent to the qi refining stage. This peach blossom goo seems like something a philanderer would use, isn't it? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. Otherwise, where would a decent person find such a goo to refine? It's about shaping an attractive appearance, boosting romantic fortune, and resorting to such underhanded tactics. Having understood the effects of the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng didn't pay much heed to its questionable nature. After all, the morality of an object depended on its user. As an upright gentleman, even if the peach blossom goo was not entirely proper, Lu Changsheng would ensure it was used for noble purposes. Lu Changsheng retracted the peach blossom goo, which flew directly to the middle of his forehead, forming a pink peach blossom petal imprint between his eyebrows. Over the next period of time, this peach blossom goo would subtly improve his physical condition and, in a mysterious way, enhance his romantic fortune. Lu Changsheng gently touched the peach blossom imprint on his forehead, and with a slight mental command, the imprint immediately dimmed and disappeared, hidden from view. When not actively using the peach blossom goo, the peach blossom imprint could remain concealed, ensuring that he didn't appear peculiar with a peach blossom mark on his forehead like some sort of effeminate man. I haven't been able to go out in Qingyu Mountain all day. I wonder if this good luck will have any effect. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of the young lady, feeling a bit hopeful. Exiting the training room, he noticed that night had fallen. Lu Changsheng went to a secluded courtyard and called for Jiu'er and Shu'er, his 2 favored concubines, to his room, where they began their endeavors. He had been focusing on taking care of these 2 women, but neither had conceived yet. However, Lu Changsheng wasn't overly concerned. He believed that with more effort, there would eventually be results. Sure enough, 6 days later, Lu Changsheng discovered that Shu'er had successfully become pregnant. Then, with his relentless efforts, a month later, Jior also successfully conceived. Including the children in the wombs of these two concubines, Lu Changsheng's total number of children reached 30. Recently, his 24th child was born. That meant there were 6 more children to be born before system might reward him with bonus points. Lu Changsheng still held high expectations for the rewards from the system. Lu Changsheng sighed, realizing that at this stage, he couldn't rely on having more children and could only depend on the system to lend him a hand. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. It had been over 2 months since he had refined the peach blossom goo. Initially, Lu Changsheng had high hopes for the peach blossom goo. However, after these 2 months had passed, he felt no change in himself and no sign of the so-called romantic fortune. His anticipation gradually faded, and he stopped paying much attention to the peach blossom goo. After all, he was already quite handsome, and any enhancement from the peach blossom goo would be like icing on the cake. As for romantic fortune, it was such a mysterious thing that he didn't have much expectation for it. One day, while meditating in the training room, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a tremor. The bottleneck he had been facing at 3rd stage of qi refining for a year seemed to loosen slightly. The elders had previously guided him in his cultivation, and he knew that this sensation indicated an opportunity to break through to the 4th stage of qi refining. Without hesitation, he took out a yellow dragon pill and swallowed it, then held several spirit stones in his hand, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, rapidly circulating his spiritual energy. The pill dissolved in his body and rapidly consumed, while the spiritual energy from the spirit stones surged into his body, accelerating the rotation of his spiritual power. After a while, there was a loud boom. Lu Changsheng's body shook violently, and dirt oozed out of his pores, making him feel as if he were floating. The spiritual energy in his dantian and sea of qi was no longer separate but intermingled like streams. 4th stage of qi refining stage, spiritual energy is like a stream and purifies the body of impurities. I've finally broken through to the middle stage of qi refining. Lu Changsheng exclaimed with joy, feeling the smoothly flowing spiritual power in his body. It had taken him a year to reach the pinnacle of 3rd stage of qi refining, and now, after much effort, he had finally broken through. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel that if his spirit root hadn't advanced from 9th grade to 8th grade over 2 months ago, he might have been stuck for even longer. No wonder Hong Yi has been stuck at 3rd stage of qi refining for 3 or 4 years without breaking through to stage 4. Lu Changsheng realized, understanding why Hong Yi had remained at this stage for so long. Lu Changsheng also understood that while he enjoyed the benefits of the 2nd-tier spirit vein in Qingzhou Valley and consumed high-quality spiritual food and drinks, Hong Yi, despite having an 8th-grade spirit root, faced more difficulties in breaking through due to the scarcity of spiritual energy and limited resources in the mundane world, coupled with his busy schedule. This comparison also made him think of Xianxia, who had broken through to the 3rd stage of qi refining during the 3-year agreement. Reflecting on it now, it was truly terrifying how powerful a 4th-grade spirit root was. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but imagine how much more formidable it would be with a higher-grade spirit root, or even the legendary Earth or Heaven spirit roots. Without dwelling too much on these thoughts, Lu Changsheng stood up and performed a cleansing technique to remove the impurities and dirt expelled from his body during the breakthrough. Then, with excitement, he walked out of the training room. It was winter, and snowflakes were gently falling outside, covering the ground in a blanket of white. Despite the cold, Lu Changsheng only felt a momentary chill when he opened the door, as the spiritual energy within him and the magic robe he wore immediately dispelled the cold. It's been 5 years since I came to the Lu family. Lu Changsheng mused as he looked at the snow-covered bamboo trees. Thinking back to how he had awakened his memories of his past life on the heart-questioning platform, been eliminated from the Blue Cloud sects assessment, and chosen to become a son-in-law of the Lu family, he realized how far he had come. In 5 years, He had transformed from an ordinary person to a cultivator at 4th stage of qi refining and had risen from being a seated son-in-law to a respected member of the Lu family, marrying the granddaughter of an elder. With a content smile, Lu Changsheng walked into the courtyard, where several children were playing in the snow, a testament to his efforts over the past 5 years. Daddy. In the courtyard, a little girl dressed in a red cotton coat and fur jacket, swinging on a swing, eating candied haws, spotted Lu Changsheng and called out crisply. Then she hopped off the swing and ran over to Lu Changsheng with her short legs, handing him the candied haws. She smiled and said, "Daddy, it's so sweet, so sweet." A smile unconsciously spread across Lu Changsheng's face as he tasted one of the candied haws. Indeed, it was very sweet, sweet to the core. Glancing at Lu Ping'an and the other sons playing with 9 Netherworld Hound, Lu Changsheng snorted with dissatisfaction and lifted his daughter up. He held her slightly chilly little hand and said warmly, "Let's go, it's cold outside, let's play inside." Sure enough, his daughter was always thoughtful. With his daughter Lu Zilil in his arms, Lu Changsheng walked into the main hall. There were several braziers placed on either side of the hall, with charcoal burning to dispel the chill. The wives and concubines were happily chatting together. However, there were always a few toddlers who had just learned to walk, toddling around. They not only looked like they were about to fall over at any moment, but also liked to pick up anything and put it in their mouths, requiring constant supervision. Da-da-da. At this moment, little 7 Lu Xian rode a mechanical wooden horse and came to Lu Changsheng's side, asking him to move aside. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stood still and refused to move. Then Lu Xian used the mechanical wooden horse to bump into Lu Changsheng. As a result, both he and the wooden horse toppled over and fell to the ground, and his little mouth opened as if he were going to cry. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. He immediately used his control over objects to manipulate the mechanical wooden horse, making it move around his son with a clatter. Lu Xian, who was about to cry, saw the scene and instantly stopped crying. He climbed back onto the mechanical horse and, under Lu Changsheng's control, began to run around, playing happily. Although this child had spirit root, there was absolutely no sign of him being precocious or understanding things early, just like a normal child. "Daddy, hug." On the side, little 10, who was playing, saw Lu Changsheng and walked over with wobbly steps, holding out her chubby hands. Lu Changsheng held Lu Zilil with one hand and lifted little 10 with the other. Seeing the steamed white jade bun in her hand, he said, "Give Daddy a bite, please." Little 10 thought for a moment and then handed it to him. "Daddy will show you how to eat a big bun in one bite," Lu Changsheng said, and then ate the entire white jade bun in little 10's hand, which was as big as an adult's fist. This surprised Lu Zilil in his arms, little 10, and the other toddlers nearby, who all widened their eyes. However, the next moment, little 10 looked down at her empty hand. "Huh? Where's my bun?" Watching Lu Changsheng chewing with his mouth full, her little mouth pouted in grievance, as if saying, "You ate such a big bun all by yourself, not leaving any for me. Husband, why do you always like to tease the children?" Lu Miaoyun came over with a bulging belly and scolded him. Every time Lu Changsheng came, he would tease the children until they cried and then coax them back. In her opinion, he was just idle. Saying that, she took out a steamed white jade bun from the steamer nearby and handed it to little 10, showing a maternal smile, and said, "Here, Rui, be good, don't cry. Children, it's just for fun." Lu Changsheng didn't mind at all and also took a white jade bun to eat. The taste of this bun was very good, made from flour ground from white jade spirit wheat. Now that he had the means, in addition to daily meals, Lu Changsheng would also purchase many spirit materials and spirit foods to keep at home, allowing Xiaoqing to make some desserts for his wives and children. With such daily meals and living on Qingyu Mountain, the wives and children were becoming healthier and healthier. I won't say much, but raising children like this, they will definitely all be martial arts prodigies in the future. Husband, your aura. Have you broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining? At this moment, Lu Miaoyun looked at Lu Changsheng, her face showing a hint of surprise. Having lived with Lu Changsheng for a long time, she naturally noticed the changes in the spiritual energy aura on Lu Changsheng's body, which had become much thicker than usual. Yes, after grinding for so long, I finally broke through this barrier. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile. Congratulations, husband, on breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Lu Miaoyun's face showed a smile as she congratulated him. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband, on breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Congratulations, husband, on advancing further in the path of immortality. Wow! Daddy is amazing! Congratulations, Daddy! Congratulations, Daddy! A group of wives and concubines congratulated Lu Changsheng one after another, causing several children to join in shouting. It's just reaching the 4th stage of qi refining. Lu Changsheng waved his hand with a smile. One couldn't help but admit that the feeling of being liked, admired, and adored by his wives, concubines, and children was very satisfying, fulfilling the masculinity in his heart. Every time, he would feel a sense of pride, happiness, and contentment in his heart. Later, Lu Changsheng played with the children while chatting with his wives and concubines. This was how he relaxed in his leisure time. Otherwise, staying indoors every day, besides practicing cultivation, the only other activity was procreation. Such a monotonous life, although tolerable for a short time, could become quite tedious over an extended period. The next day, Lu Changsheng went to the residence of the 4th elder. Today wasn't the end of the month, which was the day for the 4th elder to teach talisman crafting and cultivation. But before, the 4th elder had told him to tell her after breaking through the 4th stage of qi refining. Although he didn't know what the matter was, since his grandmother instructed him, Lu Changsheng naturally came over. After all, there was nothing to hide about such matters. Master, the old lady is currently crafting talismans. It might take a while, the housekeeper in charge of the 4th elder's residence said respectfully as he offered Lu Changsheng some tea. Grandma Zizhu, I'm not in a hurry. You can go ahead and do your work, Lu Changsheng said as he took the tea and spoke to the housekeeper. After about half an hour, the 4th elder arrived in the hall. She looked different from her usual attire today, wearing a lotus crown and a blue-brown Taoist robe, resembling a female Taoist. She seemed a bit less elegant and noble, but had a bit more ethereal elegance. Lu Changsheng knew that although his grandmother was a first-class talisman master, her success rate in crafting top-grade talismans wasn't particularly high. Normally, when she wanted to craft top-grade talismans, she would select an auspicious day and conduct purification rituals, such as cleansing her body, face, and hands, to enhance her success rate. This female Taoist attire was also one of her rituals for talisman crafting. Lu Changsheng stood up and bowed respectfully, Grandmother. Changsheng, is there something you need from your grandmother? The 4th elder looked at Lu Changsheng, her face showing a warm smile. Lu Changsheng had been married to Lu Miaoyun for more than half a year now. During this time, the 4th elder had observed his behavior. She saw him diligently and modestly carry out his tasks, as well as his outstanding talent in talisman crafting. This made her increasingly satisfied with her grandson-in-law. She believed that her decision to marry Lu Miaoyun to Lu Changsheng was simply spot on. She even cared less about Lu Changsheng's multitude of wives and concubines, because she also found that Lu Changsheng wasn't as she had initially thought, indulging in the pleasures of women all day long. Over the past half-year, not only did he not neglect his talisman crafting duties, but his performance had also improved. Huh? Changsheng, you've broken through to the 4th stage of qi refining. At this moment, the 4th elder noticed the change in Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy and showed a hint of surprise and joy on her face. Although Lu Changsheng had been using the technique of restraining his aura to conceal the spiritual energy within his body, his mastery of this technique was not particularly profound. He had only reached a stage of basic proficiency. After all, he hadn't spent much time focusing on these foundational spells after mastering them all. With the 4th elder's strength at the 9th stage of qi refining, a closer look would easily reveal the changes in Lu Changsheng's cultivation. Yes, I broke through to the fourth stage of qi refining yesterday, so I came to inform grandmother today. Lu Changsheng nodded and replied. Well done, well done. I didn't expect you to break through to the fourth stage of qi refining so quickly. You're even faster than grandmother imagined, the fourth elder said with a smile as she sat down beside him. Now that you've reached the fourth stage of qi refining, there's something grandmother wants to entrust to you. What is it, grandmother? Lu Changsheng asked, feeling a bit puzzled. What could he, a cultivator at the fourth stage of qi refining, do? Our Lu family has a spirit talisman shop in the Jiolong market, and grandmother thought of letting you manage it. The fourth elder said. Manage the talisman shop? Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised to hear this. As a cultivation family, Lu family naturally had multiple sources of income. Like the green bamboos that cover the mountains, the green bamboos are one of the main incomes of the Lu family. Spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and spirit herbs grown during ordinary times were used by the family, and the surplus was sold in the market. Therefore, the Lu family also owned its own shops in some cities. He knew about the Jiolong market, which was relatively close to Qingju Mountain, a large market established by the dominant power in this area, the Blue Cloud sect. After so many years in the Lu family and being part of its core circle, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Lu family situation. Like the Qingju Mountain Lu family, such cultivation families are considered independent forces, but they are actually under the jurisdiction of the Blue Cloud sect. They have to pay a certain tribute to the Blue Cloud sect every year. That's why Lu Yuanding could go to the Blue Cloud sect's mountain range to recruit disciples as sons-in-law. If it were a force unrelated to the Blue Cloud sect, would such a thing be possible? Back then, when the Lu family of Qingju Mountain and the Qin family of the Hongya Valley fought over the ownership of a spirit stone mine, both sides resorted to violence, even involving their foundational ancestors. In the end, it was the elders of the Blue Cloud sect who intervened and called for a halt, forcing both families to cease hostilities. Of course, the Blue Cloud sect ultimately took 40% of the profits from the spirit stone mine. The remaining 60% was divided equally between the Lu family and the Qin family, 30% each. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, strength is paramount. The Lu family and the Qin family fought tooth and nail over a few shares of profit from the spirit stone mine. Yet, when the Blue Cloud sect intervened, they simply took 40%, and neither family dared to utter a word. The fact that this talisman shop could operate in the Jiolong market indicates that among the various shops owned by the Lu family, it was considered quite successful. Lu Changsheng never expected that the fourth elder would entrust such a shop to him. Yes, Miaoge was previously in charge of this talisman shop, the fourth elder continued. But as you know, Miaoge has now become a high-grade talisman master and is preparing to break through to the seventh stage of qi refining, so she simply doesn't have the time or energy for it. That's why I thought of letting you learn how to manage it. Granny was a bit worried about you before, but now that you've broken through to the fourth stage of qi refining, I feel much more at ease. Consider it a learning experience. Once you're familiar with it, Granny will hand over the management of this talisman shop directly to you. The tasks involved are quite simple. Keep an eye on the shop, replenish the stock every month, and occasionally train apprentices. During this time, Granny will also provide you with a salary, the fourth elder said slowly, lifting the teacup and taking a sip. In the Lu family, aside from Lu Changsheng, there were only 3 talisman masters, herself, Lu Miaoge, and a Lu family disciple who had recently been promoted to a medium-grade talisman master. Lu Miaoge needed to focus on talisman crafting and had to spend time cultivating, leaving her with little time to manage the shop. The newly promoted Lu family disciple was clearly not suitable for the task. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, was not only a medium-grade talisman master, but also her grandson-in-law. Over the past 6 months, she had been quite satisfied with his performance and had come to see him as part of the family. She thought of entrusting the shop to him, not only to avoid hiring an external talisman master to oversee the shop, but also to allow Lu Changsheng to get involved in the family business and gain some experience. After hearing the fourth elder's words, Lu Changsheng's first instinct was to refuse. He simply wanted to live peacefully within the Lu family. However, with the fourth elder's words reaching this point, he couldn't refuse without a valid reason. After all, in a cultivation family like the Lu family, family members enjoyed the benefits and privileges brought by the family. When they reached a certain age and level of strength, they were expected to contribute to the family. Even someone as talented as Lu Miaoge, with her talent in talisman crafting and her status as the patriarch's daughter, was no exception. Since he had married Lu Miaoyun, he was now considered part of the Lu family, and there was no escaping these responsibilities. Moreover, the fourth elder's decision to entrust the talisman shop to him was also a gesture of goodwill and concern for his well-being. It not only provided him with an additional source of income, but also allowed him to take on more responsibilities and gain more exposure, thereby elevating his status within the Lu family. Changsheng will follow Granny's arrangement, Lu Changsheng said after a moment of contemplation and bowed respectfully. He understood that it was not realistic to continue living within the Lu family without venturing outside or doing anything, even until the foundation establishment stage. Since that was the case, he might as well accept it. The Jiolong market, established by the Blue Cloud sect, is a large market with foundational cultivators overseeing it. There aren't many who dare to cause trouble within the market. If he were to manage the talisman shop there, he wouldn't have to worry too much about danger. Moreover, managing the shop would not only provide him with additional income, but also give him the opportunity to easily sell the thousands of talismans he had stored. This would make it much easier for him to purchase materials for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique in the future. Over the past 6 months, when trading talismans with the people dispatched by Hong Yi, he had also asked Hong Yi to help him purchase some materials. However, the back-and-forth communication was troublesome, and many of the required materials might not even be available. If he went to the Jiolong market himself, it would be much more convenient to purchase whatever materials he needed. The only downside was that life in the market wouldn't be as comfortable as it was now. He wouldn't have access to the second-order spirit vein, his wives wouldn't be by his side, and he would have to postpone having children. However, going to the market would also provide him with the opportunity to see if he could find some fairies with spirit roots to take as concubines. After all, if he wanted to have children, especially ones with spirit roots, he would need to take concubines. Perhaps his ineffective peach blossom goo might come in handy then. Currently, Lu Changsheng felt that he hadn't encountered any romantic luck because he stayed indoors all day. All right, it's settled then. When Miaoge returns in a few days, you can go with her, the fourth elder nodded with a smile. Yes, Granny. Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement. Then he took 2 boxes of spirit fruit pastries from the fourth elder's house and headed home. The moment he got back home, Lu Changsheng talked to his wives, including Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin, about his plan to go to the Jiolong market soon. The wives had mixed feelings about it. On one hand, they were happy that Lu Changsheng could take charge of the family business, which meant he was important to the Lu family. On the other hand, they were worried because Lu Changsheng would be away from home for a long time, and they would miss him. This Jiolong market isn't far from Qingju Mountain. I can come back once a month, just like the eldest lady. And once I get more familiar with things over there, I can take you all out for a visit as well, Lu Changsheng told his wives. He had always found life in Qingju Valley a bit dull and boring. The same was true for his wives. So, he thought that if things were more stable in Jiolong market, he could eventually bring some of his wives over to live there for a change of pace. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. The women were quite pleased to hear that. Husband, take Xiaoqing with you when you go. That way, there will be someone to take care of you. At this time, Lu Miaoyun said to Lu Changsheng, I'm a grown man, I don't need someone to take care of me. Besides, you need Xiaoqing to take care of you now. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary. Please, husband, take Xiaoqing with you. I can't be there to accompany you, so let Xiaoqing stay with you, please. Lu Miaoyun bit her pink lip gently and looked at Lu Changsheng with her big, bright eyes. She also held Lu Changsheng's arm and gently shook it, pouting sweetly. She had suggested before that Lu Changsheng take Xiaoqing in. But Lu Changsheng, knowing Lu Miaoyun was pregnant, didn't agree and planned to consider it after Lu Miaoyun gave birth. All right, I'll take her. I'll do as you ask, Yuner. Lu Changsheng was always soft-hearted. Faced with his wife's gentle persuasion, he immediately agreed lovingly. He figured that Lu Miaoyun's suggestion to bring Xiaoqing along was not only for company, but also to keep an eye on him and prevent him from straying too far. However, he didn't mind taking Xiaoqing along either. There's a saying that it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but going from luxury to frugality is difficult. For years, he had grown used to having people serve him, so being somewhere without that kind of service might be uncomfortable. Moreover, having someone he trusted around would be much more convenient. Still, let's wait until I go over there and see the situation first. We don't know what things are like there yet. Lu Changsheng said as he pinched his wife's cheek. After all, he was going there to work. Going somewhere without knowing the circumstances, bringing a maid along might give off the impression that he was going there to enjoy himself, which wouldn't leave a good impression. Lu Miaoyun gave a sweet smile upon hearing her husband agree, looking a little cute and mischievous. She knew that it was impossible to completely prevent her husband from taking in concubines or new wives. But as a woman and a wife, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. That night, knowing that Lu Changsheng would be leaving home soon, his wives were all tender and affectionate, serving him well. With 6 months of training in the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, proper nutrition, spiritual wine, and having reached 4th stage of qi refining, Lu Changsheng's combat ability had improved significantly. However, he still couldn't handle the constant affections of his wives, who took turns trying to please him. He even suspected that his wives were using this as a way to tell him that once he went to Jiolong Market, he should avoid any romantic entanglements. If I'm going to Jiolong Market, I need to work hard and quickly master the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Otherwise, if I come back home every month, I might not be able to handle it, and I definitely wouldn't have the nerve to take in new wives or concubines. As Lu Changsheng lay on his bed, he made a quiet resolution. The next day, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered his dealings with Hong Yi regarding talisman transactions. Every 3 months, Hong Yi would send someone to trade talismans, and it was about a month until the next trade. Since he was going to Jiolong Market, there was a good chance he wouldn't be home at that time. So, Lu Changsheng informed Lu Miaoyun about the talisman transactions and gave her 30 pre-made talismans. He told her that if Hong Yi sent someone over, she should handle the trade in his place. Lu Changsheng was merely selling some low-grade talismans to a friend, so there was no need to hide anything. It was fine if the Lu family knew about it. In fact, Lu Changsheng suspected that the Lu family had probably known about it for a while. Regarding this matter, Lu Miaoyun readily agreed to handle the talisman trade, putting Lu Changsheng at ease. Next, Lu Changsheng headed to Qingzhou Mountain Village, intending to catch up with Li Feiyu and see how he had been doing recently. However, when he arrived at Li Feiyu's house, Li Feiyu wasn't home. Li Feiyu's wives told Lu Changsheng that Li Feiyu had gone to work in the fields. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was quite surprised. After chatting with Li Feiyu's wives, he learned that a few months ago, Li Feiyu had taken on the job of a spiritual butcher and had also learned the skills of a spiritual planter, mastering the small rain technique and Gongjin technique. He then took on a job as a spiritual farmer under Uncle Fu's guidance. Not only that, but sometimes Li Feiyu would also take on the task of washing and refining materials. Many low-level spiritual materials were full of impurities and couldn't be used directly. So, a job was created where cultivators would use spiritual energy to wash and refine the materials, removing impurities. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but reflect on how difficult cultivation was and how even survival itself was challenging. However, deep down, he also realized that Li Feiyu was working so hard not just to support his family, but also to prepare for leaving the Lu family in the future. Otherwise, the job of a spiritual butcher alone would have been enough to support Li Feiyu's family. As noon approached, Li Feiyu returned home, covered in dust from his labors. Although Li Feiyu looked somewhat tired, His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Previously, his days in the Lu family were consumed by childbearing duties. Now that he was free from the constraints of having more children, life was still hard, but there was at least a glimmer of hope. After all, what people fear the most is a lack of hope. Changsheng, what brings you here? Li Feiyu was surprised to see Lu Changsheng at his home. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Lu Changsheng smiled. Then, he told Li Feiyu about his upcoming departure from the Lu family to Jiolong Market. He offered to buy things for Li Feiyu in Jiolong Market if needed. Although Qingjiu Mountain Village had 100 treasures pavilion, in Lu Changsheng's opinion, its selection was quite limited. T/N, 100 Treasures Pavilion, by Bao Pavilion. In the Lu family, precious items required contributions to acquire. Li Feiyu naturally had nothing much to buy, and he only advised Lu Changsheng to be careful outside. Li Feiyu shared some worldly experience with Lu Changsheng, which, though based on secular ways, was also applicable in the world of cultivation. Then, Lu Changsheng offered to help Li Feiyu if he needed anything. He advised him not to hesitate, as overworking himself to the point of harming his body would be a true loss. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu hesitated for a moment, then shyly asked to borrow some spirit stones. He explained that while working as a spiritual butcher, he learned that the Lu family raised a type of spiritual pig known as the black boar. These black boars could be ready for sale in 3 years, fetching about 50 spirit stones per pig. In the past 6 months, he had mastered the process and methods of raising these black boars and wanted to raise 2 of them himself. However, a black boar piglet cost 6 spirit stones each, and he only had enough starting funds to pay for one, leaving him short 2 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head in amazement at Li Feiyu's efforts. Not only was Li Feiyu juggling the roles of spiritual butcher and spiritual planter, but he was also planning to raise 2 spiritual pigs. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng understood that in Li Feiyu's current situation, hard work and effort were the only ways to cultivate successfully. Without hesitation, Lu Changsheng took out 20 spirit stones and lent them to Li Feiyu. Currently, Lu Changsheng received a monthly income of around 10 spirit stones from the Lu family. He earned 10 spirit stones each month for completing talisman-making tasks and another 10 spirit stones for handing in 3 to 5 extra talismans each time. From his dealings with Hong Yi, he also received over 40 spirit stones every 3 months. So his monthly income was quite substantial, allowing him to lend some spirit stones to help Li Feiyu. However, Li Feiyu only borrowed 10 spirit stones. He said that 10 spirit stones would be enough, and he would be able to repay them once the spiritual rice in the fields matured. Lu Changsheng didn't argue. He knew Li Feiyu's character and the kind of person he was. Afterward, Lu Changsheng had a meal at Li Feiyu's place, and the 2 of them shared some spiritual wine and chatted before Lu Changsheng left. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than half a month had passed. One day, the housekeeper from the 4th elder's household came to fetch Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately followed the housekeeper to the 4th elder's residence. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the 4th elder conversing with Lu Miaoge. He approached them and gave a respectful bow. Grandmother, Sister Miaoge. After studying talisman making with the 4th elder for so long, Lu Changsheng had grown closer to Lu Miaoge, resulting in a more familiar form of address. Although this closeness wasn't exactly what he desired. Changsheng, you came. The 4th elder smiled and nodded when she saw Lu Changsheng. I have already discussed with Miaoge about the task of managing the spiritual talisman shop at Jiolong Market. You should follow Miaoge's arrangements when the time comes. She will also be at Jiolong Market for some time, so you should seek her advice often. The 4th elder stated. Yes, grandmother. Lu Changsheng nodded, then bowed to Lu Miaoge. I'll have to trouble Sister Miaoge from now on. It's no trouble. Lu Miaoge shook her head gently and spoke softly, her voice as gentle as water. Changsheng, you rarely get to travel, so your grandmother has prepared some gifts for you for this journey. The 4th elder addressed Lu Changsheng. As she spoke, she took out 3 silk boxes of different sizes from her storage pouch and placed them on the table. Thank you, grandmother. Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. curious about the fourth elder's gifts. His grandmother was an elder of the Lu family and a first-tier talisman master, so her gifts would not be ordinary. Open them and take a look. The fourth elder smiled. Lu Miaoga, hearing this, also turned her gaze toward the gifts, curious about what her aunt had prepared for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng opened the first, long silk box. Inside was a 3-foot-long blue-sheathed treasure sword, with the blade gleaming faintly in blue hues. This magic sword is called Qing'an and is a medium-grade magic weapon. It contains a hint of blue jade, making it far sharper than other weapons of its grade and perfectly suited for your current use, the fourth elder introduced. Lu Changsheng was surprised to hear this and looked at the Qing'an sword before him. He hadn't expected his grandmother to gift him a medium-grade magic sword. Typically, low-grade magic weapons cost around 50 spirit stones. Medium-grade magic weapons were priced at around 150 spirit stones. While a breakthrough in the mid-chi refining stage allowed one to wield medium-grade flying swords, many cultivators in the later stages of chi refining couldn't afford or justify the cost of a medium-grade magic weapon. For instance, the 3 bandit cultivators he had killed at Nyodo Mountain, despite their chi refining level at 6th and 7th stage, all used low-grade magic weapons. Moreover, this Qing'an sword was clearly not just an ordinary medium-grade magic weapon. Its estimated price could be as high as 200 spirit stones. Thank you, grandmother. Lu Changsheng expressed his gratitude and picked up the magic sword. It felt slightly heavy and cool in his hand, and the sheath was entirely blue, resembling blue jade. The scabbard was adorned with gold-inlaid flower patterns, and the sword tassel was made of blue gold, a later addition for decorative purposes. Magic swords like this could usually change their size according to the user's will. Given its elaborate design, it was clear that this magic sword was of a different class from the flying sword Lu Changsheng had acquired at Nyodo Mountain. It was evidently a high-end flying sword. The most basic aspect of a flying sword was its sharpness and practicality. Only high-end flying swords would invest effort into aesthetics. Lu Changsheng drew the magic sword from its scabbard. The sword's blade was silvery white, with a faint blue-gold sheen flowing across its surface, reflecting a cold glint. The fourth elder smiled and moved on to open the second silk box. Inside the second silk box was an exquisitely crafted, luxurious, sky-blue robe with golden embroidery. Since you are going out to manage the shop, you should dress well to reflect your status. This is a medium-grade magic robe with the effects of size adjustment, dust resistance, warmth, wind transformation, concealment, spirit gathering, and body protection. 7 major enchantments. The first 3 effects are similar to your current robe, so I don't need to elaborate. The wind transformation enchantment can change strong winds into gentle breezes. I've applied for a steel-feathered eagle from the family for you, which will make your future trips to Jiolong Market much more convenient. This robe's wind transformation enchantment will prevent you from being affected by strong winds while riding the steel-feathered eagle. I know you prefer to keep a low profile, so the concealment enchantment allows the robe to suppress its brilliance and appear like ordinary clothing, not attracting unwanted attention. The spirit gathering effect can create a small area of concentrated spiritual energy which can aid your cultivation. The body protection enchantment can passively activate a protective shield in times of danger, capable of withstanding an attack from a 7th stage chi refining cultivator. The fourth elder introduced the robe to Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng displayed an expression of pleasant surprise. A medium-grade magic robe. The clothes he was currently wearing were given to him by Lu Yuanding as a reward for having his first child, and they weren't even low-grade magic robes. They only had 3 basic effects: size adjustment, warmth, and dust resistance. This medium-grade magic robe, on the other hand, had 7 effects in total. In addition to the 3 he already knew, it also offered 4 new effects: spirit gathering, wind transformation, concealment, and body protection. In particular, the body protection effect excited Lu Changsheng the most. The robe could passively activate a protective spell in times of danger, capable of withstanding an attack from a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. With this robe, Lu Changsheng no longer needed to worry about being ambushed by warriors or cultivators in close quarters. Thank you, grandmother. Lu Changsheng expressed his gratitude with joy. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at his grandmother's generosity. Medium-grade magic items typically cost around 150 spirit stones. However, robes were generally more expensive than weapons. This medium-grade magic robe could be estimated to cost around 200 spirit stones. Moreover, his grandmother had thought everything through. Lu Changsheng had initially assumed he would be traveling to Jiolong Market on a spirit horse. But he was surprised to learn that the fourth elder had even arranged for him to have a flying mount. She had considered every aspect of his trip. In the Lu family, flying mounts were rare and scarce. The fourth elder smiled, opened the third silk box, and said, "These are talismans I personally drew. Carry them with you for protection." Inside the box were 3 talismans. Lu Changsheng immediately recognized the 3 types of talismans. A high-grade talisman, lightning-inducing talisman. A high-grade talisman, 100-mile invisibility talisman. An ultimate-grade talisman, lightning flash talisman. The lightning-inducing talisman and the 100-mile invisibility talisman were both relatively difficult to make high-grade talismans and could sell for around 40 to 50 spirit stones each. The ultimate-grade lightning flash talisman, on the other hand, was even more valuable, worth at least 200 spirit stones. The Qing'an sword, the medium-grade magic robe, and these 3 talismans combined were worth at least 700 spirit stones. When Lu Changsheng had killed 3 bandit cultivators at Nyodo Mountain, the total value of his gains amounted to approximately 500 spirit stones, which he considered a huge sum. However, the fourth elder had directly gifted him items worth over 700 spirit stones, an extremely generous gesture. Thank you, grandmother. This gift left Lu Changsheng feeling deeply moved, and he bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Although he knew that he held value in the Lu family, and the fourth elder's kindness was part of that recognition, it was still significant that she treated him so well. Lu Changsheng kept these thoughts in mind. We are family. As your grandmother, it's only natural for me to give my grandson a few things. There's no need to be overly formal with your thanks, the fourth elder said warmly to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng nodded with a sincere smile, replying, "Yes, grandmother." Changsheng, do you know these 3 talismans? The fourth elder pointed to the 3 talismans in the silk box. Grandmother, I recognize these 3 talismans. Lu Changsheng replied earnestly. This is a high-grade talisman, the lightning-inducing talisman, which can trigger a bolt of lightning equivalent to a strike from a chi-refining 9th-stage cultivator. This is a high-grade talisman, the 100-mile invisibility talisman, which allows you to transform into a rainbow and travel tens of miles away. This is an ultimate-grade talisman, the lightning flash talisman, which releases a flash of lightning equivalent to the full power of a chi-refining peak-stage cultivator's attack. Lu Changsheng spoke seriously, recognizing that these 3 talismans were specially prepared by the fourth elder for his safety in case he encountered any unexpected dangers. With these 3 talismans at his disposal, he would be well protected unless he faced a powerful cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. That's right, the fourth elder replied with a smile. It seems you have been studying diligently. These shouldn't be too difficult for you. Now, put these away and try on the robe so I can see how it looks on you, she added kindly, reaching out to gently pat Lu Changsheng's head. Yes, grandmother. Lu Changsheng nodded, putting away the 3 silk boxes and heading to an adjacent room to change into the robe. On the side, Lu Miaoge watched the 3 gifts with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She was astonished by her aunt's generosity. Despite knowing that her aunt was a talisman master and thus wealthier than ordinary cultivators, Lu Miaoge couldn't help but be surprised by the generosity shown to Lu Changsheng. After all, cultivators usually spent what they earned on their own cultivation and resources, leaving little for savings. Therefore, a gift worth over 700 spirit stones was indeed a grand gesture. Moreover, the 3 gifts were thoughtfully chosen based on Lu Changsheng's current needs. This level of consideration showed the depth of the fourth elder's affection for him. Although she felt a hint of envy at the fourth elder's affection for Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoge understood the reasons behind it. It was clear that her aunt wished for Lu Changsheng to fully integrate into the Lu family and appreciated his performance over the past 6 months, treating him like a cherished grandson. Lu Changsheng entered the adjacent room and changed out of his old robe, which he had worn for 5 years, and into the medium-grade magic robe gifted by the fourth elder. It seemed that the family color of the Lu family in Qingju Mountain was green, or perhaps the fourth elder was accustomed to seeing him in green robes. Thus, both the magic sword and the robe she gifted him were green. Having lived in the Lu family for many years, Lu Changsheng had grown accustomed to the green color and found it pleasing. The new robe style was similar to the old robe, but it was clearly of a much higher quality, appearing luxurious and elegant. The robe was adorned with dark green silk embroidery of vivid and natural bamboo leaves, with elegant and precise gold thread detailing around the collar and cuffs. Enhanced by the magic arrays, the robe exuded a faint glow when worn. The saying "clothes make the man" holds true in the case of Lu Changsheng, as the medium-grade magic robe enhanced his already handsome appearance, making him appear even more distinguished and extraordinary. The quality of this medium-grade magic robe is truly remarkable. The difference is evident the moment you put it on. Lu Changsheng thought, filled with the same joy as when he wore new clothes during the Lunar New Year in his past life. He happily ran his hand over the smooth, armor-like robe, marveling at its luxurious feel. The robe was as light as a feather when worn, a stark contrast to the robe he had been wearing previously. As a medium-grade magic robe, it not only featured 7 major arrays, but was also made from high-quality materials such as demonic beast fur and other spiritual fibers. The result was a fabric that was waterproof, fireproof, and impervious to most weapons, basic qualities that required no further elaboration. Lu Changsheng attempted to activate the concealment array within the magic robe. Immediately, the radiance on the robe dimmed and dissipated, appearing more modest and ordinary, like a refined and exquisite garment. This looks much better now. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous, practically screaming, "I'm a fat sheep" to everyone. Lu Changsheng remarked, observing the subdued appearance of the robe after activating the concealment array. He found the effect of this array quite impressive and well-suited to himself. He made a mental note to look for clothes with similar effects in the future when purchasing garments. Subsequently, he deactivated the concealment array, allowing the robe to shimmer with spiritual light once again. He then casually walked out of the side hall. In the main hall, the sight of Lu Changsheng with his handsome face, tall and elegant figure, clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with golden bamboo embroidery, and a jade sword hanging from his waist, caught the attention of the fourth elder. Her eyes lit up with admiration. With a gentle and affectionate smile on her face, she praised, "Well done. It seems my young Changsheng was destined to wear such a robe. It looks great." Having practiced the immortal posture technique for so many years, and having acquired the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng's appearance was truly outstanding. His features were perfectly balanced, creating a pleasing and comfortable aura that exuded an air of elegance and charm. With the addition of the magic robe, which now shimmered with spiritual light, his refined and composed demeanor gained a touch of immortal qi, making him appear like a celestial being. "It's all thanks to Granny's excellent choice of clothing," Lu Changsheng replied graciously, his demeanor as gentle and refreshing as a spring breeze. Granny's praise was indeed true. Lu Changsheng was exceptionally suited to this type of magic robe, emanating an aura of immortal qi. "You're absolutely right. Changsheng, you look perfect in this robe, radiating an immortal qi," the fourth elder agreed with a smile on her face. She then turned to Miaoge and asked, "Isn't that right, Miaoge?" Lu Changsheng's handsomeness was undeniable. Miaoge had seen men with better looks before, but none could compare to Lu Changsheng. His facial features, skin, physique, posture, and demeanor were all perfectly harmonized, creating an inexplicable sense of comfort and attraction. Especially now, With the magic robe shimmering with spiritual light, it perfectly accentuated Lu Changsheng's figure and demeanor, giving him an aura reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Indeed, Brother Changsheng looks perfect in this robe. My aunt has excellent taste and knows exactly what suits him, Lu Miaoga remarked with a gentle smile, her voice as soft as clouds. Lu Changsheng smiled, impressed by Miaoga's perceptiveness. Thank you for the compliment. Changsheng, remember to go see Lu Bo later to collect the steel feather eagle. I've already arranged it with him. Granny reminded him kindly as she gently smoothed the wrinkles on Lu Changsheng's robe, her actions full of affection and care. Lu Changsheng was deeply moved by her gesture. After all, the heart is made of flesh. Over the past 6 months, Granny had been nothing but kind and supportive to him. Rest assured, Granny. Lu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Granny then spent some time offering guidance and instruction on talisman crafting to Lu Changsheng and Miaoga. Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman crafting had gradually improved under her tutelage. Granny and Miaoga seemed to have accepted the fact that Lu Changsheng was indeed a rare genius in the field of talisman crafting. Lu Changsheng estimated that if he practices for another 2.5 years, he will be able to show himself as a high-grade talisman master. By then, his standard of living would also improve significantly, which he looked forward to. At noon, they left Granny's residence and Lu Changsheng went to Lu Bo's place to collect the steel feather eagle as instructed. Lu Changsheng, you came to pick up the steel-feathered eagle, right? Lu Changsheng's intention was obvious as soon as Lu Bo saw him arrive. He looked at the robe Lu Changsheng was wearing. Although the robe looked like ordinary brocade clothes after the spiritual light had faded, if you looked closely, you could still see the difference in the craftsmanship of the fabric compared to ordinary clothes. Yes, Lu Bo, I'm going to Jiolong Market in a few days, so the fourth elder asked me to come to you to pick up a steel-feathered eagle. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile. Jiolong Market is a good place, not far from Qingju Mountain, and the security is also good. When you're young, you should get out and see more of the world and gain experience, Lu Bo said with a smile and nodded. He took out a yellow leather pouch and a yellow copper token, and handed them to Lu Changsheng, saying, "This is your steel-feathered eagle." The spirit animal pouch works just like a storage bag, and the beast control token allows you to easily communicate with the steel-feathered eagle and give it orders. You haven't ridden this kind of steel-feathered eagle before, so you should familiarize yourself with it beforehand. I'll take you outside to familiarize yourself with it. Lu Bo continued to speak. Thank you for your efforts, Lu Bo. Lu Changsheng nodded, took the spirit animal bag and the beast control token, and looked at them. It was the first time he had to deal with such things. Before, he had considered buying a spirit pet pouch for the 9 Netherworld hound. Some members of the Lu family heard this and looked at Lu Changsheng with surprise and envy. One of them asked aloud, "Brother Changsheng, are you going out to practice?" The steel-feathered eagle is a flying mount of the Lu family, and only a few selected family members and elders can apply to use it when they go out. Yes, I'm going to Jiolong Market in a few days, Lu Changsheng replied with a smile, not hiding anything. After all, it was no secret. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lu family looked at Lu Changsheng with even more envy. In families like the Lu family, which are cultivation families, when the younger members reach a certain age and strength, they are arranged to go out and gain experience. This is not only for their growth, but also to contribute to the family. Only by going out to gain experience and seek opportunities can there be a chance to achieve the foundation establishment. Otherwise, most of the younger members with average talents would have no hope of reaching that stage in their lifetime. The family provides training by sending them to different markets to work. These markets vary in quality. Jiolong Market, for example, not only has a good environment, but is also close to Qingju Mountain, which makes it an excellent choice. However, only a few outstanding young members are sent to Jiolong Market for training. Some of the less fortunate ones are even sent to new countries. They were surprised to learn that Lu Changsheng not only had a steel-feathered eagle as his mount, but was also sent to Jiolong Market for training. Such a treatment is truly enviable. However, considering that Lu Changsheng is a first-level medium-grade talisman master, they understand why they can't envy him. Becoming a medium-grade talisman master is a significant achievement. Even becoming a low-grade talisman master would offer good treatment. Sigh, next year I will also go for training, but I don't know where I will be sent for training. In my opinion, as long as I'm not sent to a new country, I can go anywhere. The worse the environment and the more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there are. Given our talents, we have to take risks if we want to reach foundation establishment. That's right. Jiolong Market has a good environment, but it's too comfortable and lacks opportunities. But how many people can succeed by taking risks? I only have an 8th grade spirit root, so I don't think about starting a business. In the future, like Lu Changsheng, I'll be content to take multiple wives and concubines. Some members of the Lu family couldn't help but discuss their future. Although they were dedicated to cultivation, they were still a little uncertain about their future. Lu Bo led Lu Changsheng to an empty area and said, "Lu Changsheng, you can get used to it here." Lu Changsheng nodded and looked at the spirit animal pouch and immediately sensed a steel-feathered eagle with iron-black feathers inside. He moved his mind slightly and opened the spirit pet pouch. The steel-feathered eagle flew out, transformed into a black streak of light, and landed in front of him. It stood over a meter tall, its feathers shimmering in the sunlight and looking very powerful. Lu Changsheng could sense from the beast control token that the steel-feathered eagle's emotions showed some fear towards him. This steel-feathered eagle has been tamed and is very gentle. You can just ride it directly and use the beast control token to command it with your mind. Be careful at first. Don't fly too fast, too high, or too far. Lu Bo reminded him from the side. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, cast a lightness technique on himself, and leaped onto the back of the steel-feathered eagle. He first crouched on the eagle's back and gripped its black iron-like feathers tightly with both hands. Then he used the beast control token to give the steel-feathered eagle an order. Take off. Immediately, the steel-feathered eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Lu Changsheng was surrounded by a gust of wind so strong that it was hard to keep his eyes open. However, the next moment, his robe activated a wind formation, emitting a soft glow and dispersing the strong winds, transforming them into a gentle breeze. A few members of the Lu family nearby heard the commotion and looked in the direction of the noise. They saw Lu Changsheng riding on the steel-feathered eagle and couldn't help but feel incredibly envious. After all, this was a flying mount. For low-level cultivators, a flying mount not only made traveling more convenient, but also made them stand out. So this is what flying feels like. Lu Changsheng held onto the steel-feathered eagle tightly, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement. This feeling was completely different from flying in an airplane in his previous life. He didn't let the steel-feathered eagle fly too high. Falling from such a height would be too dangerous for someone at his chi refining 4th stage level. The reason why the steel-feathered eagle could be used as a flying mount by the Lu family was that it could fly very steadily. Combined with the wind-transforming effect of his robe, Lu Changsheng felt extremely stable. After riding for a while, Lu Changsheng gradually relaxed and adapted to the ride, loosening his grip and sitting comfortably on the eagle's back, allowing the steel-feathered eagle to fly through the air with him. After flying around for a few circles, Lu Changsheng instructed the steel-feathered eagle to land, as Lu Bo was still waiting for him below. Lu Changsheng, you're adapting quite quickly. Some people are afraid of heights, and it takes them several days to get used to flying for the first time. Lu Bo smiled as he watched Lu Changsheng land. Lu Bo, can this steel-feathered eagle carry 2 people? He asked Lu Bo. He felt that the steel-feathered eagle could easily carry 2 people, but he still wanted to confirm it. After all, he planned to take Xiaoqing to the market in a few months. This steel-feathered eagle is a first-rank early-stage demonic beast. Not only can it carry 2 people, but even 3. However, if there are too many people, its speed and endurance will decrease, especially for long journeys. Lu Bo explained. He added, remember to take good care of this steel-feathered eagle. Feed it ordinary raw meat twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. Each meal should be about 30 jin. Here is a bottle of spirit-feeding pills. If you don't have time to feed it while on the road, just give it 1 pill. Alright, I'll head back now. You can continue practicing here and get more familiar with it. From our Qingju mountain to Jiolong market, it will take the steel-feathered eagle 2 days of full-speed flying, Lu Changsheng said as he took out a porcelain bottle. Thank you, Lubo. I'll keep practicing here, Lu Changsheng nodded as he took the spirit-feeding pills. After Lubo left, Lu Changsheng jumped onto the steel-feathered eagle to familiarize himself with flying. His first time flying was quite an exciting experience for him, and he found it a lot of fun. An hour later, Lu Changsheng had become quite familiar with the steel-feathered eagle. He was able to stand directly on the eagle's back and keep his hands clasped behind his back. The fierce wind was transformed into a gentle breeze by the enchantment on his robe, causing his hair and robe to sway gently, making him look very dashing. When he felt that he had adapted, Lu Changsheng let the steel-feathered eagle land and then jumped off its back. It would look much better if it were a white crane, he thought as he looked at the steel-feathered eagle. Lu Changsheng felt that a crane would have been a more appropriate companion, given his appearance and demeanor. However, having a flying mount was already quite good, there was no need for a bicycle. Practicality comes first. The pursuit of appearance comes only after other needs have been met. After returning the steel-feathered eagle to the spirit pet pouch, Lu Changsheng thought about the Qingyan sword that the fourth elder had given him. He tried taking it out to experiment and play with it. However, without a target to attack, he couldn't fully experience the sharpness of the Qingyan sword. Medium-grade magic tools are still a bit taxing for me at the moment. After playing with it for a while, Lu Changsheng felt that his internal spiritual energy was depleting, so he put the Qingyan sword away. The higher the quality of the magic tool, the more spiritual energy it would consume. Given that he was now at the 4th stage of qi refining, he could only handle medium-grade flying swords at most. If he was given a top-class flying sword, he wouldn't be able to sustain the spiritual energy consumption. Lu Changsheng did not continue experimenting and put the Qingyan sword back in his storage bag before heading home. He thought that once he got to Jiolong market, he would sell the flying sword and flying knife he had obtained from Nyoto Mountain to make some money. Since he now had the Qingyan sword, he no longer needed them. As he walked to his front door, Lu Changsheng activated the aura effect of his robe. Although the effect was quite extravagant, Lu Changsheng had to admit it looked very impressive. Of course, when he returned home, he wanted his wives to appreciate his appearance. As expected, when his wives saw Lu Changsheng dressed like this, their eyes lit up and they praised him enthusiastically. This greatly satisfied Lu Changsheng's sense of pride. He thought to himself that during his trip to Jiolong market, he could buy each of his wives and children a magical robe. This way, they wouldn't need to worry about the changing seasons. However, when he thought about how many wives and children he had, even if he bought just one magic robe for each person, he couldn't afford it. He decided to put that thought on hold for now. He would consider it once he had more money, after selling all the talismans he had. That night, his wives came to him, showering him with affection and asking him not to take off his robe. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile to himself, realizing that both men and women appreciated similar things. However, he didn't mind because the robe was quite durable and he was about to leave for Jiolong market. Before leaving for a while, Lu Changsheng decided to grant his wives small requests and spend some quality time with them. 2 days later. All right, I'm leaving, Lu Changsheng said. Yaoan, if anything happens at home, just send me a message, Lu Changsheng said as he said goodbye to his wives and rubbed his somewhat sore waist. Don't worry, my husband. I'll handle everything at home, Lu Yaoan said, giving Lu Changsheng a reluctant hug. Have a smooth journey, my husband. Husband, take good care of yourself out there. Husband, how about taking me with you? I could take care of you. Husband. The other wives chimed in as well, showing their reluctance to let him go. After years of being together and having children, their bond with Lu Changsheng was deep and strong. Aside from having multiple wives and enjoying fatherhood, Lu Changsheng had always treated his wives and children exceptionally well and was undoubtedly a good man. Besides, having multiple wives and concubines was quite normal in this world. Besides, with only a little over 10 wives, it was hardly considered excessive. All right, I'm not going away for too long. I'll visit whenever I can. Everyone, be happy, Lu Changsheng said, saying his goodbyes to his wives and children. He then headed to the main hall. He greeted Lu Miaoge, who was dressed in pure white and had long black hair cascading over her shoulders, with an elegant, otherworldly demeanor, sipping tea as she waited. Sister Miaoge, let's go, Lu Changsheng said. Lu Miaoge nodded and stood up, walking side by side with Lu Changsheng. The husband and eldest miss look perfect together, one of the wives commented as they watched Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge walk out together. They both have an immortal-like aura. My husband is going to the market with the eldest miss. Surely nothing will happen between them, right? How could you even think that? The husband is already married to Sister Yawen. He's not going to have anything to do with the eldest miss. Some of the women expressed their concern when they saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge walking side by side like a heavenly couple. Lu Yawen, who was watching their retreating figures, was also slightly lost in thought. Do you feel a bit reluctant? Lu Miaoge asked softly, noticing a hint of reluctance on Lu Changsheng's face. Yes, just a little. I'm sorry you have to see me like this, Lu Changsheng nodded. Even though he could come back every month, this time he felt a little reluctance as he set out on his journey. Perhaps that was the essence of home, always leaving you with attachments. I mentioned to our aunt that I don't have much time to manage the spirit talisman shop, so I asked for your help, Lu Miaoge said with a touch of apology on her exquisitely beautiful face. It's not a problem. I wanted to go out and see the world for myself. I can't just stay indoors all the time, Lu Changsheng smiled. While he did feel a bit reluctant, it was just a few moments of parting melancholy. It wasn't anything overwhelming. A great man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River flowing east to the sea. How could it be caught up in the comforts of the moment? Lu Changsheng's trip to Jiolong Market was not just to manage the spirit talisman shop. He had other things to attend to as well. There was no need to elaborate on taking a fairy concubine. What was most important was mastering the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Otherwise, a few more days like the last two and his back would really suffer. Moreover, Lu Changsheng thought he should acquire a copy of some bedroom arts and dual cultivation techniques. Not necessarily to increase his cultivation, but at least to learn some techniques and improve his performance, thus reducing his exhaustion. The matters at the spirit talisman shop are not too busy. If you miss home, you can come back frequently, Lu Miaoge said gracefully. I'll also be staying at Jiolong Market for a while, so if you need anything, you can come back anytime, she added. Thank you, Sister Miaoge. I'll rely on you, Lu Changsheng nodded without saying much more. It's about 8,000 miles from Qingzhou Mountain to Jiolong Market. However, if we ride the steel-feathered eagles and fly north directly, we can reach Jiolong Market in 2 days, Lu Miaoge explained. You can have your steel-feathered eagle follow mine. The two of them walked out of Qingzhou Mountain, and Lu Miaoge released her steel-feathered eagle from her spirit pet pouch, speaking softly. The steel-feathered eagles were likely flying mounts purchased or bred by the Lu family. All right, Lu Changsheng agreed, releasing his steel-feathered eagle from his own spirit pet pouch and mounting it. The two steel-feathered eagles flapped their wings and swiftly soared into the sky. As Qingzhou Mountain's forests and peaks gradually shrank in Lu Changsheng's view, the two steel-feathered eagles headed toward Jiolong Market. 2 days later, the two steel-feathered eagles darted through the clouds like sharp arrows. Changsheng, the Jiolong Market is ahead. Prepare for landing. Be careful not to crash into the market's formation, or you'll be attacked by the formation, Lu Miaoge, elegantly dressed in a long white skirt, her jet-black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, sat gracefully on the steel-feathered eagle and transmitted her voice to Lu Changsheng. All right, Sister Miaoge, Lu Changsheng nodded, already seeing Jiolong Market ahead of him. Looking down from high in the sky, the entire market appeared even larger than Qingzhou Mountain, covering an estimated area of 5,000 to 6,000 mu. It was surrounded by 9 towering peaks that pierced the sky, giving the market its name, Jiolong Market. The 9 peaks were covered with terraced fields, filled with spiritual plants, and there were also large areas of cultivated spiritual fields around the market. The market itself was hidden by a formation, and it appeared hazy and indistinct. Only a general outline could be seen, making it impossible to see the details inside. Along the way, as they approached Jiolong Market, more and more cultivators came and went. Some were riding spirit birds, some were flying on magic tools, and some were navigating flying boats. There were also many people riding demonic spirit horses, racing on the ground, or escorting goods. Lu Changsheng could feel a strong immortal chi surrounding him. He had spent most of his time at Qingju Mountain, so this was his first time coming to a market dedicated to cultivation. Nyoto Mountain from earlier was just a small gathering place for rogue cultivators, not even a market, and lacked any real cultivation atmosphere. After a moment, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge landed smoothly beside the entrance of Jiolong Market on their steel-feathered eagles. Despite being called a market, it looked more like a city. The construction of Jiolong Market was much more magnificent and imposing compared to the city of Rui region that Lu Changsheng had previously visited. The nearly 100-meter-high city wall looked like a mighty dragon lying down, encircling and protecting the 9 surrounding peaks. There were subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy on the city walls, indicating that formations had been engraved and arranged. Lu Changsheng felt that the defenses of Jiolong Market were a higher level than Qingju Mountain. But this was to be expected. Both Qingju Mountain and Jiolong Market were underpinned by second-tier medium-grade spirit veins, making them comparable in that aspect. Furthermore, Jiolong Market was established by the Blue Cloud sect, so naturally, formation masters had arranged the market's formations. The two of them approached the entrance gatehouse. The gatehouse was several dozen zheng high, grand and imposing, making anyone who stood in front of it feel small and insignificant. 2 Blue Cloud sect cultivators stood guard at the entrance, and there was a small pavilion nearby. Every cultivator entering the market had to present an identity token. Without an identity token, they needed to register their information at the small pavilion and pay spirit stones to obtain one. Lu Miaoge explained to Lu Changsheng that there were temporary and long-term identity tokens. A temporary identity token cost 1 spirit stone and allowed to stay in the market for up to half a month. A long-term identity token cost 10 spirit stones and was valid for 2 years. Only those who bought a house or owned a shop within the market could obtain free residence permits. If the identity token expired and the holder was still in the market, the Blue Cloud sect's enforcement team would apprehend them and fine them spirit stones. If they couldn't pay the fine, they would be taken as laborers to repay the debt. This was one of the primary sources of income for establishing the market. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder many cultivators avoided these large markets. Although they were safer and more convenient than the outside world, the entrance fee was no small sum for lower-level cultivators. Upon entering the market, one also needs to pay for food and accommodation, which can add up quickly. As for buying a house or owning a shop in the market, it goes without saying that it must be quite challenging. Indeed, cultivation is difficult, and survival even more so. Afterward, Lu Changsheng followed the crowd and paid 10 spirit stones to obtain a long-term identity token. These 10 spirit stones could be reimbursed later by the Lu family. With the identity token in hand, Lu Changsheng followed Lu Miaoge into Jiolong Market. Upon entering the city, he immediately found himself on a bustling street. There were people of all ages, male and female, almost all of them cultivators, walking along the street. The sides of the street were lined with pavilions, buildings, and palaces. Blue Cloud sect has a rule that prohibits fighting, causing disturbances, or setting up stalls haphazardly in the market. Spending the night on the street is also not allowed. If anyone is caught or reported, the enforcement team will arrive to mete out punishment. Moreover, except for Blue Cloud sect's enforcers and high-level foundation establishment cultivators, ordinary chi refining cultivators are not allowed to fly with magic tools or ride demonic beasts in the market. Lu Miaoge transmitted her voice to Lu Changsheng. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded in understanding. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone flying or riding demonic beasts. Everyone was walking. His confidence in Jiolong Market's security and safety increased even more. Jiolong Market is divided into 5 zones: East, West, South, North, and Central. The central zone is the core area of the second-tier spirit vein and is reserved for Blue Cloud sect disciples for residence and cultivation. Only a small portion of the central residences are open to the public. The east zone is home to some cultivation families and wealthy individuals. Our Lu family has a large courtyard in the east zone, which you can stay in. The spiritual energy is between low-grade and medium-grade spirit vein levels. The west zone is where rogue cultivators reside. The conditions there are relatively worse, but it still has first-tier spirit vein levels. The south and north zones are commercial and entertainment areas, with various inns, restaurants, and shops for clothing, food, and lodging. We are currently in the north zone, where our Lu family's spiritual talisman shop is located. Lu Miaoge led Lu Changsheng through the city, continuously introducing Jiolong Market's layout and characteristics to him. Lu Changsheng nodded and listened attentively. Lu Changsheng had never heard Lu Miaoge talk so much before, but he knew that she was naturally reserved, usually speaking little and appearing detached from worldly affairs. However, she had a good personality and took him to Jiolong Market, knowing that he was unfamiliar with the area, so she spoke at length to provide him with information. As they walked along the street, Lu Changsheng kept glancing at the pavilions and buildings on either side. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Gathered Immortal Pavilion, Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Alchemy Hall, 100 Refinement Workshop, Brocade Pavilion. The names of these establishments hinted at their business offerings. He noticed the Drunken Immortal Pavilion adorned with red lanterns and soft, lingering sounds seemed to emanate from the building, giving Lu Changsheng the impression that it wasn't a proper restaurant. Changsheng, you're already a married man. It's best to avoid such places. They only waste money and can impact your cultivation. Seeing Lu Changsheng's gaze lingering on Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Lu Miaoge spoke up, her gentle voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He immediately understood what Drunken Immortal Pavilion was about. No wonder he thought he heard faint feminine cries. He hadn't been mistaken. It seems that heavenly beings exist not only in the heavens, but also in private rooms. Sister Miaoge, I was just looking at how unusual this place seemed and glanced at it a couple of times. I've never gone to such places. Lu Changsheng adjusted his posture, speaking earnestly. He truly had no interest in places like that. After all, he already had 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 maidservants, and 1 chambermaid at home. Why would he need to visit such establishments? Even if he wanted to take more concubines and have heavenly beings bear his children, he wouldn't seek them in places like that. That would be foolish. However, it was interesting that the young lady even knew about such places. Then again, she seemed ethereal and removed from the world, but she was still 6 years older than him. She had been coming to the market for years, managing her shop. She couldn't be a completely naive and innocent girl. That's good. Lu Miaoge lightly pursed her lips and replied softly, not speaking further on the matter. She then continued to introduce Lu Changsheng to various aspects of Jiolong Market. As they walked and talked, after about 15 minutes, Lu Miaoge stopped in front of a shop. This is our Lu family's talisman shop, she told Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked at the shop before them. The shop had a 3-story structure, typical of the main street, standing about 18 meters tall, with ornate carvings and elegant architectural features. It was luxurious without being gaudy. A sign hung above the entrance, displaying Qingzhu Lu Family Talisman Shop. Greetings, owner. At the entrance stood a young woman of 17 or 18, with a pretty face and dressed in a uniform bearing the shop's name. Upon seeing Lu Miaoge, she immediately bowed in greeting. Her gaze naturally fell upon Lu Changsheng, drawn to his handsome face and graceful, jade-like demeanor. Lu Miaoge nodded coldly. She then transmitted a mental introduction to Lu Changsheng, explaining that the young woman was one of the shop's receptionists and sales staff. Currently, the talisman shop had a manager, 2 apprentices, and 2 receptionists and salespeople. The manager was named Zhang Shan, a cultivator at 6th stage of qi refining who had worked in the Lu family talisman shop for over 10 years. The 2 apprentices, Li Shi and Wang Wu, had been with the shop for 5 or 6 years. They were descendants of cultivators in Jiolong Market and had grade 9 spirit roots. Despite this, they showed some talent in talisman crafting, so their families sent them to the talisman shop as apprentices. Their daily work involved drawing talismans, making talisman paper, and crafting spirit ink. These were the two apprentices the fourth elder had mentioned for Lu Changsheng to mentor. This apprenticeship arrangement involves long-term contracts. Apprentices are provided with food and lodging, and they occasionally receive guidance and instruction in talisman crafting. They don't even require a monthly salary. Learning a craft such as talisman making, alchemy, or tool crafting all involves patience and persistence. It is a long process, and even if the apprentices don't ultimately succeed, they can't blame anyone else. As for the two receptionists and salespeople, they were ordinary humans. Jiolong Market may be a cultivation market, but not everyone in the market is a cultivator. There are many ordinary people here. Some of them may have come with cultivators to this market, while others may be descendants of cultivators living and working in the market. Though living in the market can be challenging for ordinary people, those who can find a job can make a living here. They can even save up 1 or 2 spirit stones. While in the secular world one earns gold and silver, in Jiolong Market, one earns spirit stones. Lu, come in. I need to talk to you all. Lu Miaoga said, looking at the young woman as she led Lu Changsheng inside the shop. The shop was about 200 square meters in size, with a very simple layout. There were several elegant display counters on both sides and in the center, showcasing various talismans, as well as talisman paper, spirit ink, talisman brushes, and other talisman-related items. Greetings, eldest miss. Greetings, eldest miss. Inside the hall were a thin middle-aged man and a young woman dressed in work uniforms. Upon seeing Lu Miaoga and Lu Changsheng, they bowed respectfully. Uncle Zhang, please call Li Shi and Wang Wu. I have something to discuss with you all, Lu Miaoga said to the thin middle-aged man. Yes, Zheng Shan nodded and headed toward the inner chamber. Before long, Zheng Shan returned to the hall, bringing 2 young women in their 20s, both of whom were dressed in Qingzhou Lu family talisman shop uniforms. Although they were cultivators, their cultivation levels were low, only at the qi refining stage 2 or 3. This is Lu Changsheng, a medium-grade talisman master from our Lu family. I won't be able to manage the shop in the future, so I will hand over the shop's management to Changsheng. He is now the second owner of the shop. Uncle Zhang, from now on, report any matters related to the shop directly to Changsheng. Li Shi, Wang Wu, you can report to the second owner if you have any concerns. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Miaoga spoke to them, her voice cold and decisive. This allowed Lu Changsheng to see a different side of Lu Miaoga, one he had not seen before. In their usual interactions, Lu Miaoga had always been serene and elegant, her disposition as calm as water. She had never been this assertive. All 5 of them were surprised and astonished by the announcement, looking at Lu Changsheng with a mix of disbelief and amazement. They hadn't expected this handsome young man to be a medium-grade talisman master and their new second owner. Zheng Shan greets the second owner. Li Shi greets the second owner. Wang Wu greets the second owner. Lu greets the second owner. Sun Qi greets the second owner. The 5 of them immediately paid their respects, their initial shock transforming into admiration, awe, respect, and even admiration for Lu Changsheng. A medium-grade talisman master could lead a prosperous life anywhere. When the staff at the shop heard Lu Changsheng's name and realized his surname was Lu, they automatically assumed he was a member of the Qingzhou Lu family. They thought he was there to manage the shop as part of his training and life experience. His handsome appearance, exceptional talent, and good family background only increased their admiration. This was especially noticeable in the eyes of Li Shi, Wang Wu, and the 2 receptionists. Their gazes toward Lu Changsheng changed, showing a mix of admiration and curiosity. Thank you all for your assistance, Lu Changsheng said with a smile, giving them a slight bow. Before coming, Lu Miaoga had briefed Lu Changsheng about the shop's operations. Typically, the shop's daily matters were handled by the manager, Zheng Shan, and he wouldn't need to worry about them much. His main responsibilities would be guiding Li Shi and Wang Wu in talisman crafting and overseeing the quality of goods. The shop required regular restocking, including high-grade and even top-grade talismans crafted by the fourth elder. Basic and lower-grade talismans were usually purchased from local rogue cultivator talisman masters, but quality control was essential to avoid inferior goods. The store's products were generally more expensive than what could be found from rogue cultivator stalls, but the higher price ensured better quality. This applied to other talisman-making supplies like talisman paper, ink, and brushes. In addition, there might be times when a specific talisman was urgently needed, and if Lu Changsheng could craft it, he would take care of it. After introducing Lu Changsheng to the employees, Lu Miaoge let them return to their tasks and handed Zhang Shan a stack of medium-grade top-quality talismans she had taken from the fourth elder. She explained to Lu Changsheng that she received a new batch of talismans every month from the fourth elder. In addition to the medium-grade top-quality talismans, the fourth elder also crafted 3 top-grade talismans each month. These top-grade talismans were the shop's prized possessions and foundation. However, she wouldn't hand them over to Zhang Shan. Instead, she kept them on her person and only dealt them directly to customers upon request. Then she took Lu Changsheng on a tour of the shop and introduced him to its operations. The shop has 3 floors. The first floor has a sales hall and, in the back, a reception hall and a small courtyard. The second floor is where Li Shi and Wang Wu work, rest, and sleep. The third floor is where Lu Miaoge, the owner, rests and sleeps. It includes a living room, bedroom, lounge, talisman room, and storage room. The third floor has restrictions. One must have a token to enter. Then Lu Miaoge told Lu Changsheng that she rarely stays here. If Lu Changsheng finds it inconvenient and doesn't want to stay in the Lu family's large estate in the East District, he can stay here instead. Lu Changsheng didn't mind. He expressed his preference to stay at the Lu family estate first. Since he had come to Jiolong Market, he should at least visit the area. Before he came, the fourth elder had told him that Jiolong Market had more than one talisman shop and other businesses managed by the Lu family. The second elder of the Lu family manages the Lu family's market business and usually stays at Jiolong Market. So, since he was here, he naturally needed to visit the elder. That's family. There are many social customs and expectations. Otherwise, he would seem too isolated and unsociable. Sister Miaoge, it's getting late. Let me treat you to a meal. I'll be bothering you quite a bit in the near future, so I should treat you as thanks. After Lu Miaoge took Lu Changsheng around the shop and introduced him to everything, Lu Changsheng spoke to Lu Miaoge. Sure, let's just eat at the nearby place. Lu Miaoge didn't refuse and nodded. I haven't eaten anything in the last 2 days, and my mouth has no flavor at all. I was waiting for a good meal today, so I can't just eat anything. Sister Miaoge, is there any good food around here? Lu Changsheng asked directly. Then let's go to the Yushan Pavilion next door. I've eaten there a few times, and the taste is great. Lu Miaoge said thoughtfully. Let's go then. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then the two went downstairs. At that time, there were customers in the shop looking at talisman pens, and a staff member was introducing them. Although the staff member was an ordinary person, they were well-trained and knew everything about these items. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge didn't pay much attention to this and just nodded slightly to the shopkeeper Zhang Shan as a greeting before leaving the shop. They walked to Yushan Pavilion, which was not far away. The facade of Jade Feast Pavilion looked ordinary, and its decor was fairly simple and unpretentious, unlike the Lu family's talisman shop. However, business was still booming inside. Even though it was not mealtime, the place was already more than half full. After the two of them found a seat, Lu Miaoge ordered 2 dishes and 2 servings of spirit rice from the waiter. Lu Changsheng saw this and smiled, saying, Sister Miaoge, you don't need to be so frugal with me. I've managed to save up some spirit stones over the years. In the past 6 months, his conditions had improved significantly. As a result, he still had a good amount of spirit stones saved up. Before leaving home, he counted a total of 306 spirit stones. He left 30 spirit stones at home for household expenses and carried the rest with him. Therefore, he could afford to treat Lu Miaoge to a meal without being overly cautious. 2 dishes are enough for us. Any more would be wasteful, Lu Miaoge said with a gentle smile. Over the past 6 months, they had been learning talisman crafting together under the 4th elder, and their relationship had become quite close. This gentle smile no longer carried the distant air from before. It was now a natural and friendly smile. All right, Lu Changsheng responded, not saying much more. Soon, the waiter brought over a large water lily the size of a basin and placed it on the table. The water lily buds opened automatically, revealing 2 dishes and 2 bowls of crystal-clear spirit rice, steaming hot and overflowing with aroma. This carp soup is their specialty dish, made with the red blood carp from the Yu family of Green Lake Mountain. I order it every time I come here. You should try it. Lu Miaoge pointed to a dish of flavorful fish soup. Red blood carp from the Yu family of Green Lake Mountain? Could it be that this restaurant is owned by the Yu family of Green Lake Mountain? Lu Changsheng asked in surprise. The Yu family of Green Lake Mountain was one of the major cultivation families under the jurisdiction of the Blue Cloud sect. The family had 3 foundation establishment cultivators, making them a level above the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. The red blood carp was a specialty of Green Lake Mountain, similar to the jade bamboo wine and jade spirit rice from Qingzhou Mountain. The owner of this restaurant married a woman from the Yu family of Green Lake Mountain, so they are able to source a steady supply of red blood carp from the Yu family every month, Lu Miaoge explained softly. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded, not asking any more questions, and took a sip of the carp soup. Instantly, he felt an intense yet not overpowering savory flavor spread from his mouth to his stomach, and then to his brain, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Delicious! Lu Changsheng couldn't help but praise. He thought he had grown accustomed to fine delicacies at the Lu family, but this carp soup was remarkably fresh. The chef here must be a spirit chef, right? Lu Changsheng asked. Although the red blood carp was a type of spirit fish, without a spirit chef, it would be impossible to bring out this kind of flavor. Yes, the chef here is the owner of this restaurant, and he is indeed a spirit chef. The prices here are also quite reasonable compared to other places, so business has always been good, Lu Miaoge said softly. She then pointed to another dish and said, This is mole meat. The taste is also excellent and is one of the specialties here. Lu Changsheng picked up a piece of meat and tried it. The skin was crispy, the meat was tender, and the juices burst with flavor. He couldn't help but pick up another piece. He nodded in approval and said, Delicious. At this moment, he noticed that Lu Miaoge hadn't touched her chopsticks and was just watching him enjoy the food. He couldn't help but say, Sister Miaoge, why aren't you eating? Let's eat together. Okay. Lu Miaoge nodded gently and picked up her chopsticks, taking a piece of mole meat. She ate with graceful movements, yet her speed was surprisingly fast. Lu Changsheng had only taken 2 or 3 bites when she had already taken 7 or 8. By the time Lu Changsheng had eaten only half a bowl of rice, Lu Miaoge had already finished her meal. Lu Changsheng was a bit surprised by the scene. He couldn't believe that someone as elegant as Lu Miaoge could eat so quickly. I usually eat quite fast, Lu Miaoge said, realizing she might have been a bit impolite. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. It's fine, I'm just a slow eater, Lu Changsheng chuckled, finding the young woman in front of him even more endearing. As expected, there weren't as many untouchable goddesses as one might think. The perceived distance between them made her seem unreachable, but that was just an illusion. Once you become close to someone, they seem just like anyone else. Lu Changsheng immediately called the waiter over to order 2 more dishes and more rice. No need, I'm full, Lu Miaoge said. Seeing this, Lu Miaoge spoke up and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe her mouth. All right, Lu Changsheng agreed and didn't insist. He finished the remaining food and went to pay the bill. The total cost for the 2 dishes and 2 servings of spirit rice came to 4 spirit stones. It was no wonder Lu Miaoge only ordered 2 dishes. The prices were indeed a bit high. When Lu Changsheng first arrived at the Lu family, his monthly salary was only 2 spirit stones. Now, a single meal had cost him 4 spirit stones. However, Lu Changsheng wasn't too concerned about the cost. He felt the price was reasonable, considering the carp soup and mole meat were spirit foods, and the rice was spirit rice. Consuming them would provide nourishment for his body. He could still feel the gentle flow of spiritual energy within his dantian and meridians. Additionally, the experience of enjoying the delicious food brought satisfaction to both his body and mind. Lu Changsheng found Lu Miaoga's eating habits endearing and thought he might invite her out to eat more often to strengthen their relationship. However, on second thought, he realized it might be too expensive for him at the moment. He would have to wait until he could sell all his talismans and convert them into spirit stones. Sister Miaoga, is there a place in Jiolong Market where rogue cultivators set up stalls for trading? Lu Changsheng asked Lu Miaoga. The purpose of his trip was to sell his talismans and buy the heavenly treasures and earth essences he needed for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. He thought he might start by exploring where the rogue cultivators set up their stalls. At the junction of the West and South districts, there are several streets dedicated to allowing people to set up stalls for free trading, Lu Miaoga explained. Although the items there are usually cheaper than in the shops, there are a lot of scams and tricks, with little chance of finding a bargain. If you want to buy something, I recommend going to a regular shop. Lu Miaoga seemed to have guessed Lu Changsheng's intentions and offered him some advice. I was just curious about these stalls and wanted to take a look to broaden my horizons, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He wasn't expecting to find any great bargains or deals. After all, these rogue cultivators had to survive in the lower stages and were all quite shrewd. Finding a real bargain from them would be difficult without some strategy. As they talked, the two made their way back to the talisman shop. Auntie Lu. At that moment, a childish, sweet voice echoed. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoga both turned their heads in the direction of the sound. They saw a dignified, elegantly dressed woman with a well-rounded figure holding a 3- or 4-year-old girl and carrying a food box. The little girl waved her hand and called out to Lu Miaoga. Patroness, the woman greeted Lu Miaoga. She quickened her pace and lowered her body slightly, her tone soft. The woman's face was not particularly beautiful, but could be described as lovely, with arched eyebrows, full lips, and almond-shaped eyes. Her nose was slightly pointed, exuding a gentle, mature charm. Her skin was remarkably fair, with her white face and smooth skin at her neckline both delicate and snow-white. Her skin had the consistency of freshly coagulated cream, and her well-rounded, ample figure gave her the appeal of a ripe, juicy peach. Mrs. Bai, Nan, you came to bring lunch for Uncle Zhang. Lu Miaoga greeted them with a soft smile, clearly familiar with the two. She transmitted a voice to Lu Changsheng and explained, this is Zhang Shan's wife and daughter. They come by every day to bring food for Zhang Shan. Inside the talisman shop, Zhang Shan noticed his wife and daughter approaching and immediately got up and quickly walked outside. He bowed slightly towards Lu Miaoga and Lu Changsheng and then explained, second owner, this is my humble wife. She is here to bring me my meal. No problem, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He understood that Zhang Shan was explaining the situation to him out of concern that he, the new owner, might have objections. However, Lu Changsheng had no such concerns and didn't mind the arrangement at all. He hadn't expected Zhang Shan, who looked to be around 50 years old, to have such a young wife who was not only a cultivator, but also appeared quite young. Their child was only 3 or 4 years old. On reflection, this was quite normal in the world of cultivation. Most cultivators often waited until they were older to settle down and have children. Moreover, the woman exuded a gentle, mature charm and seemed to be around 28 or 29 years old, though her actual age could be different. This was because many female cultivators tended to purchase beauty and anti-aging pills. For instance, Lu Miaoga had clearly taken such pills. She looked just as youthful as she did 5 years ago when Lu Changsheng first met her, maintaining the appearance of someone around 20 years old. This made Lu Changsheng think he should consider purchasing an anti-aging pill for his wives and concubines as well. He was practicing the immortal posture technique, which not only enhanced his charm, but also allowed him to maintain a youthful appearance indefinitely. However, his wives and concubines couldn't practice it, and only Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin could cultivate, while the others were mortals who would gradually age. Lu Changsheng thought about the cost of buying anti-aging pills as gifts. If he were to give them to everyone, he would have to give out more than a dozen at once, so he decided to put that thought on hold for now. Lu Miaoge didn't engage in much small talk with Zhang Shan and simply nodded before leading Lu Changsheng to the third floor. She usually spent her time on the third floor, either cultivating or crafting talismans, and seldom stayed on the first floor. Now that Lu Changsheng was also present on the third floor, Lu Miaoge, being familiar with him, didn't mind sharing the space with him. At this point, Lu Miaoge also explained to Lu Changsheng that while Zhang Shan was a long-time employee at the shop, he shouldn't get too close to him. Being too close could make management more difficult in the future. Lu Changsheng understood this logic and nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Miaoge went on to share some management tips and experiences regarding the shop with him. Most of the advice was straightforward and easy to grasp, and Lu Changsheng was familiar with most of it. After all, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In his previous life, he had been exposed to big data, and he had a fair amount of knowledge regarding human management. Of course, knowing something and putting it into practice were two different things. Sister Miaoge, I used to think you were a fairy who didn't bother with worldly matters. I didn't expect you to know so much. It feels like I'm getting to know you all over again. After hearing what Lu Miaoge had said, Lu Changsheng smiled playfully. Today, he got to see a different side of Lu Miaoge, so he found the conversation more relaxed than before. When Lu Changsheng made his playful remark, Lu Miaoge smiled, like a blooming fairy flower, captivating and enchanting. You're making me wonder whether you're praising me or poking fun at me, she said with a gentle smile. But I'll take it as a compliment. Lu Miaoge then said, all right, I'm going to go craft some talismans. You can go to the lounge to rest or cultivate. There's not much going on in the shop on a daily basis, but if anything comes up, Zhang Shan and the others will let you know. After saying that, she stood up and went to the talisman crafting room to focus on her work. Lu Changsheng nodded and went to the lounge to rest. He needed a bit of sleep to recover his mental energy after a couple of days of travel. Although he wasn't extremely tired, a short nap would help him refresh. After a brief rest, Lu Changsheng found that Lu Miaoge was still in the talisman crafting room, so he got a little bored and decided to find something to do. He went to the second floor to check on Li Shi and Wang Wu's talisman crafting skills and planned to offer them some guidance. He possessed the second-level talisman crafting skills granted by his system, making his foundational knowledge of talismans extremely solid, much more so than someone who learned and practiced on their own. He could easily guide not only the two talisman apprentices, but even his grandmother, the Lu family's fourth elder and a first-level talisman master. Second patron. Second patron. In the workroom on the second floor, Li Shi and Wang Wu, who were working on crafting talisman paper, lit up with excitement when they saw Lu Changsheng approaching. They stopped their work and greeted him enthusiastically, their voices softer than usual. I came to check on your talisman crafting skills and offer you some guidance, Lu Changsheng said. The two women in front of him were both quite attractive, perhaps not stunningly beautiful, but certainly graceful and elegant. As the offspring of cultivators, they naturally inherited good genes. However, Lu Changsheng didn't have any particular thoughts about the two women. Although he did want to find a woman with a spirit root to have children with, he wasn't immediately interested in pursuing that with them. However, he didn't think it was necessary to go around asking every woman to bear his child. Besides, he had just arrived at the shop and hadn't done anything yet. Making advances on the apprentices would leave a poor impression on Lu Miaoge and the fourth elder. It would also tarnish the reputation he had just started to build at the Lu family. It wasn't worth it. Thank you, second patron. Second patron, please have a seat, the two women said, speaking softly as they prepared a chair and served him tea. What talismans have you been learning recently? Lu Changsheng asked, waving his hand dismissively. The two women told him about the talismans they knew. They had been working at the talisman shop for 5 or 6 years and could create around 10 to 20 basic talismans. This was necessary because, as apprentices, they needed to contribute to the shop's profits by learning how to make various types of talismans. Even though basic talismans didn't earn much money, the talisman shop needed to have a diverse selection of talismans. "All right, show me the talismans you've been practicing recently," Lu Changsheng said, nodding in approval. The two women took out their talisman pens, paper, and spirit ink and began crafting talismans. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Shi failed halfway through her drawing, causing the talisman paper to emit a puff of smoke. She immediately became flustered and stammered, "Second patron, I'm sorry. I got a little nervous." Li Shi was usually cheerful, but in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "What's there to be nervous about? I'm not a fearsome beast, and I won't eat you. If you fail, just keep going," Lu Changsheng said with a smile, trying to reassure her. Seeing Lu Changsheng's comforting words and smile, Li Shi's pretty face turned red. She found it hard to breathe, and her heart raced. There were many handsome men in the world, but how many of them were also skilled, came from a good family, and were medium-grade talisman masters? Li Shi rarely encountered such a person, so seeing Lu Changsheng smile at her made her heart flutter even more, making her even more nervous. "Why are you blushing like a bubble tea kettle?" Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw Li Shi blushing and acting all love-struck. He hadn't even done anything, and yet she was reacting this way. Unknowingly, have I become this charming? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, slightly amused. He suddenly realized that he was no longer the person he once was. He wasn't just good-looking, he was also wealthy and had potential for a bright future. The woes of being conventionally attractive. Lu Changsheng adjusted his expression to become indifferent and spoke in a calm, neutral tone, "Continue." In that moment, he began to understand why Lu Miaoge didn't smile much and always maintained an aloof and ethereal demeanor. This was the struggle of being so good-looking. "Yes, second patron." Li Shi quickly nodded, focusing her attention and starting to draw talismans again. Lu Changsheng could see that both women had a solid foundation in basic talismans. They were almost ready to start learning how to draw low-grade talismans. However, he decided not to teach them how to draw low-grade talismans just yet. Once they started learning low-grade talismans, most of their time and energy would be spent on that, which could disrupt their current work. It was better to let them continue building their foundation and only introduce low-grade talismans once their skills were thoroughly solidified. With a neutral expression, Lu Changsheng provided guidance and advice on talisman crafting to the two apprentices. The two women found his teachings even clearer and more understandable than those of the first patron, and they gained a lot from his guidance. "All right, practice more on your own," Lu Changsheng said. "After some time, if you perform well, I'll teach you how to craft low-grade talismans." Lu Changsheng left the second floor after giving the apprentices a goal to work towards. He could sense that, despite his indifferent demeanor, the two women were still quite interested in him. It seemed that if he so much as beckoned, they would eagerly approach him. However, he still had no intention of pursuing anything with them. As he had said before, it wasn't worth it and didn't bring enough benefits to justify the effort. Is this what they call romantic luck? Lu Changsheng pondered to himself as he left the second floor. "Thank you, second patron. Thank you, second patron." The two apprentices were overjoyed upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words. Their gazes towards him were filled with admiration and longing. "He's so handsome, from a good family, and a medium-grade talisman master. He's my dream man," Li Shi whispered longingly as she watched Lu Changsheng's back disappear. "Are you getting infatuated, little girl?" Wang Wu teased. "How can you not like him? He's so good-looking, speaks gently, and is a medium-grade talisman master." Li Shi joked to Wang Wu and said confidently, "I like him too, but so what? How could we possibly match him? Even if I became his concubine, I'd be content," Wang Wu responded straightforwardly. Li Shi felt a bit discouraged after hearing Wang Wu's words. In the cultivation world, men often outnumbered women, making young female cultivators highly sought after. Both Li Shi and Wang Wu were often pursued by suitors, with many people coming to propose marriage. However, as they had a talent for talisman making and potential to become recognized talisman masters in the future, they could choose a good match when it came time to marry. Still, now that they were faced with the prospect of considering marriage to Lu Changsheng, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. After Lu Changsheng came down from the second floor to the first floor, he began to browse the items available for sale in the shop. He was checking to see if there were any items he wanted. He was hoping to purchase a magical pen for drawing talismans, some high-grade talisman paper, and high-grade spiritual ink during this outing. When Lu Changsheng was in the third stage of qi refining, he tried drawing top-grade talismans, but was limited by his cultivation and the tools he had, resulting in a low success rate. He only managed to draw a dozen talismans to have on hand in case of unexpected events. After his recent breakthrough to fourth stage of qi refining, he tried drawing top-grade talismans again and still found it somewhat challenging. He could only draw a few simpler top-grade talismans with a success rate of about 40 to 50%. While this success rate was quite good for other talisman artists, Lu Changsheng felt it wasn't quite enough. Thus, he thought about buying a good magical pen for drawing talismans, as well as some high-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink. This way, not only could he increase his success rate, but he could also confidently draw some of the more challenging top-grade talismans. Whether or not he would sell the talismans wasn't the main concern. At least having more top-grade talismans on hand would give him a greater sense of security. Otherwise, what would he do if something unexpected happened while traveling between Jiulong Market and Qingzhou Mountain? Lu Changsheng examined the items for sale in the shop. Most of the talismans available were low-grade, followed by basic and mid-grade talismans, with a few high-grade ones. Besides the talismans, the shop also offered talisman pens, talisman paper, spiritual ink, related raw materials, and books on talismans. Then, he looked at the prices of the magical pens, high-grade talisman paper, and high-grade spiritual ink on the counter of talisman-making tools. Low-grade magical talisman pen, 70 spirit stones. Medium-grade magical talisman pen, 200 spirit stones. High-grade magical talisman pen, 600 spirit stones. High-grade talisman paper comes in two qualities, premium and good quality. Premium, 50 spirit stones for a stack of 10 sheets. Good quality, 30 spirit stones for a stack of 10 sheets. High-grade spiritual ink also comes in two qualities, premium and good quality. Premium, 50 spirit stones per box. Good quality, 30 spirit stones per box. So expensive. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the prices. He previously thought he had a decent amount of money, but upon seeing these prices, he suddenly realized how poor he actually was. After buying a medium-grade magical talisman pen, he wouldn't have much spirit stones left. For my current needs, a medium-grade magical talisman pen is sufficient. And since magical talisman pens are far more durable than regular ones, lasting thousands of uses, I won't have to worry about damage for a while. Lu Changsheng stroked his chin as he planned to purchase a medium-grade magical talisman pen. After all, this investment would last him a long time. As for the prices of the talisman paper and spiritual ink, he thought they were reasonable and not too expensive, especially considering that a single top-grade talisman could sell for 30 to 50 spirit stones. Moreover, top-grade talismans can sell for over 200 spirit stones each. However, the reason they can command such high prices is due to the high skill and difficulty level involved. For instance, the fourth elder, being a first-rank talisman master, only sells 3 top-grade talismans a month due to the high failure rate. After subtracting the time and material costs, the profit was quite limited. Not everyone is as lucky as Lu Changsheng, who can create talismans as effortlessly as eating or drinking. No rush. My spirit stones are mainly needed to buy the materials for the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Tomorrow, I'll check out Southwest Street. I'll see if I can find suitable materials for the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique and maybe sell some talismans for money, Lu Changsheng mused. He then asked the shopkeeper, Xianxia, about the cost prices of the magical talisman pens, high-grade talisman paper, and spiritual ink. Xianxia was forthcoming and provided the information. The cost price of the low-grade magical talisman pen is 43 spirit stones. The cost price of the medium-grade magical talisman pen is 139 spirit stones, and the high-grade magical talisman pen is 500 spirit stones. Since the Lu family doesn't have a weapon refiner, they purchase these items from elsewhere to sell. As for the talisman paper and spiritual ink, the premium quality is made by the Lu family themselves, while the good quality is either made in-house or sourced from others using provided materials. Xianxia was unsure of the cost. After listening, Lu Changsheng nodded, planning to buy a magical talisman pen directly from the store at cost if he decided to purchase one. He then asked about the shop's daily revenue, sales, which talismans sold well, and the prices and quantities at which they bought talismans from other sources. Lu Changsheng had an idea in his mind. If he were to take full charge of managing the shop in the future, he wondered if he could use the shop to sell all the talismans he had on hand. For the questions he asked, Xianxia answered truthfully, giving Lu Changsheng a good understanding of the talisman shop. He learned that the business of this talisman shop in Jiolong Market was quite good, generating several thousand spirit stones in revenue each month. Looks like this Lu family's talisman shop is doing even better than I imagined, Lu Changsheng thought to himself after hearing this information. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Lu Changsheng didn't continue asking too many questions. He returned to the resting area on the 3rd floor and saw that Lu Miaoge was still in the talisman room, so he began meditating to cultivate. As evening approached, Lu Miaoge came out of the talisman room and informed Lu Changsheng that they could leave for the day. Although Jiolong Market didn't have a curfew, the place became much quieter at night since cultivators also needed to cultivate and rest. Furthermore, Li Shi, Wang Wu also resided in the shop and could help keep an eye on things. Afterward, Lu Miaoge led Lu Changsheng to the Lu family's large residence in the Eastern District. The walk from their current location to the Lu family's estate in the Eastern District took a considerable amount of time. Walking quickly, it still took them around half an hour. The Lu family's estate spanned approximately 2,000 square meters. Although this was much smaller than the accommodations in Qingju Valley, it was a large property for the cramped spaces in Jiolong Market. Curious, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Miaoge how much such a large estate would cost in spirit stones. Lu Miaoge wasn't sure of the exact price, explaining that estates like these were usually leased for at least 3 to 5 years. As for the cost, it ranged from several tens to a few hundred spirit stones per year. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but be astonished. If the annual rent was tens to hundreds of spirit stones, then purchasing such an estate would likely cost thousands of spirit stones. It seemed that buying property was a challenge everywhere. Upon arriving at the estate, Lu Miaoge asked the estate's steward whether the second elder was home. Since they had come to the estate, they naturally wanted to meet the Lu family's second elder. The steward informed them that the second elder was resting in the backyard and led the two to meet the second elder. In no time, Lu Changsheng saw the Lu family's second elder. Despite his white hair, the second elder's complexion was vibrant and smooth, resembling that of a baby. He had a tall build and wore a blue robe, leaning on a jade bamboo staff. His imposing presence exuded a sense of authority and awe. This second elder was responsible for managing the Lu family's business and frequently traveled, so it was the first time Lu Changsheng had met him. Second elder. Second grandpa. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge both greeted the second elder with respectful bows. The second elder nodded and turned his attention to Lu Changsheng, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. You must be Changsheng. At your age, becoming a medium-grade talisman artist is quite impressive. In the future, if you need anything in Jiolong Market, you can come directly to me. The second elder gave Lu Changsheng a friendly pat on the shoulder as he spoke. Yes, second elder. Lu Changsheng responded respectfully. The second elder then instructed the steward to arrange accommodations for Lu Changsheng and mentioned that there would be a banquet in the evening to welcome him and introduce him to other Lu family members so they could interact more frequently. Lu Changsheng naturally agreed politely. He knew that now that he was part of the Lu family, socializing and maintaining relationships would be inevitable. The steward then took him to a separate courtyard for his living quarters. The courtyard was not large, about 100 square meters, slightly smaller than his quarters at Qingzhou Mountain Manor. It had simple soundproofing and spiritual gathering arrays, with spiritual energy levels lower than Qingzhou Valley, but better than Qingzhou Mountain Manor. In the evening, a servant arrived to inform Lu Changsheng about the banquet. He nodded and made his way to the main hall. As soon as Lu Changsheng entered the main hall, he saw the second elder, Lu Myoga, 2 stewards of the same generation as Lu Yuanding, and 5 other Lu family members. However, his gaze was instantly drawn to a stunning woman standing beside Lu Myoga. She wore a white long dress embroidered with crane patterns, and the fitted dress perfectly highlighted her curvaceous figure. The skirt was cut in a way that revealed her straight, slender legs, wrapped in delicate, translucent white silk stockings, adding a sense of elegance and purity. Her petite feet, covered in the white stockings, were clad in silver high heels with flowing cloud patterns, which accentuated her graceful and striking figure. The woman was none other than the second Miss, Lu Miaohuan, whom Lu Changsheng had once been set up to meet for a potential match. Lu Changsheng hadn't expected to see her in Jiolong Market, nor that she had switched from wearing black silk stockings to white. There was no denying that the second Miss had a remarkable figure. Especially her legs, which were perfectly proportioned, neither too full nor too slender, straight and smooth. Whether she wore black or white silk, both brought out an alluring, breathtaking quality in her appearance. Lu Miaohuan also noticed Lu Changsheng and, seeing that his gaze fell upon her, responded with a cold snort before turning her head away to look elsewhere. Lu Changsheng simply smiled and acted as if he hadn't noticed. He knew the second Miss still held a grudge against him, which was understandable. It had only been half a year since their arranged meeting, where he had rejected her and then married Lu Miaoyun. Given the second Miss's proud personality, it was hardly surprising that she hadn't forgotten the incident and still held a grudge. If it weren't for the second elder hosting the welcoming banquet, the second Miss might not have even bothered to see him. She certainly wouldn't have given him a warm reception. Nonetheless, seeing Lu Myoga and Lu Miaohuan standing together, both sisters with similar looks and figures, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but wonder how the eldest Miss would look dressed similarly. Or perhaps the 2 sisters, one in black and one in white. Lu Changsheng quickly suppressed these thoughts, knowing they were too stimulating to dwell on. If Patriarch Lu Yuanding knew he was entertaining thoughts about his 2 daughters, he would likely slice him in half with one stroke. Second elder. Lu Changsheng greeted respectfully with a bow. Changsheng, let me introduce you. The second elder responded, noticing the brief exchange between Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaohuan, but saying nothing about it. He was aware of the minor grudge between them. After the original incident, Lu Yuanding had sent his daughter to Jiolong Market to find something to occupy herself and to relax. Following the second elder's introductions, Lu Changsheng became acquainted with the 2 stewards of the Lu family and met the 4 other Lu family members. The group of people present in Jiolong Market all held significant positions and status within the Lu family, representing its future leaders. Except for Lu Miaohuan, who showed her displeasure due to her previous encounter with Lu Changsheng, the others were all quite friendly towards him. After all, there was no unprovoked love or hatred. Lu Changsheng was easygoing and never made enemies, in addition to being a medium-grade talisman artist. Naturally, they were eager to establish a good relationship with him. Moreover, they all knew of Lu Changsheng's talent for talisman crafting. The family had been trying to integrate him more deeply into the Lu family, so these individuals were naturally inclined to foster good relations with him rather than risk offending him. Thus, Lu Changsheng made their acquaintance. After a satisfying meal, As everyone was about to leave, a young man named Lu Changsheng draped his arm around Lu Changsheng's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Changsheng, this is your first time out. As the host, I, Brother Cheng, will take you to read books and taste tea tomorrow." Read books and taste tea? Lu Changsheng was taken aback. That's right. This tea house is quite nice, offering various famous teas and different kinds of books. Just yesterday, they received a batch of new teas and books that won't disappoint you, Lu Changsheng said meaningfully. Brother Cheng, is this book reading and tea tasting legitimate? Lu Changsheng's tone was skeptical. Lu Changsheng glanced around and lowered his voice. Don't worry, would I take you somewhere legitimate? Have you heard of the top 10 famous artifacts? Tomorrow, I'll let you experience them. Lu Changsheng fell silent for a moment. As he suspected, this was not legitimate book reading and tea tasting. I'm your brother-in-law, after all, so why would you, as the brother-in-law, take me, your sister's husband, to see the top 10 famous artifacts? And I'm new to Jiolong Market, so is it really a good idea to take me to such a place? Or do you think I'm that kind of person? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but ponder these questions internally. He then said, Brother Cheng, I'm not that kind of person. I won't go to those places. How can you broaden your horizons if you don't see the world? This is also a form of training. Lu Changsheng presented his argument with poetic flair, stating, as they say, beauty is like tea that should be savored slowly, and a lovely face is like a book that should be read closely. Reading books and tasting tea is about observing the ways of the world and savoring the flavors of life. It is the best way to increase your life experience. Don't worry, I won't tell Sister Miaoyun about this, Lu Changsheng added. Lu Changsheng was at a loss for words. It was impressive how visiting a brothel was described in such an elegant and respectable manner. He hadn't expected to find such a character within the Lu family. However, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but agree with the underlying logic in Lu Changsheng's argument. Broadening his horizons and gaining life experience was important. Maybe some other time, Lu Changsheng considered. Although he wanted to gain new experiences, doing this sort of thing just after arriving in Jiolong Market made him feel a bit guilty. Besides, he had important things to focus on, such as planning to explore the Rogue Cultivator's street market the next day. All right then. Whenever you're ready, you can find me. I know this part of Jiolong Market very well, Lu Changsheng said as he patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder, a bit disappointed that Lu Changsheng had declined. Thank you, Brother Cheng, Lu Changsheng nodded before returning to his quarters. He meditated for 2 hours before lying down to sleep. However, he found it difficult to fall asleep, feeling as though something was missing. Suddenly being alone takes some getting used to, Lu Changsheng sighed softly. He had grown accustomed to sleeping with his wife and concubine every night, and sleeping alone felt unsettling. He then got up, took out his talisman-making tools from his storage bag, and began creating talismans. After crafting 3 medium-grade talismans and feeling a bit mentally fatigued, he drank a sip of white jade 100 flowers wine and lay down to sleep. The next day, Lu Changsheng got up, had a simple breakfast, and then went to find Lu Miaoga to head to the talisman shop together. On the way, he encountered Lu Miaohuan again. However, she did not greet him warmly. Initially, she had been chatting with her sister Lu Miaoga, but upon seeing him approach, she responded with a cold huff and a look of disdain. Huan's temperament is just like that. She doesn't really mean any harm, so don't take it to heart, Lu Miaoga said apologetically. Last night, Lu Miaohuan had come to ask her why Lu Changsheng had come to Jiolong Market. Lu Miaoga did not hide anything and told her sister about the 4th elder's plan to hand over the talisman shop to Lu Changsheng. After hearing this, Lu Miaohuan had some harsh words about Lu Changsheng, questioning his ability to manage the shop and doubting his competence. However, knowing her sister's temperament well, Lu Miaoga recognized that the more critical her sister was, the more it showed how much she cared about Lu Changsheng. If Lu Miaohuan truly didn't care about Lu Changsheng, she wouldn't have reacted this way. Her heightened attention and response revealed an underlying, delicate, and potentially dangerous emotional attachment to Lu Changsheng. But Lu Miaoga wasn't sure how to talk to her sister about the matter. Lu Miaohuan didn't appreciate being lectured and could even react negatively to advice. No problem at all. Second Miss has a straightforward personality, so I wouldn't be bothered by it. Lu Changsheng shook his head. Besides, I know the situation is partly my fault. He didn't take Lu Miaohuan's attitude too personally. During their arranged meeting, he had sweet-talked her quite a bit, making numerous promises. Then, after she agreed, he turned her down, which would upset anyone, especially someone as proud as Lu Miaohuan. Moreover, Lu Changsheng admitted that he might have a slight preference for beauty. Lu Changsheng had always been more lenient toward attractive women, so he was willing to overlook minor issues. The two continued chatting while heading towards the talisman shop. When they arrived at the shop's entrance, Lu Changsheng mentioned to Lu Miaoge that he wanted to explore the market a bit. Hearing this, Lu Miaoge fell silent for a moment before advising, "Try not to spend too much time with Miaoqing. Don't follow him to any disreputable places." Lu Changsheng was taken aback by this statement and couldn't help but wonder, just how bad is Chengge's reputation? Yesterday, he had just spoken to Miaoqing, and now Lu Miaoge immediately assumed he was going to follow him to indulge in questionable activities. It gave Lu Changsheng the uncomfortable feeling of being caught in a compromising situation. "Sister Miaoge, Changge invited me to read books and drink tea yesterday, and I turned him down outright," Lu Changsheng explained. "I'm just planning to take a walk, maybe visit the southwest street to check out the market." "All right, I'll be here at the shop." "You can go," Lu Miaoge nodded in understanding. "You could ask Li Shi or Wang Wu to guide you. They know the market well." Lu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, declining the offer. "No need. I'll just wander around on my own." He clearly remembered the way Li Shi and Wang Wu had looked at him yesterday and didn't want to cause any distractions. "Fine, just make sure you're back before dark. Do you have a communication talisman? If you get lost, you can contact me," Lu Miaoge advised gently as if speaking to a child. Lu Changsheng noted her nurturing tone, feeling as if she was treating him like a kid just starting out in life. "Don't worry, Sister Miaoge. I'll be fine." He reassured her with a smile, sensing that she saw him more as a younger brother. Despite the kind intentions, he found it amusing and slightly troubling. As a father of 30 children, he was not used to being treated with such care. This brotherly dynamic might make it a bit challenging for him if he wanted to develop a romantic relationship with Lu Miaoge in the future. After parting ways with Lu Miaoge, Lu Changsheng strolled through the streets for a couple of rounds before entering an empty alleyway. He took out a human skin mask from his storage bag, put it on, wore a drab brown wide robe, poured out a potion that had already been prepared into his palm, and applied it to his neck, making his skin no longer so fair. Instantly, his handsome and elegant appearance turned into that of an ordinary young man with dark skin, though his figure remained tall and slender. This was the shape-shifting technique he had learned from Li Feiyu before. It wasn't particularly profound, but it was still usable. Following that, Lu Changsheng took out a talisman from his storage bag and used it on himself, causing his spiritual energy to converge throughout his body. A medium-grade convergence talisman. Its effect was the same as the convergence technique, but it was several times better than the convergence technique that Lu Changsheng had just started learning. If it weren't for late-stage qi refining cultivators using the heavenly eye technique to observe his spiritual cultivation, they wouldn't be able to discern his level of cultivation at all. This was also why Lu Changsheng didn't spend too much time and effort on practicing techniques in his daily life. One reason was that it was too time-consuming and energy-consuming. On the other hand, many times, talismans could be used as substitutes. Sigh, sometimes being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Lu Changsheng sighed as he walked out of the alley. His handsome appearance and outstanding temperament made him very easy to remember and influential at first glance. If he were to go sell talismans and people recognized him as the owner of the Lu's spiritual talisman shop, it would be hard to explain. So, he changed his appearance, concealed his aura, and made himself look more ordinary. Although this shape-shifting technique was quite ordinary, even a bit crude, some people could still see through it. But as long as he wasn't seen in his true form and wasn't remembered by others, it was fine. After leaving the alley, Lu Changsheng walked to an intersection. He saw a couple of teenagers squatting there, looking around, holding a sign that said guide. Before he could approach, one of the teenagers immediately came forward and said enthusiastically, "Sir, do you need a guide? I grew up in the Jiolong market since I was a child, and I am very familiar with each area. Whatever you want to know or buy, I know it like the back of my hand," the teenager said warmly. Although Lu Changsheng had changed his appearance and concealed his aura, making him appear like an ordinary person, they had been making a living in the Jiolong market for a long time and were guides, so they naturally had a certain insight. At a glance, they could see that Lu Changsheng had the intention of finding a guide. Even if he didn't, at most, it was just a question, and nothing is lost. "How much do you charge?" Lu Changsheng nodded and asked. "Sir, I only charge 1 or 2 tiles of spirit stones a day," the teenager immediately replied. 1 spirit stone weighed 10 taels. After the spiritual energy inside was consumed, the weight would become lighter. And during the mining of spirit stones, there would also be some broken ones. This kind of unit of measurement for spirit stones was rarely used by cultivators and was relatively common only in these markets. "All right then, lead the way. Do you have spirit stones for change?" Lu Changsheng said and took out a spirit stone he had used before, probably weighing about 4 or 5 taels. There was a hint of regret in the teenager's eyes, but he immediately responded enthusiastically. Of course, of course." Taking the spirit stone, he examined it for a moment, then took out 2 broken spirit stones from his body and gave them to Lu Changsheng. Then he said, "Sir, may I ask what you want to buy or understand?" "Take me to the place where the stalls are set up for trading," Lu Changsheng said. "The trading stalls are on the southwest street." "Please follow me this way," the teenager responded. "It'll take about half an hour to get to the southwest street from here. If you have anything you want to buy, you can also tell me. I know many shops, and the quality of their goods is guaranteed," the teenager added. They made the most money by taking cultivators to shops to spend. "Are there any shops selling heavenly treasures and earthly treasures in this market?" Lu Changsheng inquired. "If you want to buy heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, you can go to the Qingyun Merchant Association and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. These two not only have affordable prices and a wide range of goods, but their quality is also guaranteed. If you want to spend a little less, I also know many shops that sell heavenly treasures and earthly treasures with guaranteed quality. I can take you there," the teenager said immediately. Although he wanted to make money by taking people to shops to spend, he couldn't just make things up and deceive others. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If he dared to deceive cultivators and was found out, it would be a dead end. "If I want to sell some talismans, can I also find a store to sell them?" Lu Changsheng asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng mention selling talismans, the teenager immediately realized that Lu Changsheng in front of him might be a talisman master. But as a guide, he naturally wouldn't ask too much, just answer as required. "Sir, most of the spiritual talisman shops in Jiolong Market will buy talismans. Are there any well-reputed talisman shops in this market?" Lu Changsheng continued. "Actually, the shops that can operate in the market all have good reputations, but if we're talking specifically about talismans, then Heavenly Talisman Pavilion of the Shen family has the best reputation. Their talismans not only have guaranteed quality, but they also often have promotional activities. However, they don't usually buy talismans from outside." Next would be the shops of cultivator families like the Yu family of Green Lake Mountain, the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Chen family of Hongya Valley, and the Zhang family of Wugong Ridge. They also have guaranteed quality and reputation in terms of talismans. If Sir wants to buy talisman paper, I recommend the talisman paper from the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain and the Chen family of Hongya Valley. Their talisman paper is made from locally sourced materials and is much better than ordinary talisman paper, the teenager said incessantly. Hearing the mention of Qingzhou Mountain Lu family's talisman shop, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew that this teenager's words were quite accurate, similar to what he had learned about the shops from Zhang Shan yesterday. White Jade Tower. At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a quaint and elegant pavilion not far away. On the signboard of the pavilion, It was written White Jade Tower, which reminded him of Hong Yi mentioning that he had bought the 2 pet concubines for him from White Jade Tower at no small cost. Seeing Lu Changsheng looking towards White Jade Tower, the teenager immediately spoke up. Sir, this White Jade Tower is a place for arranging marriages, introducing wives and concubines, and selling maidservants. If Sir has the intention of marrying or taking concubines and wants to purchase maidservants, you can come to White Jade Tower. This White Jade Tower is also an old brand. I heard that it not only has branches in Jiolong Market, but also in many other markets, and even in Immortal City. The teenager spoke up in such a manner. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, could it be that the White Jade Tower where Hong Yi bought Jior and Shuer is the same as this White Jade Tower? Just different branches? Then the business of this White Jade Tower is indeed quite extensive. The next time he writes a letter to Hong Yi, he might ask if it's the same White Jade Tower. Do the wives and concubines introduced by White Jade Tower include immortal ladies with spirit roots? Lu Changsheng asked. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about finding immortal ladies. After all, everything else is fleeting, only marrying and taking concubines to have children is the true path. He was quite satisfied with Jior and Shuer, whom Hong Yi had sent before. If he could buy obedient and sensible maidservants with spirit roots for money, that would naturally be the best. Naturally, there are some, but they are also in the minority. Most of them are beautiful and charming descendants of cultivators. The teenager replied. I heard that in White Jade Tower, there are not only human women but also women from other races, even from the demon races. However, I'm not too sure about the specific situation and prices. If Sir is interested, you can go in and find out. Not only are there human women, but also women from other races and demon races. Lu Changsheng knew that Jior and Shuer, whom Hong Yi had sent, belonged to women from other races. Hearing about demon women as well, Lu Changsheng immediately thought of cat girls, fox women, and snake ladies. Lu Changsheng nodded, not asking further, but keeping White Jade Tower in mind. He planned to come back later to check it out. After all, women in such places were likely to have difficult lives. If he had the ability, helping and rescuing one would be worthwhile. Saving a life was more valuable than building a 7-tier pagoda. With that in mind, Lu Changsheng chatted casually with the teenager along the way, learning various information about the market. Eventually, they arrived at Lu Changsheng's destination, the southwest street where Rouge cultivators traded their goods. Sir, ahead is the southwest street where Rouge cultivators trade freely. If you want to set up a stall, you need to go to the toll booth ahead and pay 1 spirit stone as a management fee. The teenager informed Lu Changsheng. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking that Jiolong Market really charged for everything. Even setting up a stall required paying 1 spirit stone as a management fee. He arrived at the intersection of the southwest street. Instantly, he saw a street lined with lanterns, with stalls neatly arranged on both sides. The middle was bustling with people, like a secular marketplace, with constant shouting, much livelier than the streets before. All right, your task is complete. You don't need to follow me anymore. I'll wander around on my own, Lu Changsheng said to the teenager, waving his hand towards the bustling street ahead. Understood. I bid farewell, wishing Sir good luck and prosperity. May all things go as you wish, and may you receive blessings from the heavens and have a prosperous immortal fortune. The teenager bid farewell respectfully. The teenager, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully and recited a string of blessings. Lu Changsheng, however, remained unaffected by these blessings. He had no intention of giving a tip and proceeded to walk into the street without any hesitation. The teenager, seeing this, wasn't disappointed either. After all, generous folks were rare. It was hard to encounter them even once a year. Lu Changsheng didn't rush to sell talismans. Instead, he decided to browse around first. He wanted to see if there was anything he needed or was interested in. At the same time, he wanted to understand the prices here. Second-hand robes for sale cheap. All are 90% new robes without patches. Tiger meat with red stripes, fresh and tender, just slaughtered last night. 10-year-old black truffles, 3 spirit stones per pound. Brother, do you need some elixirs? Just out of the furnace, ascension pills, swallow one, and all your worldly troubles will disappear. One by one, people at the stalls shouted and advertised their goods. Lu Changsheng followed the crowd and browsed through each stall. The items being sold here were diverse, much higher in quality than the stalls at the gathering on Nyodo Mountain. Most of the goods sold here were spiritual items used by cultivators. It made sense. If one had to pay 1 spirit stone to set up a stall, selling junk wouldn't even cover the stall fee. Lu Changsheng examined each item carefully. When he found materials suitable for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, he bought them directly. Due to practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, Lu Changsheng could roughly sense the effectiveness of spiritual materials, so he wouldn't be easily deceived. As for finding bargains, it simply didn't exist. Not to mention the probability was too low, but he needed to have physical contact to sense the quality of spiritual materials with the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Just by looking, he couldn't discern much, as he didn't have that keen eye. Before he even finished browsing half of the street, Lu Changsheng had already spent half of his spirit stones on buying spiritual materials for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. This made him couldn't help but sigh that money wasn't easy to come by. Afterward, Lu Changsheng also restrained himself a bit and focused more on observing. If he really wanted to buy something, he would wait and come back after looking around more. During this process, Lu Changsheng heard people bargaining, chatting, and discussing nearby. If something interesting caught his attention, he would stand aside and listen. Surprisingly, as he walked along this street and listened, Lu Changsheng actually learned a lot and gained a lot of insights. Friend, can I exchange this relic fragment for that thing you have? Would you consider it? A relic fragment? Let me see. What kind of relic fragment is this? It's completely useless. No deal. At this moment, Lu Changsheng heard a conversation coming from a nearby stall. His curiosity was piqued and he turned his head to look. He saw a middle-aged man of refined appearance standing in front of a stall, holding a black iron block the size of an egg, uneven and rough on the surface. Friend, you said this is a relic fragment. What effect does this fragment have? A woman in blue approached and politely asked the middle-aged man. Clearly, she had also heard about the relic fragment and wanted to see if she could find a bargain. It doesn't have any special effects, it's just hard. I used a medium-grade magic weapon flying sword to chop it, and my flying sword ended up with a dent. The refined man said, his face showing a pained expression. Upon hearing this, the others nearby also showed curiosity. If it could cause a dent in a flying sword magic weapon, it indicated that it wasn't ordinary material. Even if it wasn't a relic fragment, it was still a very rare material. This brother, I'm willing to offer 20 spirit stones for this fragment. Are you selling? Someone spoke up. I'm not selling. If I were to sell, it would be at least 100 spirit stones. The refined man directly waved his hand. 100 spirit stones is too expensive. Friend, I'm willing to offer 30 spirit stones. Friend, could you use your flying sword to chop it again in front of us? If it really creates a dent, I'm willing to offer 40 spirit stones. However, upon hearing this, the refined man's face darkened, and he rebuked, "Get lost. Friend, could you let me take a look at this relic fragment?" Lu Changsheng, who was standing nearby, also stepped forward and asked politely. His 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique required heavenly and earthly treasures to cultivate. If this iron block in front of him was truly a relic fragment, and he could refine it into his body to cultivate the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, it would be worth much more than just 100 spirit stones. Even if it wasn't a relic fragment, but some kind of heavenly or earthly treasure, it would still be beneficial for him. 100 spirit stones, not a single one less. The refined man handed the pockmarked black iron block to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the iron block. It felt cold in his hand and weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. The fact that such a large piece of iron had this weight indicated that it was quite extraordinary. Lu Changsheng slowly activated the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. His fingertips turned slightly red as he sensed the essence of heaven and earth within the iron block. He immediately felt that the essence contained within was extremely vigorous, far superior to the materials he had purchased before. Although he didn't know if it was a relic fragment, Lu Changsheng could be sure that it was a valuable item and buying it shouldn't result in a loss. Friend, I don't have enough spirit stones on me. Could I use these 2 high-grade talismans to exchange for some of the spirit stones? Lu Changsheng said calmly, taking out 2 high-grade talismans from his sleeve. He only had 140 spirit stones left on him now. If he bought this fragment, he wouldn't have any spirit stones left to buy other things. So, he decided to try exchanging goods and also use up a few talismans he had on him. Along the way, he had seen quite a few exchanges like this. After all, most Rouge cultivators didn't carry around a lot of spirit stones for trading. Flight Talisman, Golden Light Shield Talisman. The refined man recognized the 2 talismans immediately and his eyes brightened. He said, I won't take advantage of you. These 2 spiritual talismans can be exchanged for 70 spirit stones. Just give me 30 more spirit stones. The refined man was straightforward. He had guessed that the iron block might be a relic fragment, but he wasn't sure. He had tried to sell it several times and had it appraised by experts, but no one was willing to pay a high price for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started with a price of only 100 spirit stones. Now that Lu Changsheng showed interest, he was naturally eager. All right, but I still want to see the dent your flying sword made on this iron block. If it's real, I'll make the deal right away, Lu Changsheng said. The 2 talismans were worth about 30 spirit stones each, and the other party was showing sincerity. However, he couldn't appear as if he had made a big profit, as it might raise suspicions. Sure, the refined man said, taking out a deep blue flying sword from his storage bag. Pointing at a small dent on it, he sighed, Look, this dent was made by my flying sword. Lu Changsheng could see a finger-width dent in the middle of the flying sword. He nodded and handed the 2 talismans to the man, along with 30 more spirit stones, saying, All right, in that case, I'll take the fragment. Great. Friend, you're straightforward. The refined man accepted the talismans and spirit stones with a pleased expression, nodding his head in thanks. Lu Changsheng also nodded and collected the iron piece before continuing to browse. Wow, someone actually spent 100 spirit stones to buy this so-called relic fragment. This iron piece can make a dent in a flying sword. It's indeed a good material, but it's too small. Indeed, if it's really worth that much, he would have gone to Myriad Treasures Pavilion to appraise and sell it. Why would he start with just 100 spirit stones? Even if it's a relic fragment, it must be from a large-scale magic tool. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any prohibitive effects. Right, relic fragments are not easy to refine. This thing belongs to the category of needed but not valued or valued but not needed. True, it's useless for us chi refining cultivators. Who knows, maybe they have other uses for it. Several people nearby commented on the scene, but Lu Changsheng didn't pay much attention. After all, as someone rightly pointed out, he did have another use for it, to use it for cultivation. I wonder if this thing is really a relic fragment. If it is, and I can condense it into my body for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, then I would have made quite a gain. As long as I complete the first stage of the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, my body will be comparable to a low-grade magic tool. By then, my physical strength will have a qualitative improvement. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. After half a year of nurturing, his physical body had already become much stronger than before. However, there was still a considerable distance from completing the first stage of the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique and refining his body into a low-grade magic tool. Unfortunately, body refinement techniques are time-consuming and expensive. Moreover, the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique is far superior to ordinary body refinement techniques. He had been practicing for only a little over half a year. After spending over 100 spirit stones on materials and another 100 on purchasing this relic fragment, Lu Changsheng also worried about attracting unwanted attention. Therefore, he decided to leave the southwest street of Jiolong Market directly. Even though the Blue Cloud sect oversees the market, ensuring good security, it's always better to be cautious. Lu Changsheng didn't go straight back after leaving Southwest Street. Instead, he found an inn on a nearby street and spent a spirit stone to rent a room. Once in the room, Lu Changsheng took out a medium-grade purification talisman from his storage pouch and used it on himself. Among the myriad of techniques used by cultivators, there were many methods to leave marks on others for tracking purposes. This purification talisman could dispel and cleanse such marks from the body. Seeing that the purification talisman had no effect on him, Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he hadn't been marked for tracking. After all, he had been followed as soon as he left Nyodo Mountain after selling some items. He reminded himself to be cautious. The comfortable life in the Lu family over the past 2 years had made him somewhat less vigilant compared to when he first arrived. However, he always reminded himself to be wary and prepared for the worst. Otherwise, he might encounter unexpected danger. After resting in the room for half an hour, Lu Changsheng changed into a different human skin mask and left the inn. With an unremarkable appearance, he made his way back to Southwest Street. Despite spending so many spirit stones today without earning any, he wasn't ready to return home just yet. He planned to sell some items in exchange for spirit stones. Walking along the same street as before, Lu Changsheng continued browsing. He had bought enough materials for practicing the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique earlier, so he didn't need to purchase more for the time being. It was important to have some spirit stones on hand for emergencies. He came across a stall selling books and spent 2 spirit stones on a copy of Secret Techniques for Enhancing Intimacy and Essentials of Jade Chamber Secrets. These books taught methods to enhance intimate abilities and techniques to preserve vitality during intimate encounters, but they were merely ordinary techniques and not profound cultivation methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible at this price. In Lu Changsheng's view, this thing was just for fun. If he really wanted to practice the secret technique of dual cultivation or cultivation techniques, he had to rely on the system. After strolling around for a while, Lu Changsheng arrived at the toll booth at the street corner and paid a spirit stone and prepared to set up his stall. The cultivator at the toll booth gave him a wooden sign. There were numbers on the wooden sign corresponding to a stall, which could be used for 3 days. After taking the wooden sign, Lu Changsheng found the corresponding stall on the street and sat down. He took out a stack of talismans. A total of 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. When he was just wandering around, he also observed the stalls selling talismans. He knew he couldn't take too many, or it would easily attract attention. Then, he took out the flying sword, flying knives, and bells he had harvested from the 3 bandits on Nyodo Mountain. With the Qing'an sword and plenty of talismans on him, he didn't need these 3 magical instruments, so he naturally chose to sell them for money. As for the 3 storage bags he had previously obtained, one was used to store miscellaneous items, one was used to store talismans, so he temporarily didn't sell them. Maybe he would need them later. After pricing everything, Lu Changsheng waited for business to come. However, half an hour passed. Occasionally, people glanced at his stall, but most of them were not interested, and he only sold 5 or 6 talismans. The location of my stall is not good, and it is too far back. And in a place like Jiolong Market, where there are too many people selling talismans and magical instruments, it's too competitive. Most people rely on word of mouth and regular customers. Although my prices are slightly lower than other stalls, I still can't compete unless I lower them even further. But lowering them a bit won't help, I have to lower them significantly, but doing so will obviously disrupt the market and make me an easy target. After selling for so long without much success, Lu Changsheng grew impatient and decided to close his stall and leave. He was ready to see if there were any buyers for talismans and magical instruments, regardless of the price. It didn't matter if the price was a bit lower. Otherwise, relying on the stall, he didn't know when he would make a sale. I have 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. Would you be interested in buying? No. 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 What price are you offering? After asking 4 stalls, one stall owner spoke up. I'm offering a 10% discount. Lu Changsheng said. Too high, 50% off, I'll take them all. The stall owner said. In that case, I might as well sell them myself. Lu Changxing turned and walked away directly. Damn, there should be a limit even to being greedy. I can't believe he could even say 50% off. Brother, 40% off. Seeing Lu Changxing leaving, the stall owner immediately shouted. 20% off. Lu Changxing paused. Okay, let's meet halfway, 30% off. The stall owner proposed. Lu Changxing looked hesitant for a moment, then nodded. Deal. He took out a stack of talismans for the other party to count. Suddenly feeling guilty towards Hong Yi, he sold the talismans here at a 30% discount. But he had only given Hong Yi a discount of 20%. According to market price, it's a total of 80 spirit stones. At 30% off, that's 56 spirit stones. The stall owner counted the talismans and quoted a price. Deal. After completing the transaction, Lu Changxing immediately left Southwest Street. He changed his appearance again and found 4 talisman shops to sell talismans. Considering his identity and his disguise skills not being sufficient, Lu Changxing didn't go to those big spiritual symbol shops. The prices for buying talismans were all around 30% off. In this way, Lu Changxing sold a total of 145 low-grade talismans and 60 medium-grade talismans in 5 talisman shops. He harvested a total of 366 spirit stones. After walking out of the last talisman shop, Lu Changxing didn't continue selling. As the saying goes, be cautious and careful over time. With over 400 spirit stones on him, it would be enough for him for a long time. And he only had 5 sets of human skin masks left. This wave had used them all up. After walking out of the last spiritual symbol shop, Lu Changxing didn't change his disguise. Instead, he went to a nearby magical tools shop and asked if they bought magical instruments. After hearing that they did, Lu Changxing took out 3 magical tools. These 3 magical tools, although they look intact, have obviously been used for a long time and have noticeable flaws. They might even break when used. If you're willing to sell them, our store is willing to buy them for 30 spirit stones each. The shopkeeper of the magical tools shop examined Lu Changxing's 3 magical tools and then quoted a price. Really outrageous. Lu Changxing couldn't help but think to himself upon hearing this. He had personally inspected these 3 magical instruments. It could only be said that the 3 bandits on Yodo Mountain had taken good care of their magical instruments, and they were all in excellent condition without much damage. Saying they were 90% new wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet the shopkeeper only offered 30 spirit stones each. Forget it then, a minimum of 120 spirit stones for the 3. Lu Changxing shook his head, stating his price and pretending to leave. Too high. 120 spirit stones is too high. How about 100 spirit stones? I'll take the 3 for 100. The shopkeeper said as Lu Changxing made to leave. Let's step back. 110 spirit stones. It's really the highest price I can go. Go ask elsewhere, it'll be the same price. But seeing Lu Changxing really leaving, the shopkeeper immediately shouted as Lu Changxing reached the door, 115 spirit stones. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changxing felt it was about right and stopped in his tracks. He exchanged the 3 magical instruments for 115 spirit stones. At this moment, Lu Changxing noticed a pair of green boots in the shop, which matched his robe quite well. Pointing at the boots, he asked, Shopkeeper, what level are these boots? What effects do they have? These boots are a medium-grade magical instrument made from the fur of the demonic beast Qifeng wolf. They have 6 effects: size manipulation, dust avoidance, self-concealment, lightness, wave-walking, and wind manipulation. The shopkeeper immediately introduced. Medium-grade magical instrument? Lu Changxing nodded slightly and asked, Can I try them on? Of course, the shopkeeper said with a smile. The shopkeeper took the boots out of the cabinet and let Lu Changxing try them on. The boots were lightweight, very thin and soft, with a fine fleece inside. As Lu Changxing put them on, his first feeling was one of comfort and softness, as if he were wearing nothing at all. He felt much lighter and agile, thanks to the effect of the boots enhancing his speed and agility. As for the effects of walking on water and wind manipulation, when activated, they allowed him to move quickly on water and essentially gave him a wind-walking ability. How much for these boots? Lu Changsheng asked. He was quite satisfied with the boots. Not only did they look good, but they were also very comfortable to wear. If he ever needed to run away from something, they would surely help him escape much faster. This is the first sale of the day for our store. Its original price is 210 spirit stones, but since you've just done business with us, you can have them for 200 spirit stones, the shopkeeper said. Too expensive. A normal medium-grade magical instrument usually costs around 150 spirit stones. How about 140 spirit stones? Lu Changsheng countered directly. Just a while ago, the shopkeeper had offered 30 spirit stones for each of his 3 magical instruments, indicating there was significant room for negotiation. And besides, even in his past life, he knew that bargaining was essential when making purchases. If you agreed too easily, the seller might think you were too eager and regret it later. That's too low. These boots are not only made from chiffon wolf fur but also contain spirit silkworm silk inside. The craftsmanship, weaving, dyeing, and engraving of the formation on them are all very fine. If you want them, the lowest price would be 195 spirit stones. The shopkeeper explained, adjusting the price. In the end, Lu Changsheng haggled and managed to get the boots for 160 spirit stones. After buying the boots, he looked around the shop again. He looked around the shop to see if there were any magical instruments suitable for his use. He felt that he still lacked sufficient means of defense and wanted to increase his defensive capabilities. After browsing, he spent 63 spirit stones on a low-grade magical instrument called the 100 Transformation Mask and 110 spirit stones on a medium-grade magical instrument called the Cold Jade Spirit Pendant. The 100 Transformation Mask adhered to his face and could change into another face at will. Unless it was someone in the later stage of chi refining using the heavenly eye technique, they wouldn't be able to discern the disguise. With this magical instrument, he no longer needed to buy ordinary human skin masks. As for the Cold Jade Spirit Pendant, when worn, it had the effects of clearing the mind, concealing spiritual power, hiding one's presence, and shielding against spiritual sense detection. In dangerous situations, it could passively generate a defensive spell to withstand a blow from someone in the mid-stage of chi refining. Safe travels, friend, the shopkeeper said with a smile as he escorted Lu Changsheng out of the shop. Sigh, money really doesn't last. Lu Changsheng sighed as he walked out of the shop. Just a moment ago, he thought he had a large sum of money that would last him a while. But in the blink of an eye, the money he earned from selling talismans and magical instruments was almost gone, leaving him with just over 100 spirit stones. He didn't even have money left to buy magical instruments or talisman pens. Money is meant to be spent, and money for upgrading equipment shouldn't be spared. I'll come back in about 10 days or so to sell another batch of talismans, and then I'll have money again. Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he sighed softly and went to a nearby inn to rent a room. After using a purification talisman to check if he was being tracked, Lu Changsheng put on the 100 Transformation Mask and, with a slight mental movement, changed his appearance to that of Li Feiyu. It truly lives up to being a magical instrument. No need for disguises anymore. Lu Changsheng remarked as he looked at himself in the mirror, his appearance constantly changing. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that the mask was only a low-grade magical instrument. Advanced chi refining stage cultivators using the heavenly eye technique could still discern some clues. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much to him. He would just wear another human skin mask when the time came. As long as he didn't reveal his true identity, it would suffice. After all, with just a low-grade magical instrument, what more could you ask for? Lu Changsheng transformed his appearance with the 100 Transformation Mask into a common face and left the inn. Then he turned left and right, reverting to his original appearance in an alleyway. Clad in a Qingju embroidered robe, wearing chiffon boots, and with a handsome face, he looked quite outstanding. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to leave the alley, a seductive woman in a pink gossamer dress, revealing her alluring shoulders, emerged from a small courtyard nearby. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Changsheng, and she greeted him with a charming smile, saying, "Is the gentleman here to seek pleasure and entertainment?" Lu Changsheng was puzzled. "Since the gentleman is here, why not come in for an experience?" The woman continued, her voice soft and alluring, as she extended her fair and delicate hand to pull Lu Changsheng closer. Lu Changsheng felt a slight tingling sensation, almost like an electric shock. Especially with the intoxicating fragrance of orchids and musk emanating from the woman, he felt a heat rising within him, tempting him to indulge in the seductive beauty before him. At the same time, the cold jade spirit pendant hanging from his chest emitted a cool and clear aura, slightly suppressing his heated emotions. Charm technique. Lu Changsheng immediately became wary, realizing that the woman was using a charm technique on him. He quickly took a step back, shaking his head, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm just passing through. Today, this maiden finds the gentleman very attractive. For just 10 spirit stones, the gentleman can enjoy my company." The woman continued, her voice still soft and alluring, her beautiful face revealing a pitiful expression that evoked feelings of pity and the desire to pamper and ravish her. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng silently recited Buddhist scriptures in his mind, bowed politely, and quickly walked away. "Sir, if you insist, I won't ask for your spirit stones today," the woman called out softly, her face turning slightly unpleasant as Lu Changsheng left the alley in a hurry, ignoring her. Ignorant fool, just because he's handsome," the woman muttered angrily with a sour expression. Afterwards, she turned back into the courtyard. Phew. Lu Changsheng walked out of the alley and let out a long sigh. There was no romantic sentiment in his heart, only a sense of relief. "I thought that after experiencing numerous battles and trials, my willpower was firm and I wouldn't easily be swayed by female charm. But I never expected charm techniques to be so powerful. I thought the woman just now didn't have a very high cultivation level and was probably just in the mid to late stage of chi refining. But even in that situation, I found myself affected by her charm. If it were a cultivator with higher cultivation or proficient in charm techniques, it would be extremely difficult to guard against." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think to himself. Although the woman just now had a good appearance and a seductive figure, she didn't affect him much. However, her mere presence and actions made him feel a bit heated, almost as if he wanted to succumb to her charm. Strength. Increasing strength is the key. Lu Changsheng sighed again, realizing the importance of improving his own strength. If he encountered powerful charm techniques or other undefendable methods in the future, even with his array of talismans and magical instruments, he might not be able to use them effectively. "I shouldn't wander around these kinds of alleys casually in the future. You never know when danger might strike." Lu Changsheng shook his head and headed towards the talisman shop. He decided to avoid such deserted alleys as much as possible. Although Jiulong Market was relatively safe, there was always some degree of danger. Incidents could happen occasionally, and there might be evil cultivators or bandits lurking in such deserted alleys. On his way back to the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng passed by the White Jade Tower and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, with a determined look in his eyes, he strode inside. After all, getting married and having concubines and children couldn't be postponed. It was the foundation of his existence in this world. If he could buy concubines with spirit roots, it would be the best option. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find them on his own. And by difficult, he didn't just mean the challenge of finding wives and concubines. Lu Changsheng knew that with his current conditions, it wouldn't be a problem to marry several fairies with spirit roots. But after marrying and taking concubines, one would have to invest time, energy, and emotions into the relationships, especially when it came to having children. With so many wives and concubines already, Lu Changsheng could already feel the limitations of his time and energy. It was impossible for him to cater to each one individually. If he could solve these matters with money, he wouldn't have to invest so much emotional energy into them. Inside the White Jade Tower, the atmosphere was spacious and elegant, with simple seats set up and 7 or 8 young women dressed in uniform red dresses standing around. In the hall, 10 young women in red dresses were explaining and introducing something to seemingly wealthy cultivators. What does this gentleman want to know? Are you interested in marriage or purchasing concubines? Let me introduce our services to you. A woman in a red dress approached Lu Changsheng with a warm smile. Do you have concubines or maids with spirit roots here? Lu Changsheng asked directly. The woman in the red dress was slightly surprised to hear this. After carefully assessing Lu Changsheng's appearance and demeanor, she realized he was serious. Her smile deepened, recognizing Lu Changsheng as a potential big client, and she promptly led him upstairs. The layout of the second floor was different from the hall downstairs, with many small rooms separated. Leading Lu Changsheng to one of the rooms, the woman in the red dress knocked on the door. Come in. A lazy and seductive voice came from inside, sending shivers down one's spine just from hearing it. The woman in the red dress pushed open the door and led Lu Changsheng into the room. The room was simple, furnished only with a set of antique-style table and chairs and a bookshelf, giving it an elegant and comfortable feel. By the window, there was a purple incense burner emitting wisps of sandalwood incense, filling the room with a faint fragrance. A woman in her 30s sat by the window, holding an ancient book in her hand. Her glossy black hair was loosely gathered into a bun, adorned with a golden hairpin in the shape of a phoenix. She wore a long black misty skirt embroidered with phoenixes, slightly open at the collar, revealing her slender neck, delicate collarbones, and a hint of snowy white cleavage. Her hands were adorned with long black silk sleeves, one hand holding the ancient scroll and the other holding a cup of strong tea, exuding both grace and charm. Beneath the misty skirt, her slender and beautiful legs were crossed, faintly visible through the black silk stockings, one leg provocatively raised with a black phoenix-patterned high-heeled shoe dangling from the toes, enticingly poised. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but glance at the beautiful woman. This woman was too enchanting. Unlike the seductive woman he had encountered in the alley just now, she didn't rely on enchantments to captivate. Instead, she exuded allure from head to toe. Just by sitting there, she exuded infinite allure, igniting a fire in the hearts of men. One could only say, she truly lived up to the reputation of the White Jade Tower. She understood men too well. When the beautiful woman saw Lu Changsheng enter, she calmly set aside the book in her hand. Her crimson lips lightly touched the teacup, leaving a faint red mark on the white porcelain. Then she smiled softly at Lu Changsheng. This smile was truly charming and seductive. At that moment, the woman in the red dress who had come with Lu Changsheng quickly approached and whispered a few words in the beautiful woman's ear. After listening, the beautiful woman stood up gracefully. Her slender high-heeled shoes lightly tapped the ground as she swayed, emitting a crisp clack-clack-clack sound. She then spoke with a laugh. I'm Feng Jianyang, in charge of affairs at the White Jade Tower. May I know how the gentleman would like to be addressed? Li Feiyu. Lu Changsheng hadn't planned to conceal his name. After all, he had come here openly. But seeing the woman in front of him so seductive, he felt a bit uneasy and instinctively borrowed his friend's name. So it's Masterly, please have a seat. The beautiful woman led Lu Changsheng to sit down and then gracefully poured tea for him. As he breathed in the rich fragrance, he caught a glimpse of the woman's ample and alluring figure, with a hint of elusive whiteness. Damn it, seductress. Lu Changsheng cursed inwardly. He knew this was intentional seduction from the beautiful woman. The city was indeed full of tricks. He had only come to inquire and see what the situation was at the White Jade Tower. He hadn't planned on buying anything or taking concubines or purchasing maids. But now, with her playing this game, he felt embarrassed to leave without buying anything. Masterly, it seems this is your first time visiting our establishment. After pouring the tea leisurely, the beautiful woman also sat down, smiling gently with a seductive tone in her voice. Yes, indeed, it is my first visit to your esteemed establishment. Lu Changsheng nodded. Masterly's presence at our White Jade Tower is a great honor, Feng Jianyang said smoothly. Our goal at the White Jade Tower is to ensure that every customer leaves satisfied. Masterly, if you have any specific requirements for concubines or maids, please feel free to mention them. I can assist in selecting and recommending suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment before replying. They should possess spirit roots, be obedient, and sensible. As for age, not too old, and in terms of appearance and figure, above average would suffice. His requirements for concubines and maids were not high. As long as they had spirit roots, other qualities didn't matter much. He wasn't considering this aspect at the moment. Good character and obedience were the main criteria, followed by acceptable appearance and figure. Of course, it would be best if they were like Chu Zhenjin, with no ties or worries. He thought that if he took concubines, it might cause complications, so he came to the White Jade Tower to avoid trouble. Master Li only wishes to take concubines and purchase maids without marrying, is that correct? Feng Jianyang maintained her smile, her voice sweet and gentle. Yes, Lu Changsheng nodded. Since he came to the White Jade Tower, he certainly wasn't looking to marry. Although he tried to treat his wives and concubines equally, stepping into the White Jade Tower, he only thought pragmatically, without wanting to involve in emotions. As time passed, Lu Changsheng felt himself gradually adapting to this world, his morality becoming more flexible. In the past, he used to worry and consider a lot about his wives, concubines, and children, but now he felt relatively indifferent. He wasn't sure if this was a sign of developing arrogance. Very well, Master Li's requirements are understood. Please wait a moment, I will return shortly. Feng Jianyang said with a light laugh as she gracefully left the room, leaving Lu Changsheng alone. After a while, a seductive clack-clack-clack of high heels echoed as Feng Jianyang returned to the room, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. She sat down at the table and placed 5 jade slips on it. I just checked, and there are precisely 5 women who meet Master Li's requirements. 3 are maids and 2 are concubines. Master Li, please have a look and see if any of them catch your eye. Feng Jianyang's hands were adorned with a pair of black silk sleeves, revealing only half of her fair jade fingers, making them look long and charming. Lu Changsheng nodded and picked up one of the jade slips, placing it on his forehead to sense with his mind. Immediately, he saw a vivid and lifelike young woman in a yellow dress. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a superior appearance and figure, but there was a hint of numbness and lifelessness in her eyes, despite the smile on her face indicating a forced cheerfulness. He shook his head slightly and picked up the second jade slip. Inside was a beautiful woman in her 20s dressed in white, similar to the previous one, with a numb expression and a forced smile. The third jade slip contained a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. She had a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure, exuding an air of maturity and dignity. Although her eyes didn't appear as numb as the previous 2, there was still a hint of reluctance. After looking through the jade slips of the 3 maids, Lu Changsheng frowned and picked up the 4th jade slip. Compared to the previous 3 women, this one seemed quite normal. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a beautiful and lovely face, wearing a purple dress and a sweet smile on her face, complete with 2 shallow dimples. Lu Changsheng picked up the 5th jade slip for inspection. It depicted a cute girl with a petite yet well-proportioned figure. What surprised Lu Changsheng was that the girl had a pair of furry fox ears on her head and a fluffy fox tail behind her. It didn't seem like a decoration but rather something natural. Is this girl a member of the demon, or perhaps a half-demon? Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised to see the fox-tailed girl depicted in the jade slip. Having read so many books, he knew that some demonic beasts, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, could refine their bones and transform. Although it is difficult for a demon in human form to conceive with a human race, there was still a chance of giving birth to an heir. Although the offspring born in this way are in human form, they will also have some characteristics of demonic beasts. He put down the jade slip and said to Feng Jianyang in front of him, "Madam Feng, I think the girl in this jade slip looks like a demon woman?" "Exactly," This girl is a half-demon, at the 7th stage of Qi refining, possessing not only a 6th-grade spirit root but also the bloodline of a high-level demonic beast, the golden-eyed white fox. Although she is willing to become a concubine, her requirements are relatively high. She has specific preferences for the appearance and age of her partner, and she demands 38 medium-grade spirit stones as a dowry. But with Master Li's appearance, I believe any young lady would be pleased. Feng Jianyang smiled, her seductive eyes gazing at Lu Changsheng as if he were a lover. Specific preferences for appearance and age, and a dowry of 38 medium-grade spirit stones? Lu Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Spirit stones are classified as low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Normally, he used low-grade spirit stones. 38 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 3,800 low-grade ones. He had just thought the fox-eared girl was not bad, but hearing this price, he immediately reconsidered. And that was just the dowry for taking a concubine, not including future expenses and intermediary fees for the White Jade Tower. What about this one? Lu Changsheng pointed to the jade slip of the woman in purple, inquiring further. This woman is at the 6th stage of Qi refining with a 7th-grade spirit root. She has no specific requirements for her partner, only asking for 18 medium-grade spirit stones as a dowry. Feng Jianyang spoke up when she noticed Lu Changsheng's slight frown. Her red lips parted as she said, "Master Li, women with spirit root qualifications willing to serve as concubines have always been scarce, and the demand has always exceeded the supply. The requirements of these two women are not very high. Perhaps someone will take interest in them in a few days. If Master Li feels it's too expensive, you can consider these 3 maids," she suggested. These 3 seem to be somewhat reluctant. Lu Changsheng said, expressing his concern indirectly. Master Li, rest assured. All 3 of them came to the White Jade Tower for various reasons. If you purchase them as maids, there will be absolutely no karmic entanglements on your part, Feng Jianyang assured him. At the White Jade Tower, we prioritize long-term business and rely heavily on reputation. Maids purchased from us come with a 3-year after-sales guarantee. If any trouble arises or issues occur within 3 years of purchase, we at the White Jade Tower will take full responsibility and provide a satisfactory solution for our clients. Feng Jianyang lifted the teacup, took a sip, and smiled confidently, her red lips curving seductively as she spoke. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly upon hearing this. The fact that she could say this indicated that there shouldn't be any major issues. However, he still felt skeptical about these maids. He couldn't help but inquire, are there no maids in the White Jade Tower who have been nurtured and raised since childhood and possess spirit root qualifications? He had a strong suspicion that this White Jade Tower was the same one where Hong Yi had purchased Jiur and Shuer. He remembered Hong Yi mentioning that the 2 girls were orphans raised by the White Jade Tower from a young age. It seems Master Li is quite knowledgeable about our White Jade Tower, Feng Jianyang remarked. Indeed, we have our own cultivated young maids, but those with spirit root qualifications have always been in high demand. Each year, when a batch is released, they are quickly reserved and sold out. If Master Li wishes to purchase such maids, you'll need to make an advance reservation. Feng Jianyang chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat disappointed. He had originally intended to purchase maids or concubines similar to Jiur and Shuer, possessing spirit roots. Now it seemed that maids with spirit roots were in high demand and not so easily obtained, and they came with a hefty price tag. It was understandable, considering the scarcity of women in the cultivation world. Not all cultivators were celibate and focused solely on cultivation. Moreover, it wasn't just rouge cultivators who sought maids with spirit roots. Many cultivation clans also purchased such maids for their offspring. I wonder about the circumstances and prices of these 3 maids. Lu Changsheng sighed, pointing to the jade slips on the table. It was evident that these 3 women had fallen into the White Jade Tower for some reason and were being sold as maids. They were indeed unfortunate souls. If possible, he might as well lend a helping hand and rescue them. It would be better than buying them as maids. Besides, it seemed reasonable to repay a life-saving favor by offering oneself and having children. This woman is at the second stage qi refining with a 9th grade spirit root, priced at 150 spirit stones. This woman is at the 4th stage of qi refining with a 7th grade spirit root, priced at 650 spirit stones. This woman is at the 6th stage qi refining with a 6th grade spirit root, priced at 15 medium grade spirit stones. Feng Jianyang pointed to the 3 jade slips and introduced each of them respectively. Upon hearing the prices, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. The prices seemed reasonable to him. The first woman was priced at only 150 spirit stones, which was equivalent to the price of a medium-grade magic tool. He had spent over 400 spirit stones today buying several magic tools. Are these prices determined based on their spirit root and cultivation level? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. After all, the price difference between the 3 women is quite significant, but there's also a considerable gap in their spirit root qualifications and cultivation levels. Feng Jianyang explained softly. Spirit root qualifications and appearance are the main factors, but there are also other considerations. Do you have a preference among them, Master Li? She asked gently. I'll go with her, Lu Changsheng said after a moment of contemplation, pointing to the woman priced at 150 spirit stones. It was the only one he could afford with the spirit stones he had on hand. Mainly, he still wasn't entirely trusting of maids from the White Jade Tower. He wanted to start with a cheaper option to test the waters and see how things went. If everything turned out well, he'd become a regular customer of the White Jade Tower. If not, he'd consider it a lesson learned for the 150 spirit stones. By the way, Madame Jianyang, are there any physical issues with these maids, such as infertility? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a point and asked. Since he intended for the maid to bear children, it was crucial to inquire about her health. Upon hearing this, Feng Jianyang chuckled softly, her voice as seductive as ever. Master Li, you can rest assured. If you decide to purchase, the White Jade Tower will provide you with all the information and conduct a thorough physical examination to ensure there are no issues. However, this particular maid is not currently at the Jiolong market. She's in another branch of the White Jade Tower. If you're certain about your decision, you'll need to pay the deposit first so that we can arrange for her to be brought here. All right, how much is the deposit, and how long will it take to have her brought here? Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate once he had made up his mind to make the purchase. The deposit for this maid is 30 spirit stones, and as for the time frame, I can't give you an exact answer right now. It will take some time, but it shouldn't be longer than a month. Feng Jianyang replied with a smile. Okay. Lu Changsheng agreed, taking out 30 spirit stones. Feng Jianyang then brought over a spiritual contract and some information materials for him to review. Lu Changsheng picked it up and checked it. The content of the spiritual contract was very simple. That is, Lu Changsheng has paid a deposit of 30 spirit stones. If he does not use it later, the deposit will not be refunded. White Jade Tower has to hand over the person within a month. If the tower is unable to hand over the person, or the person does not match the description by then, not only will the spirit stone be returned, but double compensation will be given. The information was the information about the maid purchased by Lu Changsheng. The woman's name is Xiaoyuyao. She is 19 years old, and she is a woman from the qi refining family. Because her family was wiped out, she was sold to White Jade Tower. Physically, she was very healthy, she was still a virgin, and had no problems. After reading the information, Lu Changsheng signed the contract. Master Li, if you live in the Jiolong market, you can tell me your address. That way, when the maid arrives, I can have someone notify you directly. Feng Jianyang said with a seductive smile as she handed Lu Changsheng the spiritual contract. All right, when the person arrives, you can send someone to notify me at the Qingzhou Lu family's talisman shop. Lu Changsheng replied without hesitation. He didn't see any reason to hide his address. Not only did the White Jade Tower have a good reputation, but it would also show that he wasn't just any rogue cultivator. He had the backing of the Qingzhou Lu family. Feng Jianyang didn't react to Lu Changsheng mentioning the Qingzhou Lu family's talisman shop. She simply smiled seductively and said, okay, no problem. When the maid arrives, I'll send someone to the Qingzhou Lu family's talisman shop to notify you. All right then, I'll take my leave, Lu Changsheng said as he collected the spiritual contract and got up to leave. In the future, when Masterly comes to the White Jade Tower, just tell the maid to come find me, Feng Jianyang said with a seductive smile, exuding charm in every gesture and word. All right, Lu Changsheng replied before leaving the White Jade Tower. Once outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the manager of the White Jade Tower was truly a seductress. Every move she made was alluring. I wonder if the White Jade Tower sells its own people? A thought suddenly occurred to Lu Changsheng. He chuckled to himself, shook his head, and dismissed the random thought before heading towards the talisman shop. 15 minutes later, he returned to the shop. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly at the employees before making his way to the third floor. There, he saw Lu Miaoga sitting by the window, deeply engrossed in a book. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her back, and her snow-white dress accentuated her graceful figure. Hearing his approach, she turned her head slightly, revealing her exquisite profile, and nodded slightly at Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, you're back. Sister Miaoga, I'm back, Lu Changsheng replied with a smile as he sat down nearby. Watching Lu Miaoga reading reminded him of Feng Jianyang from the White Jade Tower. When he entered the room, Feng Jianyang had also been sitting by the window reading a book, but the two women had completely different styles. As Lu Changsheng sat down beside him, Lu Miaoga suddenly frowned and looked at Lu Changsheng and sniffed lightly. Lu Changsheng saw Lu Miaoga's subtle movements. He also sniffed lightly. Immediately, he smelled a faint sandalwood and feminine fragrance from his body. It was left behind when he was having a meeting with Feng Jianyang in White Jade Tower. Miss, you don't think I went to a brothel, right? Despite Lu Miaoga's calm and serene demeanor, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a slight pang of guilt. However, he quickly dismissed the feeling. After all, he had only gone to the White Jade Tower to purchase a maid, not to indulge in any inappropriate activities. Sister Miaoga, I just happened to pass by the White Jade Tower on my way back and decided to inquire about purchasing a maid, Lu Changsheng explained casually, also addressing the lingering fragrance. He saw no need to hide the fact that he had bought a maid. It wasn't something scandalous that needed to be concealed. When the maid arrived, he would bring her back and keep her by his side, so why not inform Lu Miaoga now? White Jade Tower, Lu Miaoga echoed, a hint of surprise in her voice as she caught onto Lu Changsheng's explanation. Her voice was soft as she replied, the White Jade Tower has branches in various towns and cities across the Jiang country, and I haven't heard of any issues. Its reputation is quite good. I've heard that the White Jade Tower not only has influence in Jiang country, but also in many other countries in the southern wasteland cultivation world, with a nascent soul true immortal overseeing it. Lu Miaoga continued. They have influence in other countries as well, with a nascent soul true immortal overseeing them? Lu Changsheng was astonished. As an avid reader, he was well aware of the vastness of the world. Jiang country was just a small corner of it. The area he was in was known as the Southern Wasteland, which encompassed hundreds of countries like Jiang country. Having only one nascent soul true immortal overseeing the White Jade Tower meant it was considered average among these countries. However, the fact that the White Jade Tower had established influence in multiple countries was no simple feat. Lu Changsheng suspected that there was more than one nascent soul true immortal backing it. It made sense. Without some real power, they wouldn't dare engage in such business. Changsheng, as cultivators, our cultivation is fundamental, Lu Miaoga said softly. Your spirit root talent may be average, but you possess extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. If you can become a second-tier talisman master, there may still be hope for you to reach foundation establishment in the future. Through their interactions, Lu Miaoga had discerned that Lu Changsheng was not solely obsessed with women, he was also ambitious and driven. His decision to marry and take concubines, as well as to have children through family lineage, was likely due to his poor spirit root talent and acknowledgement of his lack of prospects in cultivation. He continued his quest for immortality through the family, through the bloodline descendants. Sister Miaoga, I understand. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that Lu Miaoga was well-intentioned, and it was not possible for him to refute anything. After all, what Lu Miaoge said was the truth. In this cultivation world, only cultivation-based strength were fundamental. Family heritage, bloodline descendants, leaving a mark in history, were all inferior to one's own cultivation strength. You can live a long life and live history. I take wives, have concubines, and have children, just to become an immortal ancestor, to live a long life, to live through history. Lu Changsheng's eyes were deep, firm in his aspirations. Seeing the determination in Lu Changsheng's eyes, Lu Miaoge thought that he had taken her words to heart. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She had quite a good impression of Lu Changsheng. A youth from a mundane peasant family, with only a 9th-grade spirit root, rejected by the immortal sect, came to the Lu family as a son-in-law in search of immortality. As a result, he rose step by step with talisman crafting, reaching this point as a son-in-law. In her eyes, this was already better than many others. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng went to the restroom. Now, this third-floor restroom had become his room as well. In the restroom, Lu Changsheng took out the relic treasure he had purchased in the market earlier. I wonder if this thing is really a relic treasure. If it is, then I've hit the jackpot. Lu Changsheng murmured as he looked at the uneven black iron piece in his hand. Without much thought, he immediately activated the refining technique of the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique and attempted to refine the black iron piece in front of him. If he could successfully refine it, it would prove that this iron piece was indeed a relic treasure that could be condensed into the body to cultivate the 100 treasure. Refinement body tempering technique. Sure. Spiritual energy surged within Lu Changsheng, transforming into a flame-like entity, beginning to refine the black iron piece in front of him. Under the refinement of spiritual energy flame, a faint black light appeared on the black iron piece. And so, time passed bit by bit. After a while, Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy was depleted, and he let out a long breath. This black iron piece, is it really a relic treasure? But all the restrictions inside are broken, without any special effects. It should just be a fragment of some large-scale treasure. Nevertheless, it's still usable. As long as I refine this relic treasure and condense it into my body, my progress in the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique will be rapid. Lu Changsheng looked at the black iron piece in front of him, his tired face showing a hint of surprise. Through the refining just now, he had confirmed that this black iron piece was indeed a relic treasure, the kind that was utterly broken. There were no effects of any restrictions left inside, just the material being quite hard. However, even in such a damaged state, as a mere 4th-stage qi refining cultivator, it wouldn't be easy for him to refine and condense it into his body. It would probably take him half a month to complete. Lu Changsheng took out some jade bamboo wine, took a sip, then took out a spirit stone, holding it in his hand to replenish his spiritual energy. And so, he practiced until evening. Only when Lu Miaoge knocked on the door, he finally left the room. Leaving the talisman shop with Miaoge, he returned to the Lu family compound in the Eastern District. In the following days, Lu Changsheng spent his time making talismans, practicing and refining the black iron piece. He shuttled back and forth between the Lu family compound and the talisman shop. If there were any matters in the shop that required the master's attention, Miaoge would instruct Lu Changsheng on how to handle them. During this time, Lu Miaocheng also came to find Lu Changsheng several times, inviting him to read books and drink tea. But Lu Changsheng refused each time. One reason was that Lu Miaoge had advised him to minimize his interactions with Lu Miaocheng, so he avoided too much contact with him. Additionally, he also felt a bit repulsed by this kind of environment. Wasn't it better to just buy a few maids and take in some concubines? In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. At Jiolong Market, on the 3rd floor of the talisman shop, in the restroom, Lu Changsheng looked at the black iron piece floating in front of him, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. After half a month of refining, he had finally completed the refining of this relic treasure. It could now be condensed into his body. Condense. Lu Changsheng opened his chest, revealing his muscular curves. Then he formed hand seals and pointed towards the black iron piece. Slowly, the black iron piece entered Lu Changsheng's chest, assimilating with it bit by bit. The 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique could refine the entire body into a supreme treasure all at once, or it could be practiced gradually, refining different parts of the body separately. Therefore, this condensation technique, which relied on treasures for cultivation, could also condense into different parts of the body. In this condensation technique, there were 7 parts of the body where treasures could be condensed: the skull, sternum, spine, limbs, and 7 others. Among them, the limbs tend to be practiced on a single part. The sternum and spine and the skull could involve the entire body. However, condensing into these 3 parts was relatively more dangerous. Especially the skull, which involved the brain, was extremely perilous. One misstep could harm oneself. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng had complete mastery over the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, so he had some confidence in condensing it into his sternum. After a while, the black iron piece completely entered Lu Changsheng's chest, condensed into his sternum, leaving a vaguely visible uneven black iron pattern on his chest. So ugly! Lu Changsheng looked at the pattern on his chest, resembling a birthmark tattoo, and couldn't help but grimace in disgust. But it's okay to be ugly if it's for cultivation. It's not a big deal. With the assistance of this relic treasure, I estimate that in at most half a year, with my daily practice, 3 or 4 months, I'll have a chance to master the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique. Lu Changsheng silently contemplated the effects brought by this relic treasure. At this point, the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, just like the primordial essence technique, can be practiced automatically and nourish the whole body after it is built with 5 elements of spiritual materials. This relic treasure won't support my cultivation for too long, at most a year. Lu Changsheng continued his thoughts. But a year should be enough. Maybe by then, I'll even draw a treasure through the system. If I have a treasure and can condense it into my body for cultivation, my 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique will truly progress rapidly. Lu Changsheng's eyes shimmered as he murmured to himself. After mastering the 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, I can also cultivate a technique called treasure bone technique. By using the power of treasures to nurture the sternum, hand bones, leg bones, spine, and skull, turning the human bones into treasure bones. Once the treasure bones are formed, they will be like talismans. Even in my chi refining stage, I'll be able to unleash some of the power of the treasure. Lu Changsheng licked his lips, filled with anticipation. The 100 treasure refinement body tempering technique, as a genuine level cultivation method, naturally held immense mysteries. Not only did it include cultivation techniques, but also methods for condensing treasures and the treasure bone technique, among other complementary techniques. After completing the refinement of the treasure fragment, Lu Changsheng noticed that it was still early in the day, and it had been almost half a month since he last visited the southwest street. He informed Miaoge before heading out. She didn't ask much and just nodded in acknowledgement. Once outside, Lu Changsheng, as usual, changed his appearance and found 3 talisman shops to sell over 100 low-grade talismans and over 30 medium-grade talismans, earning him 259 spirit stones. After each transaction, he would find an inn, change his appearance and attire, and then check himself for any signs of being followed. Under the purifying effect of the talismans, there was no issue with his body. However, among the spirit stones he received, one emitted wisps of black smoke at that moment. Just from selling a few talismans, I'm already being watched? Small talisman shop, I'll remember you. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes as he watched the black smoke. He hadn't expected that just selling a few dozen talismans in the shop would attract attention. It's possible that I sold talismans at the small talisman shop before, and this time the shopkeeper noticed something fishy, he speculated. After all, his disguise skills were not particularly sophisticated, and people who made a living in Jiolong Market had their ways of noticing things. It seems like I'll have to lay low for a while. Lu Changsheng frowned, taking out a high-grade, purifying talisman. He meticulously checked himself, his storage bag, and all the spirit stones to ensure there were no issues. Once he confirmed everything was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. He decided that for the next month or two, he would refrain from selling talismans in this manner, lest he attract the attention of others with ill intentions. Lu Changsheng wasn't just idly reading books. He knew about the myriad of rare techniques and methods in the cultivation world, some of which even involved spiritual beasts or secret arts capable of detecting spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and treasures on others. Hence, sometimes, for no apparent reason, one might be inexplicably targeted. Despite Jiolong Market having good security, there could still be individuals who saw his low cultivation level and wealth and decided to take a risk. After disguising himself and changing in and out of two inns, Lu Changsheng finally reverted to his original appearance and returned to the talisman shop. He then bought a medium-grade artifact talisman pen from the shop at a cost of 139 spirit stones. He also purchased 2 batches of top-grade talisman paper and 2 portions of top-grade spiritual ink, one each of fine quality and exquisite quality, preparing to use them to draw top-grade talismans. Zhang Shan didn't say much about it. After all, it was quite normal for the master to purchase items at cost price. When Miaoge saw Lu Changsheng buying the medium-grade artifact talisman pen, she didn't ask much either. As a talisman master, it was quite normal to buy a better quality talisman pen. She did advise Lu Changsheng that he didn't need top-grade talisman paper or spiritual ink at the moment. Using them to draw medium-grade talismans would be a waste. Lu Changsheng agreed, saying he just wanted to experience it and see the difference between them and advanced-level talisman materials. However, he secretly decided to buy talisman paper and ink from elsewhere in the future. Night fell, and Lu Changsheng and Miaoge finished work, returning to the Lu family compound in the Eastern District. Lu Changsheng had been concerned that being seen with Miaoge every day might attract unwanted attention from her admirers or secret admirers who could cause trouble. But to his surprise, he realized he had been overthinking. Over the past half-month, although many young men had approached Miaoge for conversation, even visiting the shop to see her, they all behaved decently. Once they knew his identity, they didn't see him as a competitor and didn't mock him or act impolitely. Back at the compound, he encountered the second young lady again, who responded with a cold hum and a disdainful expression. Lu Changsheng just smiled, finding her attitude quite cute. He thought to himself, someday he'd make her hum and haw enough. After a simple dinner, Lu Changsheng retired to his room. On the way, Lu Changsheng encountered Lu Miaoqing, who seemed to be floating along and massaging his waist. The latter patted him on the shoulder and said, "Changsheng, you're right. We cultivators should focus on cultivating our hearts and minds and not be distracted by such places." Lu Changsheng replied with silence. If he remembered correctly, Lu Miaoqing had said something similar just 3 days ago. It had only been a few days. It seemed some people toughened up afterward. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Changsheng returned to his room and took out the talisman pen, top-grade talisman paper, and top-grade spiritual ink he had just bought today, placing them on the table. He prepared to draw some life-saving top-grade talismans. Taking out a bottle of white jade 100 flowers wine from his storage bag, Lu Changsheng took a deep drink. Then, he took a deep breath to calm his mind, picked up the talisman pen, and began drawing the lightning-inducing talisman. Even though he had reached the 2nd tier in talisman crafting, his cultivation level still mattered. Drawing such top-grade talismans required careful attention. Dipping the tip of the pen lightly into the spiritual ink, emitting a faint spiritual glow, Lu Changsheng began drawing the talisman with a serious expression. The process wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Each stroke was smooth and fluid, possessing an artistic beauty. If the 4th elder were here, seeing Lu Changsheng's talisman crafting skills, she would probably be astonished, unable to close her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Even she, when drawing the lightning-inducing talisman, wasn't as smooth and successful as Lu Changsheng. After a while, Lu Changsheng's pen flicked, and the tip of the pen emitted a spiritual light, making the entire talisman paper seem to be filled with lightning at that moment. But in an instant, the lightning dimmed and disappeared. A first-tier top-grade talisman, the lightning-inducing talisman, was complete. Whew! At that moment, Lu Changsheng also let out a long sigh of relief and sat down with a tired look on his face. Sure enough, with a medium-grade artifact talisman pen and top-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink, top-grade talismans will no longer be a problem for me. The only problem is that the spiritual power consumption is too high. I can only draw one piece with my spiritual energy. Lu Changsheng murmured as he looked at the lightning-inducing talisman on the table. Despite this, his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. If we don't count the wear and tear on the talisman pen, the cost of one top-grade talisman, considering the top-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink, is 6 spirit stones. Yet, a single lightning-inducing talisman can be sold for 40 to 50 spirit stones. That's a stable profit margin of 7 to 8 times. Most importantly, having a stack of top-grade talismans gave him a sense of security. After putting away the lightning-inducing talisman in his storage bag, Lu Changsheng began to rest and sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a servant came to the talisman shop, informing Lu Changsheng that the maids he had purchased from the White Jade Tower had been delivered. Without much ado, Lu Changsheng went straight to the White Jade Tower with the servant. Masterly, thank you for your patience. Lu Changsheng arrived on the 2nd floor and immediately saw Feng Jianyang, who had received him last time. She was dressed in the same attire as before, a black phoenix-patterned gauze dress, slit to reveal her slender legs, and black phoenix-patterned high-heeled shoes. Her whole demeanor was simply enchanting. It's okay, it's only been 20-something days. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Changsheng replied, stealing a glance at the voluptuous and slender thighs beneath the gauze skirt. At the hem of her skirt, one could catch a glimpse of creamy white skin and lace patterns. Before long, a woman in a red dress led a young woman in a yellow dress over. Lu Changsheng's gaze quickly fell on the young woman in the yellow dress. She appeared to be 18 or 19, with fair skin and a graceful figure. Her thick black hair was casually tied up, cascading down her back. She wore a goose-yellow long skirt with a low neckline, revealing a slender, white neck. Despite her youthful beauty, there was no smile on her face. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of sorrow between her brows. Her eyes lacked vitality, appearing dull and lifeless. Masterly, this is the maid you purchased, Xiao Yuyao. Feng Jianyang introduced with a soft and charming smile, then turned to Xiao Yuyao and said, Yuyao, haven't you greeted Masterly yet? Her words carried the same gentle and charming tone, but there was an unquestionable and unyielding authority underlying them. At this point, Xiao Yuyao lowered her eyes slightly and greeted Lu Changsheng with a slight bow. Yuyao greets Masterly. As she looked at Lu Changsheng, there was a glimmer of life in her previously lifeless and dull eyes. After all, having experienced the destruction of her family and being sold to the White Jade Tower, she knew her future fate. Either she would be bought to be used as a cauldron, to be exploited until death, or she would be bought back to be used as a breeding tool, constantly giving birth. Only a few would be bought back as maidservants to serve others. Seeing that the person who bought her was such a young and handsome youth, she felt a slight relief in her heart. She thought her luck wasn't too bad, and her fate wasn't so harsh. After all, even if she became a cauldron or a breeding tool, who wouldn't want to be with someone who looked good and handsome? Masterly, are you satisfied? Feng Jianyang gestured to Lu Changsheng, inviting his opinion. According to the conditions stated in the contract, when the maidservant was delivered, the buyer could inspect her and raise any discrepancies between the actual product and the information provided earlier. They could even choose not to accept her. However, depending on the situation, a certain deposit would be deducted.